Football starting by copying peak Messi's attributes. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction. So please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story in all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter. And if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 326 Lin Quan, the team is in danger, return immediately. Walker himself wasn't opposed to arranging for his players to transfer to Real Madrid. After all, Real Madrid is one of the most successful clubs on the planet. In terms of influence in football, Manchester City still has a long way to go. However, he did have concerns, namely the intense competition within Real Madrid's star-studded squad. Many players at Real Madrid struggled to get playing time and were forced to sit on the bench. The most famous example is Kaká a few years ago, who arrived at the club for a transfer fee of €75 million, but rarely had the opportunity to play. This made many players hesitant to transfer to Real Madrid, as a player's prime is so short, and wasting a few years on the bench could ruin their career. But Walker's worries quickly disappeared when Florentino Perez showed his sincerity. He promised Walker that once Kroos joined Real Madrid, he would be a key player in Real Madrid's midfield, and there was no need to worry about not getting playing time. Florentino Perez was clearly aware of Walker's concerns, so he addressed them from the outset. No wonder he was able to acquire so many star players. Florentino Perez certainly possesses a unique personal charm when it comes to negotiations. Although Real Madrid showed great sincerity, Walker didn't immediately agree. He stated that he needed to discuss it with the player himself before making a decision. Florentino Perez expressed his understanding and promised that Real Madrid's door would always be open to Kroos. After the meeting, Walker immediately returned to Germany. He visited Kroos's home and had a detailed discussion with him. Kroos seemed somewhat hesitant after listening to Walker's words. He had only been at Manchester City for 6 months, so he didn't have a deep emotional connection to the club. However, the team's current performance was excellent, the atmosphere within the team was good, and he could earn a very high annual salary there. When he transferred to Manchester City last year, they offered him an annual salary of €11 million. According to the contract signed by both parties, Kroos's annual salary this year will rise to €12 million. This salary would be difficult to obtain at other clubs, even Real Madrid. Take James Rodriguez, who transferred to Real Madrid for €82 million, as an example. Reports indicate his annual salary at Real Madrid is only €7 million. If Toni Kroos were to go to Real Madrid, even if it were higher, it probably wouldn't be by much. However, Manchester City doesn't have the same commercial appeal as Real Madrid. Going to Real Madrid would provide him with other sources of income, so weighing the pros and cons, the two seem about equal. If the income is similar, then the comparison becomes about team status and the difficulty of achieving accolades. Mr. Walker, what's the atmosphere like in the Real Madrid dressing room compared to Manchester City? Kroos is a very rational player. He rarely makes impulsive decisions. He won't make a decision lightly without fully assessing the strengths and weaknesses of both teams. This is something Walker greatly admires about him. On the other hand, there's another player, Marco Reus. Sigh, just thinking about Reus's injury gives Walker a headache. Reus needs rest, a fact clearly stated by German coach Joachim Löw, which is why he hasn't called him up. Lewandowski announced early on that he would not renew his contract with the team, leaving Dortmund on a free transfer without paying a cent. This left Dortmund penniless and severely weakened. In the new season, without Guts and Lewandowski, Dortmund will have to rely even more heavily on Reus, meaning he won't get much rest. Moreover, he himself may not be happy to rest, as he wants to lead the team to a good result and prove to those who left that even without them, Dortmund is still the powerful Dortmund. For an outsider, this quality would be commendable, and Walker would certainly offer sincere applause. However, Reus is a player under Walker's management, which gives him a headache. Fortunately, Kroos is not that kind of person. So, upon hearing Kroos's words, Walker smiled and said, "The atmosphere in every team's dressing room is related to that team's leader. Manchester City's dressing room leader is Lin Quan. You're probably already very familiar with his personality and temperament, so I don't need to say more." Kroos nodded. Lin Quan was very easygoing and approachable. The atmosphere in Manchester City's dressing room was also harmonious. There was no backstabbing or infighting. In fact, Cruz quite liked the atmosphere in Manchester City's dressing room. Moreover, because the team had a superstar like Lin Quan, he would always step up when the team faced difficulties, which gave people a very reassuring sense of security. This was also what made him quite attached to Manchester City. Just because of Lin Quan, Cruz didn't really want to leave. Real Madrid's dressing room atmosphere has never been good because they have so many top stars. And these players are divided into different factions, such as the domestic group and the foreign group, with the foreign group further divided into continental and Latin American factions. These factions are constantly scheming and fighting amongst themselves, making Real Madrid far from as peaceful as it seems. However, I've heard that Real Madrid plans to address the internal issues and get rid of Casillas, the leader of the domestic faction. Once Casillas leaves, the dressing room leadership will undoubtedly fall to Ronaldo. You've probably heard about Ronaldo's personality. He's quite assertive and not easy to get along with. But you're a midfielder, so your position doesn't conflict with theirs, and you can even supply them with passes. Therefore, his attitude towards you won't be bad. He might even try to win you over. So, if you go to Real Madrid, you don't need to worry too much about this aspect. After listening to Walker's analysis, Cruz breathed a sigh of relief. Frankly, given Cruz's technical characteristics, he felt that the pace of La Liga would be more suitable for him. The Premier League is too physical, the fouls are too rough, and the physical contact is too intense, making injuries very easy to occur. Like other players, Cruz dislikes being injured, as it can have a huge negative impact on a player's performance and even their entire career. In addition, the lack of a winter break in the Premier League, with its packed schedule in December and January, is also quite exhausting. Even more unpleasant is Manchester's terrible weather. It's cold, rainy, and can rain several times a day, making it feel awful. It's clear that Cruz has accumulated a lot of resentment during his 6 months at Manchester City. However, every place has its advantages and disadvantages. The Premier League isn't all bad, and La Liga is certainly not an idyllic paradise. Overall, he's had a decent time at Manchester City. If it weren't for Real Madrid's offer, he probably wouldn't have considered other teams. But it was Real Madrid. Cruz isn't the only one at Manchester City who's been poached. Thanks to his outstanding performances in the Champions League and the World Cup, De Bruyne's market value has skyrocketed. Teams that previously underestimated him are now looking at him with new respect. Moreover, when De Bruyne transferred to Manchester City, the transfer fee was very low, only €20 million, which made many teams feel they had an opportunity. AC Milan was the first to make a move, offering Manchester City €35 million. Hearing that AC Milan had made a move, Inter Milan immediately joined in, adding €1 million to their offer of €36 million. Manchester City rejected both offers without hesitation. De Bruyne and Lin Quan have a good relationship, and the club wouldn't sell him easily. Furthermore, he can provide a lot of help to the team in attack. His partnership with Lin Quan has already proven its immense power in the Bundesliga. Manchester City would never sell such a player for a mere €35 million. Having just rejected offers from these two teams, Borussia Dortmund also joined the fray in the Bundesliga. After losing Götze and Lewandowski, Dortmund only had Reus left in their attacking line. This has cast a shadow of uncertainty over Borussia Dortmund's prospects for the new season. Eager to strengthen their squad, Dortmund offered a hefty €40 million to bring Kevin De Bruyne, who has proven himself in the Bundesliga, to the team. While this price isn't considered high, transfer fees in the Bundesliga are generally lower. Dortmund only received €37 million when they sold Mario Götze. Robert Lewandowski left on a free transfer, meaning that after losing two key players, Dortmund only received a paltry €37 million. Dortmund, who aren't exactly known for their lucrative deals, have been severely ripped off in these transfers. Now, their €40 million offer for De Bruyne means they'll have to pay an additional €3 million if they manage to acquire him. Unsurprisingly, Manchester City rejected Dortmund's offer. However, the continuous offers from other clubs to poach De Bruyne have made Manchester City's manager, Manuel Pellegrini, somewhat uneasy. While the club spent less this summer, it wasn't because Manchester City was tanking, as some believed. Rather, they couldn't find suitable players in the transfer market. They don't lack strikers or midfielders, their only weakness is the defense. City's starting centre-back, Demichelis, is 34 and preparing to retire. After the World Cup, he called Pellegrini to tell him he was considering leaving. Demichelis is a trusted confidant Pellegrini brought from Malaga. Although older, he's a rock in the defense. Last season, City captain Kompany made several defensive errors, and without Demichelis' intervention, City might not have gone that far. Therefore, Pellegrini earnestly tried to persuade him to stay. Demichelis hesitated and wasn't fully convinced. This worried Pellegrini, forcing him to continue signing players to prevent a defensive shortage. However, good defenders are really hard to find. Someone like David Luiz costs £50 million, and Pellegrini doesn't even dare to think about how much other teams' starting defenders cost. Moreover, other teams always ask for more when negotiating transfers with Manchester City, putting Manchester City at a greater disadvantage. By the way, didn't Lin want to recommend a player to me before? What's his name? Just as Pellegrini was racking his brains over the team's defense, something suddenly came to mind. Lin Quan had told him that there was a young defender with great potential in Celtic's Scottish Premiership team, worth watching. Pellegrini had taken note of this and even arranged for a professional scout to go to Celtic to observe the performance of this player named Van Dijk. Now that so much time has passed, the scout's report should have been submitted by now, right? Sure enough, after flipping through the scout reports for a while, Pellegrini found the scout report for this young defender named Van Dijk. Virgil van Dijk. 23 years old, Dutch, 1.93 meters tall, 90 kilograms. Currently plays for Celtic in the Scottish Premiership. Strengths: excellent positional awareness, outstanding physical attributes, strong heading ability, high success rate in one-on-one defense, strong covering ability, and adept at pressing. Weaknesses: relatively average ability to tackle, intercept, and make tackles, slow turning speed, making them vulnerable to being exploited behind the defense. Estimated market value, £8 million. After reading the scout's report, Pellegrini frowned. This defender's basic skills seem average. Why would Lin Quan recommend such a player to him? Aside from his excellent positional awareness, the scout's report didn't particularly appeal to him. However, the scout's report might not be accurate, and he planned to watch Van Dijk's game footage himself. After the transfer market's valuation was announced, Lin Quan once again became the focus of discussion among fans. Since winning the Champions League and the World Cup, Lin Quan seemed to be constantly on the front page of major media outlets. Thanks to the relentless reporting and hype from these media outlets, Lin Quan's global fame skyrocketed. Although he wasn't particularly active on social media, the number of fans following his account still soared to 15 million. This massive fan base allowed Lin Quan to truly catch up with Messi and Ronaldo in terms of influence. This led to a dramatic increase in Lin Quan's commercial value, with sponsors flocking to him for collaborations. Lin Quan instructed his agent, Pear, to select the best sponsors from among these options. At this point, he wasn't lacking in sponsorship contracts, so he needed to carefully choose his sponsors. He wanted to avoid collaborations that would negatively impact his image, as his personal image was closely linked to his commercial value. He couldn't afford to jeopardize his long-term reputation for short-term gains. Seeing Lin Quan's clear-headedness, Guardiola was very pleased. His biggest worry was that Lin Quan, having achieved fame too early, would be blinded by praise and prematurely decline. A player with his talent is a rare find, only appearing once every few decades. It would be such a waste if he so easily fell from grace. The holiday passed quickly, and before he knew it, it was the end of July. With Manchester City's new season training camp drawing ever closer, Lin Quan had to cut his vacation short. However, when Lin Quan shared his last glimpse of his beach vacation on social media, it drew countless comments from fans. Lin Quan, the team is in danger, come back immediately. Chapter 327 Lin Quan intervenes and easily resolves the situation. Van Dijk is taken away for €10 million. Hey Lin, did you have a good holiday? Thank goodness, Lin, you're finally back. I knew you wouldn't leave Manchester City, all those reporters outside are just making things up. Lin Quan had just returned to Manchester City, and everyone he met along the way, from the doorman to the club staff, greeted him warmly. However, their relieved attitude struck Lin Quan as odd. Hadn't he stated long ago that he wouldn't leave Manchester City? Why were they still so worried? He didn't waste time speculating. Instead, he went directly to Pellegrini's office to gather information. Pellegrini breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Quan, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. As long as Lin Quan didn't leave, everything else was secondary. Actually, it's nothing major. Some big clubs have their eyes on some of our players and want to poach them. Pellegrini then explained the poaching attempts on players like Kroos and De Bruyne. Kroos is going to Real Madrid? Lin Quan was somewhat surprised to hear about the transfer rumors surrounding Kroos. Kroos has only been at Manchester City for 6 months, and in those 6 months he has achieved both fame and fortune. He has received a high salary and won various honors. Under such circumstances, it is really hard to understand why he would want to leave. Is Real Madrid's allure really that great? This matter is not confirmed, but some paparazzi have taken photos of the Real Madrid president and Kroos's agent meeting privately. And there were rumors before that Real Madrid was very interested in Dortmund star player Reus. Reus will not leave Dortmund. Lin Quan refuted Pellegrini's speculation. Based on his understanding of Reus, when the team needs him most, Reus would never abandon Dortmund like Götze and Lewandowski. I'll call Kroos and ask. Seeing Lin Quan's certainty, Pellegrini's expression also became serious. Although he felt that the possibility of Kroos leaving Manchester City was not high, he could not rule out the possibility. At this time, he had to find out the truth immediately. Otherwise, if their key midfielder suddenly announces a transfer when the new season starts, Manchester City won't even have a chance to make a replacement. When Pellegrini called, Kroos was hesitating about whether to go to Real Madrid. Seeing Pellegrini's call, Kroos hesitated for a few seconds before finally answering. Coach, is there something you need? Yes, Lin has returned to the team. When are you coming back? Pellegrini didn't directly ask Kroos if he had any private contact with Real Madrid. Such a direct question might not be accepted, and it could even provoke him, which would backfire. Lin is back? Kroos's eyes lit up when he heard Pellegrini's words. His hesitation stemmed from Walker bringing back inside information. Real Madrid was preparing to spend a huge sum to bring Lin Quan to the Bernabeu. A large part of Kroos's reason for staying at Manchester City was because of Lin Quan. With Lin Quan, Manchester City's performance was guaranteed. But if Lin Quan left Manchester City, there would be no point in him staying. Yes, he's finished his vacation and returned to the team to prepare for pre-season training. After receiving Pellegrini's confirmation, Kroos immediately replied, I'll pack my things right now and leave tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, Pellegrini breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Kroos going to Real Madrid was just a rumor. If he really wanted to go, he wouldn't have been so easily persuaded. But thinking about it carefully, it might be true. As for why Kroos's attitude changed, it was probably because Lin Quan's early return to the team reassured him. Just like the indescribable sense of security he felt when he saw Lin Quan at the club. Kroos wasn't the only one who changed his mind after learning of Lin Quan's return. Demichelis, who was preparing to return to Argentina to retire, agreed to renew his contract with the club for another year after being persuaded by Lin Quan. However, another key centre-back, Lescott, was more determined. He was determined to leave Manchester City and join West Bromwich Albion. In addition, Petit-Lemon was also released by Pellegrini, joining Sunderland for free. Manchester City lost a lot this summer, but also gained a lot. During the new season's pre-season training camp, a tall young player appeared on the sidelines of Manchester City's training ground. Assistant coach Brian brought the player to the training ground and found head coach Pellegrini, saying, Coach, we've brought him. Should we arrange for him to have a trial? Pellegrini glanced at the tall, dark-skinned young player not far away, nodded, and said, have him put on a red vest and go to the reserve team. The assistant coach immediately stopped the ongoing intra-squad training match, substituting the new defender, Plumer, from Manchester City's own youth academy, for the new player. Who is this guy? Don't know him, probably here for a trial? He looks quite strong, but with such a height, his turning speed is probably slow. On the first team side, several former starters couldn't help but discuss the newcomer. Kevin, give me a good pass later, I want to test his skills. Aguero was eager to test the newcomer's abilities himself. After all, Manchester City is now practically a powerhouse. They can't just put any random player in the team. If this newcomer's skills are mediocre, it's better to send him away sooner rather than later, lest he become a ticking time bomb in the defense. Hearing Aguero's words, De Bruyne nodded expressionlessly. However, after nodding, he subconsciously looked at Lin Quan and noticed a cryptic smile on the guy's lips. What was he smiling about? Lin Quan had noticed Van Dijk when he appeared on the sidelines. This was the future world's best defender, a monster with a market value of 75 million British pounds. However, Van Dijk was still quite inexperienced, and his skills probably hadn't reached his peak yet. So when Aguero suggested testing his abilities, Lin Quan didn't stop him. Because he was also curious about Van Dijk's current level. The game quickly restarted, and De Bruyne soon seized an opportunity, combining with Aguero. Aguero had just received a pass from De Bruyne when the young defender, who had only been on the pitch for less than 5 minutes, appeared in front of him. His defense is aggressive, but we don't know his ability. Aguero didn't hold back just because his opponent was a newcomer. After receiving the pass, he used his explosive speed to forcefully accelerate, seemingly intending to outpace Van Dijk. However, this tactic quickly failed. Van Dijk retreated in time, maintaining a reasonable distance, and used precise positioning to prevent Aguero from overtaking him. One tactic failed, so Aguero immediately devised another. He used his signature sudden stop-and-go movement, using the change in pace to gain space and the initiative. But this tactic also failed. Van Dijk continued to retreat, refusing to make a tackle. Damn it, why don't you just tackle? What are you retreating for? I've already dribbled into the penalty area, aren't you afraid I'll shoot? Aguero ultimately had to force a shot before Van Dijk's teammates could close him down. Van Dijk's blocking area was large, and without a good shooting angle, the result of Aguero's shot was predictable. After taking the shot, Aguero glanced at the big, clumsy defender opposite him. He had never seen such a strange defender, always retreating and never pressing. This defensive strategy made Aguero very uncomfortable. He felt like he had a martial arts skill but couldn't use it, extremely frustrated. After stopping Aguero, Van Dijk couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat. The opponent's footwork was too fast, and his explosiveness was too strong. He almost couldn't keep up with the pace. If the opponent hadn't received the ball close to the penalty area, without much room to accelerate, Van Dijk might not have been able to stop him. Is this the strength of Manchester City's first team? They certainly seem stronger than his teammates at Celtic. Pellegrini wasn't initially very optimistic about Van Dijk's abilities. The reserve team's strength was limited, and there was absolutely no chemistry between him and his teammates. Expecting him to defend Aguero one-on-one was simply impossible. However, after watching their first encounter, Pellegrini's opinion changed. High football intelligence. He knows his tackling and interception are weaknesses, so he doesn't tackle easily. A defensive strategy of retreating can effectively pressure the ball carrier's attacking space, reduce the opponent's attacking threat, and even affect their mentality. Pellegrini didn't jump to conclusions, intending to continue observing. It was just one scrimmage, maybe the kid was just lucky? Aguero was also somewhat unconvinced and tried a few more times afterward. In these encounters, he lost more often than he won, even with a behind-the-back pass, which they had previously agreed was a weakness of Van Dijk. He didn't gain any advantage. Van Dijk's turning speed wasn't fast, but his positioning and physical strength were very strong. The ball could go, but the player had to stay. Aguero tried several times but failed. This guy's tough, he's not easy to deal with. In the end, Aguero had to admit defeat. Although he wasn't at his best, Aguero felt that even if he were back to his peak, he wouldn't succeed 5 times out of 10 against this guy. Is he that strong? Did you go on a wild summer vacation and your body's weakened? His teammates looked at Aguero with suspicion, thinking that his loss was due to poor form. After all, how could an unknown young defender possibly defend against a Champions League winner's starting striker? This was rare in both the Champions League and the league. If the opponent was really that strong, they wouldn't have been completely unfamiliar with him. Damn it, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourselves. Aguero said angrily. His teammates were skeptical, so they all stepped forward to test him. The result was self-evident. Among those who actively challenged Van Dijk, very few succeeded, with a vast majority failing. He's really hard to deal with. I've never seen a defensive method like this before. The starters marveled. Van Dijk's defensive style was truly bizarre. This guy's defensive style won't work against a player with strong dribbling skills, fast footwork, and explosive power. At this point, everyone's eyes turned to Lin Quan. Did he perfectly meet these conditions? Lin Quan had been watching from the sidelines for a long time, carefully observing Van Dijk's defensive strategy. Van Dijk's defensive style wasn't much different from his peak, but the difference in experience was obvious. Against a peak Van Dijk, Lin Quan wasn't very confident, probably only succeeding 5 or 6 times out of 10, but against Van Dijk at this moment, he felt a much better chance. So, in the next attack, Lin Quan appeared opposite Van Dijk. Based on his previous performance, Van Dijk had successfully attracted the attention of the Manchester City coaching staff. Everyone, including Pellegrini, was quite surprised by the newcomer's ability. So many key players couldn't gain an advantage against him, which spoke volumes about his skill. Now, seeing the team's star player facing off against this newcomer, everyone perked up, unable to contain their anticipation. Could this newcomer stop Lin Quan? Seeing Lin Quan enter the fray, Van Dijk's pupils constricted, his vigilance reaching its peak. As one of the most famous players on the planet, everyone in the football world knew Lin Quan. And among defenders, his fame was even greater. Because in the world of defense, everyone unanimously agreed that Lin Quan was the best defender on the planet. This position originally belonged to Messi, but after Messi's injury and decreased explosiveness, Lin Quan took his place. Van Dijk had naturally heard of Lin Quan's illustrious name and had even fantasized about successfully freezing him on the field and achieving instant fame. However, when Lin Quan actually appeared before him, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Could he really stop him? 5 minutes later, Van Dijk slumped onto the grass, panting heavily, his eyes fixed on the scoreboard. The score was already 3-0. Lin Quan had scored 3 goals in just 5 minutes, all originating from his own breakthroughs. Unstoppable, utterly unstoppable. Recalling the exchange, Van Dijk's face was bitter. His opponent's footwork was too fast, his dribbling ability terrifying, and he was adept at using feints and changes of pace to get past defenders. Van Dijk's retreating defense was not only ineffective against him, but instead became a shield for Lin Quan to penetrate the penalty area and score. Normally, the farther the ball carrier is from the defender, the greater the threat, but with Lin Quan, the situation was completely reversed. Van Dijk felt that the closer Lin Quan was, the harder he was to defend. Seeing Van Dijk's dejected look, Lin Quan walked over, helped him up, and encouraged him, "Well played, keep it up." Encouraged by Lin Quan, Van Dijk's gloom instantly vanished. He was still an unknown player, while Lin Quan was already a world-renowned talent. Receiving such recognition was a huge encouragement for Van Dijk. "Yes, I will work hard." Although Van Dijk lost to Lin Quan without any suspense, the Manchester City coaching staff's evaluation of him actually rose. After all, in the eyes of the Manchester City coaching staff, no one in the world could defend Lin Quan one-on-one had yet been born. If Van Dijk could do that, he wouldn't be playing in a league like the Scottish Premiership, he would probably have been poached by top clubs like Real Madrid, Barcelona, or Bayern Munich long ago. So, should we buy him? Brian asked tentatively. Pellegrini nodded. The player was only 23 years old and already possessed such ability. Keep him and nurture him. Once he's developed, Manchester City's defense won't be short-handed for at least 10 years. We can make an offer to Celtic. By the way, how much are they asking? It shouldn't be too high, under €10 million should be enough. Van Dijk only transferred to Celtic last year for €3 million. If Manchester City offers 10 million, Celtic will naturally be happy to make a profit. Then offer 10 million, and resolve this quickly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Chapter 328 International Champions Cup, Manchester City 72-0 AC Milan. Manchester City's €10 million acquisition of a young defender from the Scottish Premiership didn't attract much attention. After all, City usually spends tens of millions of euros on signings, so €10 million for Virgil van Dijk seemed like a small sum to journalists. How much ability could a defender at that price tag have? They were more concerned about the transfers of City's star players than Van Dijk. However, with Lin Quan, Toni Kroos, and Kevin De Bruyne appearing at City's training ground, the transfer rumors quickly dissipated. If these players were truly transferring, they wouldn't have returned to City for preseason training. After a short training camp, City immediately headed to the United States to participate in the International Champions Cup. The International Champions Cup, a commercial tournament launched in 2009, is very prestigious, but it's essentially a warm-up competition. However, because most of the invited teams are top clubs, and participating teams receive a substantial share of the revenue, the tournament is highly competitive. Therefore, most invited teams don't refuse, as it's a win-win situation, making money while simultaneously serving as preseason training. After 5 consecutive editions, the International Champions Cup has grown in influence, attracting more and more television stations willing to purchase broadcasting rights. This year, almost all 8 participating teams are European powerhouses, unlike previous years where regional leagues were included to fill the gaps. The 8 teams are Manchester City, Liverpool, Manchester United, AC Milan, Inter Milan, Roma, Real Madrid, and Olympiacos. Except for Olympiacos, the other teams are almost all top clubs. Manchester City and Roma might be slightly less prestigious, but they are still considered near powerhouses. This has attracted a large number of fans to this year's competition. Tickets for all matches sold out immediately after the organizers opened pre-sales. The matches between Real Madrid and Manchester City were the most anticipated, as only these 2 teams boast superstars. The organizers, understanding the market, specifically scheduled the final to be held at the University of Michigan Stadium. The stadium is huge, capable of holding over 100,000 spectators. If Real Madrid and Manchester City meet in the final, the organizers will make a fortune just from ticket sales. According to the tournament format, the 8 participating teams are first divided into 2 groups. The top 2 teams from each group advance to the semifinals, and the winners of the semifinals advance to the final. As the 2 most favored teams in this tournament, Real Madrid and Manchester City are in 2 different groups. In Manchester City's group, besides Manchester City, the other 3 teams are Liverpool, Olympiacos, and AC Milan. Real Madrid's group consists of Real Madrid, Manchester United, Inter Milan, and Roma. Relatively speaking, the teams in Real Madrid's group are more evenly matched. Especially Manchester United, who have made a lot of signings in the summer, have a real chance to upset Real Madrid and take first place in the group. As for Inter Milan and Roma, both Serie A teams, due to the decline of Serie A, they are not highly regarded. As for the outcome of Manchester City's group, Manchester City is almost certain to advance, while the weakest team, Olympiacos, will most likely be eliminated. As for whether Liverpool or AC Milan will advance, it depends on their head-to-head record. As the newly crowned Premier League and Champions League champions, Manchester City was scheduled for the opening match. Their opponent was Italian giants AC Milan. Because it was a friendly, both sides fielded many substitutes. The starters of both teams sat on the bench, chatting and laughing as they watched their substitutes work hard on the field. In this type of friendly, there's no need to field all the starters from the outset. Both sides have unlimited substitutions and no restrictions on the number of substitutes on the bench. If you want, you can substitute all 11 players at once. However, even with substitute lineups, there was still a difference in quality between the 2 teams' reserves. After the opening whistle, Manchester City played very aggressively. Just 11 minutes into the game, Dribbles opened the scoring. 2 minutes later, Sinclair added another goal, making it 2-0 for Manchester City against AC Milan. Although it was just a friendly, the team was down by 2 goals after only 13 minutes, which must have been embarrassing for AC Milan's coach, Inzaghi. Inzaghi stood up and shouted at his players to be more proactive and aggressive. However, his words had no effect and instead left the players somewhat bewildered. In the 23rd minute, Navas scored again, extending Manchester City's lead to 3 goals. 4 minutes later, Manchester City extended their lead once more, making it 4-0. And that wasn't all. In the 32nd minute, Dribbles scored again, making it 5-0 for Manchester City against AC Milan. Seeing his team on the verge of a crushing defeat, Inzaghi couldn't sit still. He brought on 4 key players in an attempt to turn the tide. However, these substitutions were ineffective. Van Dijk, making his debut for Manchester City, and goalkeeper Navas performed brilliantly, repeatedly thwarting AC Milan's attacks. Navas, in particular, made some incredible saves, leaving the AC Milan players bewildered. Fortunately, Monterrey managed to pull one back in the 42nd minute, salvaging a small consolation for AC Milan. However, after the start of the second half, Manchester City began making substitutions. Key players like David Silva, Kroos, Aguero, and De Bruyne entered the game one after another. These players immediately transformed the game, turning the tables from AC Milan's onslaught to Manchester City's onslaught. AC Milan promptly followed suit, with Inzaghi bringing on 4 more key players, bringing on almost their full starting lineup. Meanwhile, Manchester City still had at least half of their key players on the bench. As more and more star players entered the game, the atmosphere became increasingly exciting. The fans were energized, and their cheers grew louder. However, the atmosphere hadn't reached its peak yet, as over 50,000 fans were eagerly awaiting the arrival of that one man. Substitute Lingard. Bring Lingard on. We want to see Lingard. With the 70-minute mark approaching, Manchester City's reluctance to bring on Lingard fueled the fans' discontent. They began chanting Lin Quan's name at the top of their lungs, putting pressure on the event organizers and the Manchester City coaching staff. The team was leading by a large margin and completely dominating AC Milan on the field. This pleased Manchester City manager Pellegrini greatly. Hearing the fans' chants, he smiled and turned to the side, asking, "Lin, want to come on and warm up?" Lin Quan nodded. Although the game was largely decided, as a devoted fanboy, he always took good care of his fans. So, in the 75th minute, Lin Quan was substituted on. Seeing Lin Quan finally enter the field, the fans erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Lin! Lin! The more than 50,000 fans chanted Lin Quan's name in unison, as if welcoming their football emperor. With such enthusiastic support from the fans, Lin Quan couldn't remain silent. After coming on, he scored directly from a free kick, further extending the team's lead. In the final moments of the match, Lin Quan received the ball on the wing and evaded several AC Milan defenders. Lin Quan practically surveyed AC Milan's entire defense before bursting into the penalty area and calmly slotting the ball home. This goal ignited the entire stadium, and fans were completely captivated by his brilliant performance. Ultimately, Manchester City thrashed AC Milan 7-2 in the opening match. Although it was a friendly, the scoreline was still outrageous. During the post-match handshake, AC Milan's new coach, Inzaghi, looked grim when shaking hands with Pellegrini. His predecessor, Seedorf, was sacked by AC Milan for his poor performance, and now, having just taken over, he's already suffered such a disastrous defeat. This makes Inzaghi somewhat pessimistic about his future at AC Milan. This Milan team is vastly different from the Milan team he played for. The two Milan giants are in cahoots. While Manchester City had just thrashed AC Milan, Inter Milan also fell to Real Madrid. However, compared to AC Milan's crushing defeat, Inter Milan fought until the very last moment, but unfortunately, they were unlucky and fell in the penalty shootout. In the International Cup, there are no draws, a tie leads to a penalty shootout. In other matches, Manchester United defeated Roma 3-2, and Liverpool narrowly beat Olympiacos 1-0. Premier League teams remained unbeaten with 3 wins out of 3. Serie A teams, on the other hand, suffered 3 defeats, showing a clear decline. This left Serie A fans, especially those who experienced the league's golden age, deeply saddened. Alice, it seems Serie A has truly declined. The glory days of the Little World Cup are gone forever. After a 3-day break, the second round of matches quickly resumed. This round, Manchester City faced an all-Premier League clash against Liverpool. The two teams have a long history of rivalry, so the match was highly charged from the start. To secure a victory, Pellegrini fielded a semi-first team lineup. Van Dijk and Navas continued to start, with Milner, Fernandinho, Kolarov, Jovetic, and Aguero also fielding their own players. Liverpool's situation was similar, neither side wanted to lose. The match was very close, with neither side scoring in the first half. In the 53rd minute of the second half, Jovetic finally broke the deadlock. However, Manchester City's lead didn't last long, and in the 57th minute, Henderson's goal helped Liverpool equalize. Both teams then began making substitutions. Within 10 minutes, the entire field was filled with their starting lineups. However, for Manchester City, Van Dijk remained on the field under Pellegrini's supervision. The Chilean coach seemed to have high hopes for the young player, willing to use such high-pressure training to accelerate his development. Is this really a good idea? If he makes a mistake in the match and causes us to lose, it could severely damage his confidence, the assistant coach said worriedly, feeling that Van Dijk shouldn't be put under such pressure so early. It's alright, it's just a friendly match. If you can't handle the pressure of this kind of game, will you be able to handle it in the league and the Champions League? Pellegrini explained while keeping a close eye on Van Dijk, wanting to see what surprises he could bring. Unlike goalkeeper Navas, Van Dijk had never played in one of the top 5 European leagues before. And the intensity of this match had undoubtedly reached or even exceeded that of the top 5 leagues. Moreover, all his teammates were starting players, and he was the only substitute, a newcomer who had only recently joined the team. This put a lot of pressure on Van Dijk, and he was quite nervous. However, he was not the kind of person to be timid. Under immense pressure, Van Dijk's performance not only did not decline, but he played better and better. In several defensive plays, he not only neutralized Sturridge, but also Balotelli. Although Balotelli's mind was not quite right, everything below his head was world-class. His powerful physique was something that most defenders might not be able to withstand. But against Van Dijk, Balotelli did not gain any advantage and was completely marked. Seeing Van Dijk's solid performance, Manchester City's coaching staff breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Liverpool's manager, Rodgers, was completely bewildered. Where did Manchester City get this tall defender? He had no recollection of him. After inquiring with his assistant, he learned that Manchester City had recently bought him from Celtic. And for only €10 million for a defender of this caliber? Rodgers was utterly exasperated. Why couldn't Liverpool have such a good opportunity? If he had known Celtic had such a promising young defender, he would have snatched him even for €15 million or €20 million, let alone €10 million. Good defenders are becoming increasingly rare and expensive. It's all Paris Saint-Germain's fault for being such a fool, buying 3 defenders, each more expensive than the last, directly driving up the transfer market value of defenders. After their defense withstood the opponent's attacking pressure, Manchester City's powerful midfield and attack began to unleash their power. Under the relentless attacks of Lin Quan, Aguero, De Bruyne, and others, Liverpool's defense crumbled. In the 67th minute, Lin Quan scored, giving his team the lead again. 8 minutes later, Aguero received a through ball from De Bruyne and scored again, sealing the victory for Manchester City. In the final moments of the match, Liverpool attempted a counter-attack, but Manchester City launched a quick counter-attack, with Lin Quan assisting David Silva to score again, making the final score 4-1. Manchester City secured 2 consecutive resounding victories, allowing them to advance from the group stage with a game to spare. Scoring 11 goals in 2 matches, their terrifying attacking firepower has instilled fear in the other participating teams. Manchester City's strength has not diminished at all, on the contrary, it has become even stronger. Chapter 329 Clash of Rivals, Manchester City vs Real Madrid, Lin Quan's transformation attempt. Manchester City is still strong. Liverpool and AC Milan were thrashed. Indeed, even I, a Manchester City fan, couldn't stand it. 7 goals against Milan in a preseason friendly, they were too heavy-handed. Although Manchester City didn't make a big splash in the summer transfer window, why do I feel their bench strength has actually increased? Indeed, their bench defense is surprisingly solid. AC Milan and Liverpool couldn't break through them. I didn't expect that. Manchester City's new tall defender is very strong defensively. That €10 million was well spent. Compared to PSG's £50 million for David Luiz, it's definitely worth it. Haha, PSG has vividly demonstrated what it means to be foolishly rich. The moment the name PSG appeared, the internet was filled with a joyful atmosphere. It was currently the summer break, and the major leagues hadn't started yet. Fans could only watch some pre-season friendlies and friendly matches, and the International Champions Cup, featuring giants like Manchester City and Real Madrid, naturally became the focus of attention. After watching Manchester City's 2 matches, the Blue Moon fans were completely relieved. Manchester City's strength hadn't declined, on the contrary, their squad had become even stronger due to further integration. This gave them greater hope for the team's performance this season. However, fans of other teams weren't so happy after watching the games, especially those of the long-established powerhouse AC Milan. Although a large portion of these exaggerated scores were achieved by substitutes, it's clear that Manchester City and AC Milan are no longer on the same level. AC Milan finished 8th in Serie A last season. Their strength is definitely at least one level below Manchester City. It's normal that they couldn't beat them. Sigh, the overall environment in Serie A is bad, and overall investment has decreased drastically. Without money, nothing can be done. If AC Milan had Manchester City's financial strength, they wouldn't be in this situation. AC Milan has many fans worldwide, especially longtime fans who have witnessed AC Milan's glorious past. While the champagne-pouring incident at halftime during the Istanbul final was a bit embarrassing for Milan, one needs to be a finalist to even have the opportunity to cause such a blunder. Looking at this team now, gradually sinking in both the league and the Champions League, they can't even qualify for the group stage, let alone reach the final. Thinking about this, Milan's longtime fans are filled with regret. However, this is just the beginning. AC Milan's chaos and decline will continue for a long time. Compared to AC Milan fans, Liverpool fans are equally worried. The team spent €150 million in the transfer window but saw little effect, losing so decisively to Manchester City again. This leaves them with a sense of frustration, as if their money was wasted. Liverpool's strength seems even weaker than last season. Sigh, when Suarez was there, at least we could use him as the attacking caller. Now that he's gone, Liverpool's attack is completely incomprehensible. While the opposing goalkeeper and defenders performed exceptionally well in this match, Liverpool's chaotic attacking tactics and the forwards' disastrous play are definitely contributing factors. Deep love breeds harsh criticism. AC Milan's decline has only just begun, and their fans are already fed up. How many years has Liverpool been in decline? The Premier League has been around for over 20 years, and Liverpool hasn't even won a single title. Compared to Liverpool's fans, Manchester United's fans seem rather smug. Manchester United performed exceptionally well in this International Champions Cup. They first defeated Roma, then Inter Milan, and finally, in their last match against Real Madrid, Manchester United achieved a resounding 3-1 victory, securing 3 consecutive wins. This result surprised everyone, because in the final match between Manchester United and Real Madrid, both sides fielded their strongest lineups, especially Real Madrid. Except for Ronaldo, all of their key players played. The result was another resounding defeat. Notably, in the 62nd minute, Lingard replaced Rooney, making his Manchester United debut and nearly scoring. Unfortunately, Lingard's shot was easily saved by Casillas, posing no threat. Ultimately, Manchester United won all 3 matches, advancing to the semi-finals. Meanwhile, Manchester City also cruised to a 3-0 victory over their final group opponent, Olympiacos, also finishing as group winners. Thus, the semi-final matchups were Manchester City vs Real Madrid, Liverpool vs Manchester United. This result perfectly matched pre-match expectations. All 3 Premier League teams advanced to the semi-finals, while all Serie A teams were eliminated. While harsh, this truly reflects the current gap in strength between Premier League and Serie A teams on the international stage. The decline of Serie A is becoming increasingly apparent. On August 2nd, the International Champions Cup semi-finals began. The first match was Manchester City vs Real Madrid. 108,732 fans attended the University of Michigan Stadium. The stadium was packed. Although the United States isn't a traditional soccer powerhouse, the number of fans here was considerable. Thanks to its enormous international influence over the past decades, there were significantly more Real Madrid fans in white jerseys than Manchester City fans in sky blue jerseys. However, if we were to count which player had the most supporters, Lin Quan would undoubtedly win. This is evident from the number of fans wearing Manchester City's number 10 jersey. While Real Madrid also has superstars, the number of fans wearing Cristiano Ronaldo's number 7 jersey was significantly less than Lin Quan's. This is probably related to the scandal Ronaldo caused in Las Vegas a few years ago. In this match, Manchester City didn't abandon experimenting with their lineup despite being in the semi-finals. Pellegrini still fielded many substitutes. However, out of respect for the opponents and the fans, he included Lin Quan in the starting lineup. This wise decision won the strong support of the fans. After the match started, the fans continuously chanted Lin Quan's name, cheering him on. What's even more amusing is that some fans wearing Real Madrid jerseys were cheering for Lin Quan. When asked why they were cheering for a Manchester City player while wearing Real Madrid jerseys, these fans answered with self-righteousness, "Such a good player will join Real Madrid sooner or later, so we're cheering for a future Real Madrid player." If Cristiano Ronaldo heard this, I wonder what he would think. The two teams had met in the Champions League semi-finals just a few months prior, and both were well aware of each other's strengths. Therefore, they barely probed each other at the start, immediately launching a full-scale attack. This high-level, fast-paced match thrilled the fans who came to watch, making it well worth the ticket price. No wonder Europeans love watching football. If they could frequently see such high-level football matches on their home turf, not only Europeans, but even Americans would be happy. Seeing American fans so happy, domestic fans express their envy. Damn, when will we be able to enjoy such high-level matches at home? Going to Europe to watch games is too expensive, and the Chinese Super League is too low level. Wouldn't it be great to be able to enjoy matches of this level at home every summer? I think domestic companies could organize these kinds of matches, like in the US, holding them in several major cities in China. There would be no problem selling tickets. CCTV also bought the broadcasting rights for the International Champions Cup, so domestic fans can also watch these matches. However, watching a match at home on TV and watching it live at the stadium are completely different experiences. Fans all hope to be able to watch these top European teams play live. In 2009, the Italians held the Super Cup in China. This match was incredibly popular in China, with countless fans flocking to the stadium. It's said that ticket revenue alone exceeded 70 million yuan. This is unimaginable in Italy. This success showed European teams the huge potential of the Chinese market. In recent years, many top clubs have tried to come to China for summer training camps, playing friendly matches against Chinese Super League teams and earning some extra money. For example, last year, Real Madrid played a friendly match against Chinese Super League champions Guangzhou Evergrande during their China tour. Real Madrid won very easily, defeating Evergrande 6-1. The gap in strength between the two teams was so large that the match was almost unwatchable. As a result, domestic fans immediately lost interest in such matches. Compared to matches against domestic clubs, they preferred to watch matches between European giants, such as the International Champions Cup, where all the participating teams are European powerhouses. The fans' demands attracted the attention of some domestic sports event organizers, who tried to contact the organizers of the International Champions Cup to try to bring the event to China. Amid the cheers of more than 100,000 fans, both teams launched wave after wave of fierce attacks. In this type of match, neither side had any pressure to achieve results. Therefore, the game was played very freely, with both sides committing far more players to attack than defense. In the 21st minute of the first half, Manchester City took the lead, with striker Sergio Aguero scoring. After a poor performance for the national team, Aguero rediscovered his form at club level, transforming into an invincible force. Real Madrid quickly responded, with Gareth Bale showcasing his signature wing play in the 27th minute. The Welshman used his speed to outpace several Manchester City defenders, then curled a shot from inside the penalty area to equalize at 1-1. The goal was spectacular, and the fans showered Bale with applause. Bale appeared visibly excited after the goal. Whenever Real Madrid plays Manchester City, comparisons to Cristiano Ronaldo are often made, habitually ignoring his own performance. This annoys Bale. Bale, who has always harbored ambitions of being the team's leader, is not one to be content with a subordinate role. He has long wanted to replace Ronaldo's position at Real Madrid. Therefore, the cheers from the fans made Bale very happy. As long as I maintain this excellent performance, I'll eventually dethrone that guy. Seeing Bale's smug expression, Ronaldo was quite annoyed. He waved to Modric and Isco, urging them to pass him more balls. In such a crucial moment, how could he, as Real Madrid star player, not score? Modric aside, Isco obediently provided Ronaldo with a few passes. However, the Portuguese player didn't seem to have fully recovered from his World Cup slump, wasting Isco's good passes. This made Isco's face turn sour. Brother, this is unfair. Bale, seeing him frequently passing to Ronaldo, began to express his dissatisfaction. What does this mean? Only passing to Ronaldo, not to me? Ronaldo is your big brother, but I'm not your big brother. Unlike the Real Madrid players vying to pad their stats, Manchester City played with a much more harmonious atmosphere. Lin Quan, not particularly keen on scoring, doesn't immediately shoot when he gets a good opportunity. Instead, he observes his teammates' positions to see if they have a better chance. If a teammate is in a better position, he'll pass the ball without hesitation. Aguero's goal came from an assist by Lin Quan. In the 42nd minute, Lin Quan, with a one-on-one opportunity, passed the ball back to the on-rushing De Bruyne, assisting the latter to score. Why didn't you shoot yourself? De Bruyne asked curiously after scoring. In his memory, Lin Quan almost never missed a one-on-one. Although Casillas had blocked it, with Lin Quan's ability, Putting the ball in the goal shouldn't have been difficult, but he passed it out. Because you were in a better position, almost an open goal, it was more logical to pass the ball to you. Lin Quan said matter-of-factly. As the top scorer in the World Cup, Champions League, and Premier League, Lin Quan no longer specifically pursues goals. Besides, in this kind of match, racking up goals is meaningless. Scoring more goals in such matches won't help him improve. On the contrary, further improving his playmaking ability would be more meaningful for Lin Quan and the entire team. This is also a successful transformation path proven by Messi. In 2019, Messi completely transformed into a free-roaming central midfielder, handling organization, attack, and finishing all at once, truly leading the team as a single caller. This successful transformation greatly developed Messi's playmaking talent. His ability to read the game, his vision, his accurate passing, and his amazing free kick ability all improved significantly. Without this successful transformation, Argentina probably wouldn't have won that World Cup trophy a few years later. Of course, we also have to thank PSG. Without PSG's relaxed style of football, where Messi was always carrying the team at Barcelona, he might not have had enough stamina to play in the World Cup. Chapter 330 Launching an assault on the seven-time champion. In the second half, both sides switched sides, and Real Madrid, unwilling to fall behind, made substitutions. They replaced Isco with James Rodriguez, who had recently joined the team. As the most expensive signing of the summer transfer window, James Rodriguez's appearance was met with unanimous anticipation from the fans. Everyone wanted to see just how good the star Real Madrid had bought for €82 million really was. James Rodriguez was very active after entering the game, working hard on both the offensive and defensive ends. This attitude earned a nod of satisfaction from Real Madrid coach Ancelotti on the sidelines. Although James Rodriguez's price tag was considerable, he was still far from being on par with the two senior players in the team. To quickly integrate into Real Madrid's tactical system, he needed to show a more proactive attitude. James Rodriguez worked hard, but the understanding between him and his teammates was lacking. Apart from a few brilliant moments after entering the game, he quickly disappeared from the field. This performance greatly disappointed the Real Madrid fans in attendance. €82 million for such a player? It feels like this money is going down the drain. Although James Rodriguez's performance was below expectations, other players in the Real Madrid team stepped up. After a summer of intensive shooting practice, Benzema's shooting skills have improved dramatically. In the 62nd minute of the second half, he received a pass from his teammate and scored a difficult goal that seemed almost impossible before. This goal was so unexpected that Manchester City's goalkeeper Navas was caught off guard and failed to make a timely save, inadvertently becoming the backdrop for Benzema's goal. To make last season's La Liga's best goalkeeper his backdrop shows just how beautiful Benzema's goal was. After scoring, Benzema excitedly performed a sliding celebration, roaring at the cameras as he did so. After being eliminated from the World Cup, Benzema has been burdened with too much criticism. It's one thing to be blamed at the club level, but to be blamed for the national team is simply outrageous. When the entire French football fanbase was cursing him, he even considered retiring from the national team. Later, after Deschamps' persuasion, Benzema changed his mind, but the anger in his heart remained, unable to be released. Now, he finally let out that emotion. Seeing Benzema so agitated, the Manchester City players were a little puzzled. It's just a friendly match, why so agitated? The opponent acted as if they were still playing in the Champions League semi-final. However, not all Manchester City players were indifferent to Benzema's goal. Rookie defender Van Dijk, who had played 4 consecutive matches, was very concerned about this goal. After conceding, he proactively ran to goalkeeper Navas to apologize, indicating that his defensive error had caused the goal. He had already positioned himself well, forcing Benzema near the byline. The opponent's shooting angle was almost zero. Van Dijk felt that the opponent shouldn't be able to shoot under these circumstances, and even if he forced a shot, it wouldn't pose a threat to the goal. However, he underestimated the ability of a top star. Benzema, being a natural goalkeeper, posed a significant threat near the byline. It's alright, I didn't expect them to shoot. Navas generously forgave him. In fact, he didn't blame him at all. Van Dijk had never played against Real Madrid before and wasn't familiar with their star players' characteristics, so making a mistake in that situation was normal. Navas, on the other hand, had played against Real Madrid and La Liga and should have known Benzema's strengths better, but he still didn't anticipate Benzema's actions. If it came down to assigning blame, Navas felt he bore more responsibility. The defenders were reviewing their defensive lapses, while Manchester City's midfielders discussed how to contain Real Madrid's midfield passing. Modric is crucial to Real Madrid's attack. We need to focus on marking him, limiting his passing, and preventing Real Madrid's forwards from comfortably receiving and shooting. In the subsequent match, Modric received heavy marking from Manchester City. Although he relied on his rich experience and abundant physical strength to try to reduce the impact of the opponent's pressing and double teaming, he still couldn't avoid making many mistakes. Manchester City's ability to capitalize on mistakes was very strong. Taking advantage of the opponent's midfield errors, they scored 2 goals in the 77th and 89th minutes of the second half through Lin Quan and Agüero. In the end, Manchester City defeated Real Madrid 4-2 and advanced to the final. This script was almost exactly the same as when the two sides met in the Champions League semi-finals. Manchester City also eliminated Real Madrid before reaching the final and winning the championship. And this time, they seemed to be replicating that miracle. In another match, Liverpool and Manchester United engaged in a fierce battle. This match was equally intense, with Liverpool taking a 2-goal lead at one point in the first half. However, in the second half, Manchester United stars began to exert their strength. In particular, Di Maria's breakthroughs caused Liverpool a lot of trouble. After coming on, Di Maria helped his team win a penalty and also scored a goal himself. Led by Di Maria, Manchester United launched a fierce counter-attack, ultimately defeating Liverpool 5-3 and winning another Manchester derby victory. The two Manchester teams have now advanced to the final, where they will once again present the Manchester derby to a global audience in 3 days. Last season, Manchester City defeated Manchester United twice, both by large margins. This fueled a burning desire for revenge within the Manchester United team, who desperately wanted to beat Manchester City on the pitch and prove to the world that the Red Devils are the true champions of Manchester. Driven by this thirst for revenge and anticipation of victory, Manchester United stars took to the media and social media platforms before the match to publicly challenge Manchester City, vowing to teach them a lesson. Manchester City, however, reacted coldly. Including Lin Quan, Manchester City's stars barely responded. In truth, there was no need to respond. While their opponents were burning with rage for revenge, Manchester City had no such need. They were currently leading the pack, and there was no need to provoke their defeated rivals. That would be beneath them. As for the real response, it would of course be to teach Manchester United a lesson on the pitch, letting them know that the skies over Manchester are still blue. On August 5th, the Manchester derby officially took place at Sun Life Stadium in Miami. The difference this time was that the derby wasn't happening in the UK, but in the US, thousands of miles away. Even so, the derby atmosphere at Sun Life Stadium was anything but weak. As one of the world's most influential clubs, Manchester United has a huge fan base in the US. In the 80,000-seat stadium, there were approximately 40,000 Manchester United fans wearing red jerseys. Compared to them, Manchester City, which has only risen to prominence in recent years, has a much weaker foundation. Therefore, only half of their opponents' fans were present, about 20,000. The remaining 20,000 fans were mostly neutral supporters, with some wearing jerseys from other clubs such as Real Madrid, Barcelona, and Bayern Munich. As the final match of this year's International Champions Cup, both sides took it very seriously. Both teams fielded their strongest lineups, with even Virgil van Dijk, who had previously played consistently, sitting on the bench. Although Manchester City looks down on the so-called International Cup title, they have their eyes on another championship, the UEFA Super Cup. After this warm-up match, Manchester City will immediately return to Europe to play against the defending Europa League champions, Sevilla, for the UEFA Super Cup trophy. Due to the recent upsets of Champions League winners in the Super Cup, this competition has become a breeding ground for upsets. Manchester United, Inter Milan, Chelsea, and other Champions League champions have all fallen to Europa League champions. Last season, Bayern Munich almost suffered an upset against Chelsea. If Chelsea's striker Lukaku hadn't missed his penalty in the shootout, the title might have been uncertain. As the newly crowned European champions, Manchester City is participating in the UEFA Super Cup for the first time. Therefore, they take this competition very seriously. After all, It would be very embarrassing for the Champions League champions to lose to the Europa League champions. Out of respect for Sevilla, Manchester City intends to use their city rivals, Manchester United, as practice, experimenting with their Super Cup tactics. After the match began, Manchester United's players pressed like mad dogs across the field. They desperately wanted to score more goals against Manchester City and avenge their previous defeat. However, Manchester City remained completely unfazed. Facing Manchester United's pressing, they calmly passed the ball around, making full use of the width of the pitch to move their opponents around. They even deliberately dropped their formation deeper to draw Manchester United out, forcing them to push forward and exposing gaps in their defense. Seeing these openings, Manchester City seized the opportunity to launch quick counter-attacks. Manchester United retreated at full speed, seemingly playing according to the Dutch total football strategy. However, this tactic demands a high level of individual skill from its players. Sure enough, under Manchester City's pressure, Manchester United's players began to make mistakes. In the 27th minute, Manchester City executed several positional interchanges in the attacking third, disrupting Manchester United's defense. These positional interchanges require experienced defenders. Knowing when to mark their opponents and when to pass to teammates for support is crucial. A single misstep could lead to defensive lapse, creating an opportunity for the opponent. Lin Quan astutely seized upon this opening in the opposing defense, suddenly accelerating and forcefully breaking through the gap between two Manchester United players. The two players miscoordinated, failing to stop Lin Quan, and didn't even have time to foul him. Lin Quan dribbled into the penalty area, easily beating Smalling's somewhat reckless challenge. Facing his national teammate G, Lin Quan boldly continued forward, calmly slotting a shot into the far corner after entering the 6-yard box. The G, who dislikes coming out of his goal, was completely on the defensive in this encounter. Although he made a save, the angle was too tricky, and the G couldn't reach the ball, unable to change the outcome of the goal 1-0. Manchester City temporarily leads Manchester United. After scoring this goal, Lin Quan didn't celebrate wildly. There was nothing to celebrate about such a goal. The opposing team had many star players, but they seemed somewhat top-heavy. Lin Quan felt that Van Gaal's tactics might not be suitable for Manchester United. Although Lin Quan didn't celebrate wildly, the other Manchester City players weren't so lenient with Manchester United. Captain Company ran to the sidelines and gestured for applause from the crowd. The fans obligingly applauded and cheered, but the 40,000-plus Red Devils supporters booed. They couldn't stand Manchester City celebrating on the pitch. They started chanting the names of the Red Devils players, hoping they would step up, equalize, and lead their team to victory. Manchester United boasts a plethora of top stars: Van Persie, Rooney, Mata, Falcao, Di Maria. With so many players, surely they could score? Impossible. Encouraged by the fans, Manchester United launched an even more ferocious attack. Falcao, in particular, was desperately trying to score and prove himself. Champions League champions aside, when Falcao was on fire, he feared nothing. However, Manchester United's attack was only superficially impressive. Their forward coordination was actually quite chaotic. With so many star players on the field, how to distribute possession, who should lead the attack and who should play a supporting role, these were all problems. Before Van Gaal had everything in place, Manchester United didn't play like a cohesive team, but rather like a disorganized mess. Taking advantage of Manchester United's relentless attack, Manchester City launched a series of quick counter-attacks. In the 44th minute, Manchester City scored again. De Bruyne's deadly through ball pierced Manchester United's defense, and Aguero beat the offside trap to score 1-1. Manchester City extended their lead again before halftime. In the second half, Manchester City played with increasing composure, while Manchester United became increasingly anxious. The more anxious they became, the harder it was for them to score. Manchester City, on the other hand, seemed ready to conserve energy for the Super Cup, but a mistake by their opponents gifted them a goal, which Manchester City accepted. In the 76th minute, capitalizing on a defensive error by Manchester United, Manchester City further extended their lead. Ultimately, the match ended with Manchester City securing a 3-0 victory over Manchester United. Manchester United had 23 shots but failed to score a single goal. Manchester City, on the other hand, managed only 8 shots but scored 3 goals. If it weren't for De Gea's crucial saves, the scoreline would likely have been even more dramatic. This defeat left Manchester United deeply frustrated. The team had clearly invested heavily in transfers and spent a considerable amount of money. On paper, their squad wasn't significantly weaker than Manchester City's. So why did they suffer such a crushing defeat? Isn't spending money supposed to make you stronger? It seems Manchester United spent money but their strength didn't improve. What went wrong? For the first time, Red Devils fans began to doubt the power of money in football. While they were questioning their own future, Manchester City had already left the United States and returned to Europe to prepare for the upcoming European Super Cup. After the treble, there's a sextuple. For Premier League teams, there's even a chance to win 7. Manchester City has already won 3 trophies. Given the opportunity to achieve a 7-trophy haul, they certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Therefore, they are determined to win this Super Bowl. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331 The King of Football's Playing Style, Manchester City wins their 5th title. Before the Super Cup match, UEFA announced the winners of last year's UEFA Men's Player of the Year award. Unsurprisingly, Lin Quan won the honor. His competitors were Messi and Ronaldo, but their vote counts were far behind his. While Lin Quan's UEFA Men's Player of the Year win wasn't unexpected, the greater focus was on whether he could win this year's Ballon d'Or. If Lin Quan wins the Ballon d'Or this year, he will become the youngest winner in its history. Considering that Lin Quan just won the Golden Boy Award last year, if he successfully wins the Ballon d'Or this year, he will also make history, becoming the first player to win both the Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or consecutively. Although Messi is also a double winner of the Golden Boy and Ballon d'Or, it took him 4 years to stand on the Ballon d'Or podium after winning the Golden Boy. Lin Quan, on the other hand, achieved this in just 1 year. Such speed has raised expectations for Lin Quan. Perhaps, this guy really can become the next football king. On August 10th, the annual UEFA Super Cup kicked off. The match was held in Cardiff, Wales, not far from Manchester. Therefore, for Manchester City, it was practically a home game. The previous Europa League champions were Sevilla, marking their 3rd title in the competition. Starting that year, Sevilla achieved a three-peat in the Europa League, prompting fans to jokingly suggest renaming the tournament the Sevilla Cup. Although their opponents weren't particularly strong, Manchester City didn't underestimate them, giving their all in this match. Serbia, well aware of their own strength and position, adopted a defensive approach, focusing on counter-attacks. This all-out defensive strategy did create difficulties for Manchester City's attack, causing several of their attacks to fail. However, Manchester City had faced similar situations many times last season, and the players remained calm and composed, playing with composure and patience. This attitude earned the approval of many football experts and legends. Manchester City has indeed shown the demeanor of a strong team. A few more titles and they'll naturally become a powerhouse. Seeing the opponent's tight defense within the 30-meter zone, Manchester City began to try using long-range shots and set pieces to break the deadlock. In the 38th minute of the first half, De Bruyne delivered a high-quality free kick, helping his team break the deadlock. This goal opened up the situation. Unable to continue their defensive posture, Sevilla launched an urgent attack on Manchester City's goal in the final stages of the first half, attempting to equalize. However, they seemed to have forgotten why they had been able to hold on for over 30 minutes. After Sevilla's attack, Manchester City's offensive difficulty decreased dramatically. In the 42nd minute, Cruz delivered a precise long pass, assisting Aguero to score. The score became 2-0. 3 minutes later, Lin Quan broke through on the wing, cut inside the penalty area, and unleashed a world-class shot, scoring the 3rd goal against Sevilla. The Sevilla fans in attendance were stunned. For the first 38 minutes, their defense seemed impenetrable, but in the blink of an eye, they were down 0-3. Manchester City had scored 3 goals in just 7 minutes. Was this the power of a Champions League winner? The first half ended quickly, and the Sevilla players, trailing by 3 goals, returned to the locker room dejected. Meanwhile, the Manchester City players were relaxed. They could already see their 4th trophy beckoning. In the second half, Sevilla attempted a major offensive against Manchester City. However, their attacks struggled to even threaten the Manchester City goal, with most attacks being neutralized in midfield. In this match, Pellegrini deployed a midfield trio of Kroos, De Bruyne, and Fernandinho. In this combination, the three had clear roles: De Bruyne focused on attack, Fernandinho on defense, and Kroos orchestrating the play from the center. As they played together more, their understanding and coordination improved rapidly. The power of this combination began to emerge. In this match, the strength of the three-man midfield began to show, threatening even the top teams. Sevilla's counter-attacks not only failed to produce results but also exposed weaknesses in their defense. In the 63rd minute of the second half, Manchester City intercepted the ball in their own half and launched a textbook counter-attack. The goal only required 3 passes: Kroos, De Bruyne, Lin Quan, with Lin Quan finally scoring. The entire attack took only 8 seconds, fast, accurate, and ruthless, leaving Sevilla's players helpless. The opponent's attacking speed was too fast, leaving most of Sevilla's players unable to react or get into position to defend. This goal dealt a significant blow to their morale, making them hesitant and indecisive in the following minutes. They wanted to attack but were afraid of being counter-attacked, resulting in an awkward situation where they couldn't attack or defend effectively. Seeing that the opponent was in disarray and the game was essentially over, Pellegrini quickly made substitutions. In the 69th minute, he substituted Lin Quan, letting him rest early and enjoy the cheers and applause of the fans. The fans in attendance were very supportive, standing up and applauding Lin Quan as he left the field. Lin Quan also applauded the fans in the stands, high-fived his substitute Jovetic, and returned to the bench. Several substitute players eagerly offered him chilled energy drinks. Van Dijk, watching from the sidelines, was stunned, unsure whether he was shocked by Lin Quan's high standing among the Manchester City players or regretted not having thought of this beforehand. He was still a newcomer, and to establish himself at Manchester City, he would definitely need to pay his respects to the team's leaders. With this in mind, Van Dijk made a decision. After Lin Quan left the field, De Bruyne was also quickly substituted. Lin Quan happened to have some leftover iced water, so Van Dijk handed him a bottle. "You little brat, giving me something someone else offered you as a favor. Just tell me if you're going to drink it or not." Lin Quan rolled his eyes and pretended to take it back. "Drink it? Why wouldn't I?" De Bruyne snatched it first and gulped it down. Although De Bruyne complained, his body language betrayed him. In this sweltering August heat, after playing for over 70 minutes, he was practically bursting with heat. Drinking a bottle of ice water at this moment was incredibly refreshing. "This is cruel, it's already 4-0, and they're still attacking." Watching his teammates tirelessly launch wave after wave of attacks on Sevilla's goal, De Bruyne could hardly bear to watch. "Attack is the best form of defense. We're not attacking, we're actively defending," Lin Quan joked. De Bruyne was amused by his shameless remark. Just then, he saw substitute Jovetic receive a pass from David Silva and score another goal, so he said, "Sending the ball into the opponent's goal counts as defense? No, that's really going too far." 5'0". Manchester City inadvertently created another humiliation. Sevilla was heartbroken. Having dominated the Europa League, they had high hopes for this match. But they were easily defeated by Manchester City. Other Europa League teams can occasionally pull off upsets against the Champions League winners, but why were they completely reduced to punching bags? After winning this match, Manchester City secured their 4th trophy, and if the League Cup is included, this is their 5th. The media, which had heavily criticized Manchester City during the summer transfer window, accusing them of tanking, completely changed their tune and began singing praises to Manchester City. Before the start of the new Premier League season, Sky Sports, as usual, made its season predictions. The 8 football experts and legends who participated in the predictions unanimously placed Manchester City first, believing they had the best chance of defending their title. Chelsea ranked second, despite finishing third last season. However, there seems to be considerable optimism surrounding Mourinho's summer signings, with the arrival of Diego Costa and Cesc Fabregas believed to effectively bolster Chelsea's attacking firepower and solve their lack of firepower. Manchester United ranked third, boasting numerous top-tier stars after their summer signings. The mere mention of these names is enough to inspire fear. If they hadn't suffered another defeat to Manchester City in the International Champions Cup, exposing several weaknesses, Manchester United's ranking in this prediction would certainly be higher. Arsenal ranked 4th. Although Liverpool is arguably stronger on paper, Arsenal, known for their tenacity in securing a top 4 finish, almost always manages to miraculously maintain 4th place. Therefore, experts still believe they can continue this tradition and keep their ranking within the top 4. Liverpool is ranked 5th, despite their significant summer signings. However, after losing Suarez, none of their new signings seem capable of replacing him. This has led to pessimism about Liverpool's performance this season. In the highly competitive Premier League, Liverpool's current squad makes it difficult to associate them with a title. Following Liverpool, teams ranked 6th to 10th are Tottenham Hotspur, Everton, Swansea City, Southampton, and Newcastle United. These teams are unlikely to threaten the title contenders but have a chance to qualify for European competition and secure a Europa League spot. Besides predicting the title winners, these experts also predicted the teams that might be relegated this season. Based on the team's squads and last season's performance, they believe Queen's Park Rangers, Burnley, and Crystal Palace are the most likely to be relegated. The new Premier League season will officially kick off on August 16th. However, Manchester City still has a Community Shield match to play before that. As the prelude to the annual Premier League season, the reigning league champions and FA Cup winners serve up a special appetizer before the official matches. The Community Shield, originally called the Charity Shield, is, as the name suggests, a tournament where proceeds are donated to various charitable causes. This year, the charity is focusing on autism, a highly prevalent disease that causes immense suffering for affected children and their families. Due to Lin Quan's significant influence throughout Europe and the world, the FA invited him to serve as an ambassador. This was to leverage his influence to raise awareness and understanding of the disease, increasing understanding of its harmful effects and promoting support for affected children. Lin Quan has always been supportive of such charitable activities. Therefore, he not only agreed to serve as an ambassador but also spearheaded a donation of €1 million to help affected children. This act earned him considerable praise, with even some opposing fans finding fault with his character. Liverpool and Manchester City recently faced each other in the International Champions Cup and are very familiar with each other's strengths and weaknesses. So, after the match began, both sides skipped the probing phase and immediately launched attacks on each other's goal. Learning from their previous defeat, Liverpool played a very targeted game this time. Since they couldn't stop Lin Quan, they focused on limiting his teammates, preventing them from passing the ball to him. If Lin Quan couldn't get the ball, his individual skill was useless. This tactic was used by many teams to counter Messi, and after Lin Quan rose to fame, quite a few teams used it against him. Liverpool's plan was sound, but they were dumbfounded when they actually used it. Seeing Liverpool's targeted approach, Lin Quan immediately changed his strategy, moving away from the opponent's penalty area and retreating to midfield. The Liverpool defenders, who expected a tough battle, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Quan retreat away from their penalty area. For defenders, given the choice, facing players like Lin Quan and Masia is the last thing they want. Because against these two phenomenal players, their defensive actions were clumsy and clownish, not only failing to stop them but also easily making fools of themselves. For example, the infamous moment when a Bayern player named Boateng tripped himself is well known not only to fans who love a good laugh, but also to defenders from various teams who have enjoyed this hilarious scene. Joking aside, nobody wanted to become a background character in Lin Quan's highlight reel like Boateng. They had just breathed a sigh of relief when they immediately realized something was wrong. Lin Quan's choice made it difficult for Liverpool's tactics to execute. If Lin Quan were active in the attacking third, both their midfield and defense could double-team and press him. But when he dropped back to midfield, Liverpool's defenders couldn't participate in pressing and could only rely on their attacking players to execute the tactic. Thanks to his exceptional dribbling ability and natural ball control, Lin Quan's ball control was extremely strong. It was incredibly difficult for defenders to dispossess him. Unlike when he's active in the attacking third, lacking supporting teammates, Lin Quan has far more options when dropping back into midfield. He can pass to teammates or choose to dribble past them himself. And once he completes a dribble, he can not only create his own shooting opportunities but also provide assists for his teammates. A player with such strong playmaking abilities, along with dribbling and finishing skills, is incredibly difficult to defend against. The final score was 2-0. With Manchester City completing 18 shots. Lin Quan only participated in 2 shots, one of which was a free kick. However, despite only having 2 shots, his threat was not diminished at all. On the contrary, he contributed an excellent goal and an assist. After defeating Liverpool, Manchester City secured their 5th trophy, and now they are only one Club World Cup title away from achieving a sextuple. Chapter 332 UEFA Awards Ceremony, Redus reappears. August 16, the 2014-2015 Premier League season officially began. Manchester United, who spent nearly €200 million in the summer, were scheduled for the opening match. Their summer signings clearly demonstrate their ambition, and this opening game was the perfect opportunity for them to showcase their triumphant return. The Premier League was quite accommodating to United, pairing them with Swansea, who finished 12th last season. The difference in squad value between the two teams is enormous. Manchester United's total squad value exceeds €600 million, while their opponent's combined value is less than €80 million. This stark contrast in value made the match seem like a foregone conclusion. The general consensus was that Manchester United would win their opening game. After all, since 1972, Manchester United had never lost their opening match at Old Trafford. Moreover, Manchester United's squad strength this season is unprecedented, boasting so many top stars. Could they possibly lose to a mid to lower table team? Impossible, absolutely impossible. To witness this victory, countless Manchester United fans from all over the world flocked to Old Trafford, causing the stadium to be packed to capacity. Even the retired Sir Alex Ferguson was in the stands, chewing gum and looking relaxed, seemingly optimistic about United's opening victory. However, after 90 minutes, the score was 1-2. Home team first, away team second. The highly favored Manchester United delivered a crushing defeat to the Red Devils fans worldwide at home. This match continued the problems United had faced in the International Champions Cup. The team played disjointedly, lacking cohesion. Players acted individually, with little intricate teamwork. After the match, the media criticized Van Gaal, arguing that his insistence on the 3-5-2 formation had proven completely outdated at the World Cup. This stubborn old man not only refused to change but also brought the entire system to Manchester United. As it turned out, this style of play was simply not suitable for United. Not only Van Gaal faced criticism, but a host of Manchester United star players were also attacked. They were paid exorbitant salaries, yet played so poorly. How could they face the fans? Damn it, refund the money. However, there was one exception, Rooney. His bicycle kick helped Manchester United score a consolation goal, briefly giving them hope of victory. Unfortunately, they failed to capitalize on this opportunity. In the end, only Rooney was reliable, and he is one of the few remaining players in the current Manchester United squad, promoted by Sir Alex Ferguson. Manchester United is still enjoying the legacy left by Sir Alex. Manchester United's opening match failure made other top teams nervous, fearing they would follow in Manchester United's footsteps. And what they feared came true. Several top teams didn't have a smooth run in this round of matches. Tottenham Hotspur had a player sent off early in their match against West Ham United. However, they didn't collapse. Instead, they gritted their teeth and persevered until the very last moment, securing a hard-fought victory with a last-minute winner in stoppage time. Arsenal, who followed, rallied from an early deficit to score 2 goals, also securing a last-minute win. Compared to Tottenham and Arsenal, Liverpool took an early lead, were equalized midway through the game, and nearly suffered a comeback before Sturridge's 80th minute goal sealed the victory. While these teams all won, the victories were incredibly thrilling and exciting, leaving their fans breathless. But when Manchester City took the field, the Citizens' fans were reassured. Other teams underwent some form of squad adjustment during the summer, but Manchester City didn't. Moreover, they still had Lin Quan, so City fans weren't worried about the team's form. And indeed, Lin Quan scored early in the first half and assisted David Silva's goal, helping the team establish a winning position. In the second half, Manchester City played with even greater ease, completely suppressing their opponent's counterattacks. In the 78th minute, Lin Quan provided another assist, helping Aguero score a goal and sealing the score at 3-0. This was also the final score of the match, with Newcastle losing completely on their home ground. Post-match statistics showed that Manchester City had over 80% possession and 18 shots, more than 3 times that of their opponents. Throughout the game, Manchester City firmly controlled the situation, giving their opponents no chance whatsoever. After the first round of matches, Manchester City, with this resounding victory and a 3-goal advantage, directly climbed to the top of the table, leading the standings from the start. This caused fans of other teams to wail in despair. Last season, after reaching the top of the standings, Manchester City never relinquished it, leading all the way to the final title, giving no chance to other teams. Now, seeing Manchester City at the top again, they felt as if they were witnessing a repeat of last season. A week later, the second round of the Premier League kicked off. Chelsea took the lead, defeating Leicester City 2-0 and temporarily topping the table. Arsenal, playing away, nearly suffered a crushing defeat against Everton, but Ramsey and Giroud stepped up, scoring 2 goals in the final 8 minutes to help Arsenal secure a hard-fought draw. Even Everton struggled so much, and while Arsenal fans were relieved they hadn't lost, they also began to feel pessimistic about the new season's results. This season's Premier League is full of strong teams, none of them easy to beat. Could Arsenal still achieve their goal of finishing in the top 4? Manchester United showed them with their performance, yes. After losing to Swansea in the opening match, everyone hoped Manchester United could bounce back with a resounding victory to prove themselves. However, instead of a big win, they almost suffered 2 consecutive defeats. In their away match against Sunderland, Manchester United managed a hard-fought draw. Manchester United, having only managed 1 point in 2 matches, sits 4th from bottom and is practically in the relegation zone. The winless streak has infuriated United fans. Van Gaal spent so much money and assembled such a star-studded squad, and this is the result? This performance is even worse than Moyes' last season. Criticism of Van Gaal is rampant, with some betting companies even offering odds on when he will be sacked. While eyes are on Manchester United, Manchester City returns home to face an old rival, Liverpool. This is the 3rd time Manchester City has encountered Liverpool within a month. For Manchester City, they are very happy to face this Liverpool team, as they have developed a knack for playing against them. For Liverpool fans, however, they really don't want to face Manchester City at this time. Since Suarez left, Liverpool has not fully resolved their attacking problems. In this state, their chances of winning against Manchester City are probably less than 10%, as evidenced by their previous 2 consecutive defeats. They don't want to lose a 3rd time. But there's nothing they can do, the schedule is what it is. Liverpool attempted to request a postponement, but Manchester City refused. Manchester City has 4 competitions to compete on this season, and a postponement would only increase their burden later. Therefore, they were unlikely to agree, and even hoped to play more league matches before the Champions League started. With their postponement request rejected, Liverpool arrived at the Etihad Stadium with a dejected expression. They had given up hope of winning there, as it was impossible. But they simply didn't want to lose again, so Liverpool abandoned their dignity as a top club and parked the bus at the Etihad Stadium. Manchester City fans were stunned to see their opponents park the bus. It's not that top clubs can't park the bus, but it's rare. It's a strategy forced upon weaker teams when facing stronger ones. Top clubs value their reputation, so it's rare to see them proactively showing weakness before the match even starts. Unless the opponent is truly overwhelming, like that legendary Barcelona team of yesteryear. Against that Barcelona, even the top clubs park the bus. Parking the bus against Barcelona isn't shameful, because not doing so would be disastrous. Did Liverpool's decision to park the bus at the Etihad Stadium mean they were admitting they were inferior to Manchester City, or did they believe Manchester City was as strong as Barcelona was back in the day? Despite Liverpool's defensive strategy, Manchester City showed no signs of letting them off the hook. In the 41st minute of the first half, Lin Quan once again opened the scoring with a free kick. This goal almost sealed the victory, shattering Liverpool's hopes of a draw. So, at the start of the second half, Liverpool indeed abandoned their passive strategy and went all out against Manchester City. This decision proved incredibly unwise. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan scored his 2nd goal of the match. In the 69th minute, Aguero also found the net. And that wasn't all. In the 78th minute, De Bruyne received a pass from Lin Quan and scored his 4th goal of the match. Manchester City 4-0 Liverpool. Manchester City showed Liverpool that not parking the bus is a recipe for disaster. City's goal-scoring spree wasn't over yet. In the 83rd minute, their defender Zabaleta also scored. Unfortunately, the ball was headed into his own net. Navas was somewhat helpless. With the team's excellent record, he had planned to extend their clean sheet streak, But who could have predicted his teammates' betrayal? Ultimately, Manchester City, playing at home, defeated Liverpool 4-1, securing their second consecutive win and overtaking Chelsea in the standings to continue leading. After 3 humiliating defeats to Manchester City in just 1 month, Liverpool fans are said to have developed a condition called Manchester phobia. After this round of matches, Pellegrini and Lin Quan flew to Monaco to attend the draw for the 2014-2015 UEFA Champions League group stage. Lin Quan had participated in this event twice before, but the attention he received on those previous occasions was far less than this time. When he arrived at the ceremony venue in his chauffeured car, the area inside and outside was packed with cameras and microphones. More than 300 reporters had been waiting there, and the moment they saw him, they swarmed forward, blocking his entrance. Lin, what are your expectations for Manchester City's performance this season? Lin, is your goal this season to defend your Champions League title? Lin, are you confident of winning the Ballon d'Or? A barrage of questions came at Lin Quan, who neither had time to hear them all nor answer them all. He only had one thought in his mind: is this the treatment of a top superstar? Lin Quan briefly answered a few trivial questions, then gestured apologetically to the reporters, indicating that he needed to enter for the awards ceremony and draw. Security personnel came over and escorted Lin Quan out of the crowd. The reporters were separated by security and finally could no longer harass Lin Quan. Haha, how does it feel to be a superstar? As soon as he entered the venue, Lin Quan saw a guy with a really annoying smile. Mario Reus. Is your foot all better? Lin Quan glanced at the other man's left foot, which had recently been injured, and asked. Ahem, let's not talk about that, we're still good friends. Just before the World Cup, Reus injured his left ankle in a German national team warm-up match. This injury was devastating for Reus because it happened so close to the World Cup, causing him to miss the 2014 World Cup in Germany. And coincidentally, Germany lost to Spain in the final, narrowly missing out on the championship. This result was incredibly painful for German fans. If Reus were still there, his ability to dribble and his explosive power would have been a huge boost to Germany's attacking strength. Moreover, Reus was the kind of player who never tired. He could make a significant contribution not only in attack but also in defense. Compared to the stamina-deficient Guts, the physically weak Ozil, and the powerful shooter Schürrle, Reus was undoubtedly a better choice. But unfortunately, he got injured. Watching Germany's disastrous defeat to Spain at home, Reus felt the same pain and self-blame. He blamed himself for getting injured at the wrong time, failing to contribute to the team. How are you feeling? Ankle injuries are prone to becoming chronic. I suggest you rest for a few months, minimize your appearances and playing time, and avoid national team matches. Lin Quan recalled Reus's unfortunate situation in 2014. Not only did he miss the World Cup due to injury just before it started, but he also suffered another injury in a European Championship qualifier after the World Cup, in the same spot, a ligament injury in his left ankle. These two injuries had a significant impact on Reus. Moreover, Reus's injuries have greatly affected Dortmund's performance in the league and Champions League this season. This season has been a collapse for Dortmund. After players like Götze and Lewandowski left the team, Dortmund's strength declined rapidly. Furthermore, Bundesliga teams gradually adapted to their style of play, even developing countermeasures, making it very difficult for them in the league. In this situation, a tireless player like Reus would definitely push himself even further. And this would only lead to more injuries. It's a vicious cycle. It's better to focus on recovery early in the season than to keep getting injured in subsequent matches. Dortmund's season is doomed. This isn't a problem Reus can solve alone, but a systemic one. Unfortunately, convincing Reus won't be easy. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Quan's advice, Reus laughed and said, "That won't do. The team is waiting for me, I can't be a deserter." Chapter 333 Champions League draw results are out. Manchester City has the best odds to win. After chatting with Reus for a while, the awards ceremony began. Following the presentation of the Best Female Player Award, the Best Male Player Award was soon presented. All eyes were on Lin Quan, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Neuer. These three were the best performers in last season's Champions League. Lin Quan not only led his team to the Champions League title but also achieved the miracle of 20 Champions League goals in a single season. As for Ronaldo, although his team fell in the semi-finals, His 17 goals in a single season were enough to break the Champions League single-season goal record. Unfortunately, he encountered an even more monstrous opponent, making his feat largely forgotten. Neuer's performance for Bayern Munich last season was also quite good, but compared to the first two, the gap was obvious, so his nomination was essentially just for show. After the nominees were announced, the cameras focused on these three. Lin Quan looked very calm, while Ronaldo's expression was very serious. As for Neuer, whose chances of winning were the lowest, he had an indifferent expression, seemingly aware that he was unlikely to win. Lin Quan seems very confident about winning. In the CCTV live broadcast studio, the two hosts couldn't help but laugh after seeing the three of them together. Yes, leading the team to victory and breaking the Champions League single-season goal record. Completing either one would have given him a very high probability of winning, let alone both. I really don't know under what circumstances UEFA wouldn't award the prize to Lin Quan. Actually, there was a possibility that UEFA had blatantly rigged the award, using behind-the-scenes manipulation to steal Lin Quan's Best Player award. Just like last year's highly controversial Ballon d'Or. Of course, unlike last time, Lin Quan's lead this time was simply too large. Even if UEFA favored one person, they wouldn't dare to be so blatant. The answer was quickly revealed. Almost all 12 voters in the room cast their votes for Lin Quan, with only one person giving Ronaldo a consolation vote. Lin Quan was overwhelmingly elected UEFA Champions League Player of the Year for the 2013-2014 season. After the awards ceremony, the most anticipated part arrived, the draw for the 2014-2015 UEFA Champions League group stage. FIFA Secretary-General Gianni Infantino delivered a lengthy speech before the draw, covering topics such as FIFA reforms and promoting the development of European leagues and national teams. At the club level, Infantino emphasized that for the healthy and sustainable development of European leagues, UEFA needs to quickly improve and implement the financial fair play regulations to ensure that smaller European countries and clubs receive sufficient financial support. The implication was that Champions League spots should be allocated to teams from smaller leagues. His speech contained considerable substantive content, but unfortunately, the audience wasn't very interested. They were more concerned with the Champions League group stage draw. As a result, during Infantino's speech, the audience became drowsy, with some even falling asleep sitting up and snoring inappropriately. Infantino looked grim and had to abruptly end his speech, announcing the official start of the Champions League draw. The guest of honor for today's draw was Iker Casillas, Lin Quan's teammate on the national team and Spain's goalkeeper. As usual, the 32 teams that made it to the Champions League group stage were divided into 4 tiers, with 8 teams in each tier, resulting in 8 groups. Notably, thanks to their impressive performance last year, Manchester City went from being a third-tier team to a seeded team in the first tier. The 8 teams in the first tier are Real Madrid, La Liga, Barcelona, La Liga, Bayern Munich, Bundesliga, Chelsea, Premier League, Manchester City, Premier League, Atletico Madrid, La Liga, Arsenal, Premier League, and Porto, Primary League. La Liga and the Premier League each have 3 seeded teams. Serie A and Ligue 1 were eliminated, and the Portuguese league had only 1 spot left due to their poor Champions League performance last year. At Infantino's signal, Casillas first drew Bayern Munich. Unlike usual, after the teams were drawn, they weren't immediately assigned to their respective groups. Instead, another round of group draws took place. After Casillas drew a team's name, another guest drew the letter E from the balls representing the groups, meaning top seed Bayern Munich was placed in Group E. Casillas then drew his team, Real Madrid. Another guest drew B from the remaining 7 letters, placing Real Madrid in Group B. Manchester City was the 3rd team drawn, and they were placed in Group C. Arsenal was the 4th, and they were placed in Group D. Barcelona was the 5th, and they were placed in Group F. Porto was the 6th, and they were placed in Group H. Atletico Madrid was the 7th, and they were placed in Group A. Finally, only Chelsea remained, and they were automatically placed in Group E. During the first round of team draws, the audience seemed relatively relaxed. The most discussed topic was probably which of the 8 seeded teams was the strongest and which was the weakest. The most widely recognized strong teams are Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and last season's champions, Manchester City. Teams in the 2nd and 3rd tiers would essentially lose any chance of winning their group if they faced these 4. Below these 4, Atletico Madrid and Chelsea are also very strong, and playing against them would be very difficult. The weakest team in the first tier is generally considered to be Porto from the Portuguese league. Last season in the Champions League, neither of the two Portuguese teams advanced, with Porto even losing to Zenit St. Petersburg, allowing them to reach the knockout stage with a record low score of 6 points. If they were lucky enough to be drawn into Group H with Porto, they might have a chance to dream of winning the group. As for Arsenal, their current squad is really weak, and their Champions League performance has been less than ideal, leading to fewer and fewer people fearing them. After the first-tier teams were drawn, Casillas was substituted, and another Spanish legend, Yerwa, came on. He was responsible for drawing the 8 teams from the second tier, which consisted of Schalke 04, Bundesliga, Borussia Dortmund, Bundesliga, Juventus, Serie A, Paris Saint-Germain, Ligue 1, Shakhtar Donetsk, Ukrainian Premier League, Basel, Swedish Allsvenskan, Zenit St. Petersburg, Russian Premier League, and Benfica, Portuguese Primeira Liga. Several of these teams were very strong, such as PSG, Juventus, and Dortmund. If they were drawn into groups with Real Madrid, Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Manchester City, the teams that would subsequently enter those groups would likely be eliminated. Therefore, this draw was crucial for many teams, and the atmosphere became tense. Yerwa gave a speech and quickly began the second round of the draw. He drew Zenit St. Petersburg first, and just like in the first round, another guest drew the group Zenit would be placed in. Group C. They were drawn into the same group as the defending champions, Manchester City. Upon seeing the result, the live broadcast immediately showed a shot of the Zenit and Manchester City managers together. Their reactions were drastically different. The Zenit manager couldn't help but let out a wry smile, while the Manchester City manager smiled broadly, seemingly very satisfied with the result. Of course he was satisfied. Zenit was arguably the weakest team in the second tier, and against them, Manchester City could practically guarantee 6 points. Yerwa then drew Paris Saint-Germain, the strongest team in the second tier. The audience couldn't help but wonder which group they would be placed in. The answer was quickly revealed, Group F, with Barcelona. Upon seeing this result, both managers' expressions changed. Barcelona is a traditionally strong team, and this season they spent a fortune acquiring Suarez to form the MSN trio. PSG, on the other hand, has been the biggest spender in the transfer market for several years. They are the French champions, and their performance in the Champions League is not to be underestimated. These two teams being drawn together was sure to be a clash of titans. Moreover, for the teams that subsequently entered this group, it can absolutely be called a group of death. Yerwa acted quickly, drawing out several teams in quick succession. Shakhtar Donetsk was drawn into Group H, Benfica into Group E, Borussia Dortmund into Group E, Basel into Group B, Juventus into Group A, and Schalke 04 into Group G. Among these, Borussia Dortmund and Arsenal, the seeded team in Group E, are old acquaintances. The two teams met in last year's Champions League group stage, with each side winning and losing, resulting in a draw. However, Borussia Dortmund topped the group on goal difference, while Arsenal finished second. It remains to be seen whether Arsenal can avenge their loss this year. After the draw for the second pot, the draw for the third and fourth pots was quickly conducted. Among the 16 teams in these two pots, there are not many strong teams, but one team that has won the Champions League multiple times was placed in the third pot due to its long absence from the competition. This team is Liverpool. Liverpool's luck was neither good nor bad. They were drawn into Group B, the same group as Real Madrid. Real Madrid is undoubtedly strong, but Basel, from the second tier, is relatively weak. If Liverpool can beat Basel, they'll practically secure a place in the knockout stage. However, given their current strength, it's difficult for them to compete with Real Madrid for first place in the group. Without first place, how far Liverpool goes in the knockout stage will depend entirely on luck. This year's Champions League group stage draw is relatively even, without the kind of group of death seen last year. If we had to name a group of death, then Group E, with Bayern Munich, would probably be one. Of course, this group of death refers to the other three teams. If Bayern doesn't falter, securing first place should be relatively easy. Besides Bayern, the other three teams in this group are Benfica from the Portuguese Primeira Liga, Roma from Serie A, and CSKA Moscow from the Russian Premier League. Their strengths are relatively even, with CSKA Moscow being slightly weaker but possessing a formidable home advantage. The other two teams aren't particularly strong, so the winner will depend entirely on their performance on the day. For Manchester City, the draw was very favorable. Their Group C opponents are Monaco from Ligue 1, Bayer Leverkusen from the Bundesliga, and Zenit St. Petersburg from the Russian Premier League. These three teams are not particularly strong. Aside from Zenit's away game, which might be slightly more difficult, the others are unlikely to pose a significant threat to Manchester City. Therefore, after the draw, Manchester City fans began discussing their knockout stage opponents. I checked, and the second-place teams in each group aren't very strong. As long as we don't slip up, making it to the quarterfinals shouldn't be a problem. Too conservative. Quarterfinals? We should at least aim for the semifinals. The semifinals depend on luck. If we draw Real Madrid or Barcelona in the quarterfinals, it's hard to say. Aren't Real Madrid and Barcelona both our defeated opponents? What's there to be afraid of? Real Madrid's squad is more cohesive this season, and they've become stronger. We really can't underestimate them. Yet, last season we won the semifinals by sheer luck. If it weren't for Lingard's phenomenal performance, and us reaching the final on away goals, we might have been the ones eliminated. Recalling that match at the Bernabeu, many Manchester City fans still felt a lingering fear. In the 80th minute of regular time, Real Madrid was leading Manchester City 3-1, on the verge of elimination. If it weren't for Lin Quan's crucial goal that dragged the game into extra time, they would never have lifted the Champions League trophy. Barcelona is terrifying this year. We've already witnessed Messi and Neymar's prowess in the Champions League and La Liga, and now with Suarez, the attacking trio's strength is unimaginable. Others might only focus on Suarez's series of scandals. But for Manchester City fans, they're more wary of Suarez's ability. Last season, Manchester City drew 1-1 against Liverpool, with a win being a close contest. This season, they've defeated Liverpool 3 times in just 1 month. Liverpool with and without Suarez feels like two completely different teams. Moreover, we're the defending champions, so other teams will definitely study us specifically and play more conservatively against us, making it harder for us to beat them. Fame brings its own set of challenges. When Barcelona was at its peak, other teams would park the bus and use a defensive strategy against them. While Manchester City isn't quite at that level yet, they'll certainly face scrutiny and targeted attacks. Therefore, many fans feel that reaching the quarterfinals would be a success. Reaching the semifinals or even the final would be even better. Manchester City fans are cautious, believing that defending their title will be very difficult. However, betting companies disagree. Immediately after the Champions League draw, betting companies released their odds for winning the Champions League this season. Manchester City topped the odds, ahead of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Chapter 334 Substitute hat-trick breaks Premier League record for fastest. Whether the outside world is optimistic or pessimistic, it won't affect Manchester City's preparations. Having won the title last year, they seem calm about the new season's Champions League. It's too early to talk about winning or defending the title before the group stage has even started. Manchester City will be competing on 4 fronts this year: the League Cup, Champions League, and Club World Cup. More matches will not only further divert their energy but also place higher demands on their physical condition and form. Therefore, to avoid a near collapse under multiple competitions like last year, Pellegrini decided to rotate the squad early, ensuring as much rest time as possible for each player. On August 30th, the third round of the Premier League kicked off. Manchester City hosted Stoke City at home. Because their opponent was not strong, Pellegrini made some adjustments to the starting lineup for this match. He placed key players such as Lin Quan, Aguero, Cruz, Fernandinho, and Zabaleta on the bench. This adjustment is quite bold, with half of Manchester City's title-winning players on the bench last season. The starting lineup features new faces like Van Dijk, Sania, and Fernando. In addition, Jovetic, who rarely played last season, is also in the starting lineup. Since Negredo's departure, he has gained increasing favor with the veteran manager. Pellegrini's idea is excellent, using a combination of substitutes and starters against weaker teams like Stoke City, using matches as training to accelerate the development of these young players. Manchester City will likely play close to 70 matches across all competitions this season. Playing also many matches with a starting lineup would inevitably wear down the starters. Therefore, this season, Manchester City's substitutes need to step up and share the pressure with the starters. Of course, this approach carries risks. The gap in quality between the substitutes and starters is significant, especially for Lin Quan's substitute. Not only within Manchester City, but throughout the top 5 European leagues, it's almost impossible to find a suitable substitute for Lin Quan. In the football world, only Messi has a similar style to him. But Manchester City can't possibly buy Messi to be Lin Quan's backup, can they? That would be too extravagant. Even if they did have that idea, Barcelona wouldn't sell him, and Messi wouldn't condescend to be a substitute. Actually, Lin Quan felt he didn't need a substitute. His stamina was fine, he wouldn't get injured, and he could play every game without any problem. After the match started, Manchester City's players played very proactively. Although there were quite a few substitutes on the field, their spirits were not low at all. After all, they were part of a treble-winning team. Facing a weak team from the lower half of the league, they could play however they wanted, right? However, reality gave them a rude awakening, leaving them dazed. Throughout the first half, Manchester City kept trying to launch attacks. But their attacks failed to yield results, and Stoke City's goal remained unbroken. At the beginning of the second half, the situation on the field changed dramatically. Stoke City broke the deadlock on a counter-attack, sending the ball into Manchester City's goal. Joe Hart was utterly frustrated. The opponent's shot was extremely tricky, and he had no chance against it, only able to watch the ball go into the net. After Manchester City acquired Keylor Navas, La Liga's best goalkeeper, this season, Joe Hart's starting position faced a severe test. In the previous 2 matches, Navas was Manchester City's starting goalkeeper. And Navas proved with his outstanding performance that Manchester City's €15 million investment was worthwhile. If it weren't for Zabaleta's own goal in the previous match, Navas's first 2 games for Manchester City would have been perfect. The outstanding performance of his competitors put immense pressure on Joe Hart. He had finally been placed in the starting lineup for this match, and he was determined to perform well. However, his luck was terrible. He encountered an opponent striker who scored a spectacular goal. This goal would have been disastrous for any goalkeeper, let alone Joe Hart. But unfortunately, his luck was bad, and it happened to him. On the bench, seeing this, Lin Quan felt a pang of sympathy for Joe Hart. There's a famous saying among fans, you're bound to get a bad shot when you encounter Hart. Joe Hart seems cursed, always becoming the backdrop for other players' shots on the field. Actually, in terms of ability, Joe Hart isn't bad. As his teammate, Lin Quan often played against him in training matches and knew his abilities very well. Joe Hart has no problems with height, reaction speed, jumping ability, or the basic skills of a goalkeeper. However, his luck is truly terrible. If heaven had feelings, it too would grow old. Encountering Hart, you're bound to get a bad shot. You can't see the true face of Mount Lu. Hart is just a backdrop. No matter how far apart we are, as long as we see Hart, we'll shoot. These jokes exist for a reason. Joe Hart always seems to encounter those difficult-to-save world-class goals, often spectacular ones. Other goalkeepers also encounter such things, but not nearly as frequently as Joe Hart. Moreover, thanks to the fame of the Premier League and Manchester City, the stories of Joe Hart frequently becoming a backdrop in Premier League and Champions League matches were more easily spread. Thus, over time, he earned the title of Ultimate Background Player. After conceding the goal, Pellegrini cursed under his breath. He didn't blame Joe Hart, the goal wasn't the opponent's fault. However, falling behind so early in the second half made Pellegrini a little anxious. He gave his substitutes more playing time to improve their skills and maintain their form, not to let them lead the team to a loss and leave them with a psychological scar. Besides, losing at home would have a terrible impact. Manchester City couldn't accept such an outcome. Thinking of this, Pellegrini didn't hesitate. He immediately called Lin Quan and Cruz to warm up and prepare for the game. Manchester City fans were also frustrated, even though many of their key players were absent. But this didn't stop them from cheering for their team. However, watching the home team attack for half the game without scoring a single goal, while the opponent scored with just one counter-attack, was incredibly frustrating. Fortunately, after Pellegrini made substitutions, the Manchester City fans cheered again. As long as that man was on the field, everything would be alright. I don't know why, but seeing Lin Quan come on instantly put me at ease. Yes, that sense of security is really reassuring. Now that you mention it, I realize why we were still a bit unsure even though the team dominated in the first half. It was because Lin Quan wasn't on the field. In the 55th minute, Lin Quan and Cruz were both substituted on. The Etihad Stadium fans gave them a warm round of applause, hoping to see the team launch a spectacular counter-attack. Lin Quan and Cruz did not disappoint. After they entered the game, Manchester City's attack immediately improved. Cruz controlled the tempo of the game in midfield, frequently supplying the forwards with crosses. Lin Quan, after receiving the ball in the attacking third, used his link-up play with teammates to maneuver the opponent's defense, searching for weaknesses in their backline. Stoke City, after all, was only a mid to lower table team. Their players weren't exactly individual superstars. Under Manchester City's patient probing, their defensive weaknesses were quickly exposed. In the 69th minute of the second half, Lin Quan dribbled the ball on the edge of the penalty area, attracting multiple defenders before chipping the ball through the gaps to the on-rushing De Bruyne. De Bruyne then played a through ball into the space on the right side of the penalty area, assisting Jovetic to score. Manchester City equalized. Although Lin Quan neither scored nor assisted the goal, at least half the credit should go to him. Without his exceptional dribbling and breakthrough abilities in the attacking third, drawing the opponent's attention and drawing away defenders, Jovetic wouldn't have had such a good shooting opportunity. Of course, De Bruyne's pass was also beautiful, and he didn't try to score himself. When Lin Quan passed him the ball, he could have shot directly. Seeing his teammate score, Lin Quan went over and high-fived De Bruyne. "Good pass. Your pass wasn't bad either." The two laughed, put their arms around each other's shoulders, and went to celebrate with their goal-scoring teammate. Stoke City's players were helpless. After taking the lead, they had dreamed of taking a victory from the Etihad Stadium. If they could really beat Manchester City, they would have something to brag about. After all, they had defeated last season's treble winners. However, Jovetic's goal shattered their dreams. Now the score was tied, and the opposing team's key players had returned to the field. Just seeing Manchester City's number 10 made them lose their courage to attack. Teams that try to go toe-to-toe with Manchester City usually suffer a crushing defeat. So, don't fantasize about getting 3 points, just hold on, and taking 1 point would be good enough. As the underdog, Stoke City's ability to recognize reality and abandon unrealistic fantasies is commendable. However, their understanding seems insufficient. Taking a point from the Etihad Stadium will be extremely difficult. After equalizing, Manchester City's players instantly relaxed considerably. Their initial fear of losing was gone, replaced by a sense of security. The return of their key player provided unparalleled assurance. Influenced by these factors, their performance improved, becoming increasingly confident and composed. In the 82nd minute of the second half, Manchester City orchestrated a dazzling attacking display. Through a series of passes, Stoke City's defensive formation was disrupted. De Bruyne astutely seized the opportunity, quickly delivering a low through ball. The ball was aimed at the space behind the opposing defenders. Lin Quan and De Bruyne have played together for over 2 years, developing excellent chemistry. Seeing De Bruyne glance in that direction, Lin Quan immediately understood his intention before the latter could even make a gesture. He feigned a retreat, but suddenly turned back, shaking off Stoke City defender Ryan Shawcross, who was marking him. Ryan was over 1.9 meters tall, and his agility was far inferior to that of a smaller player like Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan turn back and shake off him, Ryan hurriedly turned to chase. But by the time he finished turning, Lin Quan had already created a meter's distance between them, received the ball, and dribbled into the penalty area. Stoke City goalkeeper Begovic mentally cursed his own defenders. "A bunch of sieves, is this how you mark a man? In the end, I'll have to step in. As long as I can save Lin Quan's one-on-one chance, I can." Lin Quan glanced at him, saw that the opposing goalkeeper's legs were spread wide, and then squeezed the ball through the gap. Begovic felt a chill in his groin and instinctively tried to close the gap with his knees. But he was too slow. The ball had already slipped past his small goal and rolled across the grass into the net. Begovic's dream was shattered before it could even end. It proved that stopping Lin Quan's one-on-one chance was no easy feat. Many goalkeepers before him had tried, but simply couldn't succeed. Lin Quan's goal made the score 2-1. Manchester City had reversed Stoke City's lead. Seeing their team score in quick succession within a dozen minutes, completing the comeback, tens of thousands of Manchester City fans in the stadium waved their team scarves excitedly, chanting Lin Quan's name and showering their hero with the loudest applause and cheers. Indeed, as long as Lin was on the field, they could enjoy the game with peace of mind. Stoke City's players were extremely frustrated. In just 13 minutes, their seemingly assured victory had vanished. Now, they couldn't even get a single point, let alone 3. Unwilling to accept this result, they launched a fierce attack on Manchester City in the final stages of the match, attempting to change the score. They seemed to think they were already behind, and that those with nothing to lose were fearless. Conceding more goals wouldn't change the outcome, but if they could score another, they might secure a valuable point. The idea was good, but the result was poor. After Stoke City's self-inflicted attacking collapse, Manchester City's attacking threat increased significantly. No longer tightly marked or double-teamed, Lin Quan's attacking prowess in the attacking third greatly improved. In the 85th minute, he dribbled past a defender and slotted the ball into the far corner, scoring his second goal of the match. And that wasn't all. In the 89th minute, with regular time about to end, Lin Quan received a pass from David Silva and curled a shot into the Stoke City goal for the third time. This was his third goal of the match. After coming on as a substitute, Lin Quan completed a hat-trick in just 7 minutes. This time broke the Premier League record for the fastest hat-trick, set by Manchester United star Dwight Yorke in 2001, and significantly improved it by 7 minutes. Even more astonishing is that Lin Quan achieved this record as a substitute. Considering this, his record is unlikely to be broken by any other player. Of course, there are even more incredible examples in football. Such as a player who also came on as a substitute and scored 5 goals in just 9 minutes. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, you wouldn't know how it happened. Chapter 335. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Mourinho felt he was back in form. Manchester City had just won their match when news came from next door. Manchester United had drawn yet another game. Following their previous draw against Sunderland, they were shut out by bottom-ranked Burnley away from home. The score remains 0-0 after 90 minutes, a goalless draw for the fans. Burnley finally secured their first point of the new season, while Manchester United suffered their third consecutive game without a win, marking their worst start to a Premier League season so far. In this match, despite criticism, Van Gaal continued with his 3-5-2 formation. Di Maria played as central midfielder, partnered with Fletcher in defensive midfield, and Rooney and Van Persie formed the strike partnership. Van Gaal's stubbornness failed to bring victory. With only 2 points from 3 league games, Manchester United trails league leaders Manchester City by 7 points. The new season has barely begun, and the Red Devils have almost lost their title hopes. This result has drawn heavy criticism of the Dutchman. After the match, a BBC commentator asked in bewilderment, the captain of the England national team, the captain of the Ecuadorian team, the captain of the Netherlands team, a World Cup winner, plus a world-class coach, why are we struggling to win a single game this season? The BBC's criticism was relatively mild. Manchester United fans were far less polite in their criticism. What a piece of trash coach Van Gaal is. 3 centre-backs plus a useless defensive midfielder who barely sees the ball plus 3 wingers plus 2 shadow strikers plus 1 centre-forward, and he spent 200 million just to avoid relegation? I'm really curious, where did Manchester United spend those 200 million euros in the summer transfer window? What kind of rubbish did they buy? You're telling me Di Maria is worth 75 million euros? Investigate Van Gaal thoroughly. I suspect he took kickbacks. I've seen spendthrifts, but I've never seen one this wasteful. Sir Alex's hard-earned wealth has been squandered by Van Gaal in one fell swoop, and the worst part is, the results haven't improved at all. With this kind of performance, comparing him to Moyes is giving him too much credit. The Dutchman, get out. Please bring Sir Alex back. If they keep losing, my heart as a Red Devils fan can't take it. Red Devils fans now desperately miss the days when Sir Alex was still at the team, when Manchester United was the most dominant team in the Premier League. Now, they're almost reduced to fighting relegation. Seeing the wailing of Manchester United fans next door, Manchester City fans are overjoyed. Haha, Manchester United, you've finally met your match. I still prefer your arrogant self back then. Using a squad worth 600 or 700 million to play in the relegation battle, that's Manchester United for you, truly capable of doing what ordinary people can't. Although Manchester City has achieved 3 consecutive wins, they haven't widened the gap with their rivals. In this round, Chelsea thrashed Everton 6-3 away, also securing their 3rd consecutive victory and staying close to Manchester City in the standings. preventing a repeat of last season's Manchester City's runaway lead. This season, with the arrival of Fabregas and Diego Costa, their lack of attacking firepower has greatly improved. In the first 3 matches, Chelsea defeated their opponents 3-1, 2-0, and 6-3 respectively, scoring 11 goals in those 3 games. Second only to the defending champions Manchester City in attacking firepower. In these 3 matches, Diego Costa scored a total of 5 goals, including 2 braces. Compared to Fernando Torres' incredibly difficult goal-scoring career in previous years, Diego Costa's start at Chelsea can be described as perfect. This brought tears of joy to countless Blues fans. It's been so long. So many years. We've finally found a striker who suits our team. This £50 million investment was totally worth it. The team's 3-game winning streak made Mourinho feel confident again. He told the media, "Yes, the team I manage is the best team in the entire Premier League, and the title is certainly our goal." Manchester City? They have a group of good players, but their squad is too young and too prone to fluctuations in form. And we have a way to deal with them. Mourinho's confidence was well-founded. Last year, when Chelsea was embroiled in trouble, they remained unbeaten against Manchester City. In one away game, they even ended Manchester City's unbeaten home record. If it weren't for Lin Quan's spectacular shot at Stamford Bridge that cost Chelsea 3 points, they might have won both home and away games against Manchester City. This year, Chelsea's squad has been further strengthened, and Mourinho's coaching has yielded significant results. Mourinho feels it's time to challenge for the championship trophy. If they can't win the Premier League title this year, Abramovich's patience with him might run out. Since returning to Stamford Bridge, Mourinho and Abramovich only had a brief honeymoon period. Their relationship has been delicate since the Amnero incident. During last winter's transfer window and this summer's transfer window, Abramovich, as Chelsea's major owner, made no moves. Chelsea's transfer spending was almost entirely raised by Mourinho himself through player sales. Of course, Abramovich's willingness to tolerate Mourinho's decisions regarding player transfers shows that he still trusts him for the time being. But Mourinho knows Abramovich's character very well. His patience is limited. If Mourinho can't lead Chelsea to better results this season, he wouldn't even need to wait for his 3-year contract to expire before Abramovich sacks him. After all, when he returned to Stamford Bridge, he made a bold statement, promising to lead Chelsea to the Premier League title within 2 seasons. Now, he only has 1 season left to fulfill that promise. If Chelsea fails to win anything this season, Mourinho himself will have no face left to say. Pellegrini isn't good at verbal sparring, especially against a verbal master like Mourinho. So, he ignored Mourinho's provocations and didn't respond. In the 4th round of the Premier League, Manchester City will travel to face Arsenal. This is a clash of titans and the highlight of the round. Arsenal bought Barcelona winger Sanchez for a high price this season. Although Sanchez's transfer fee wasn't as high as Di Maria's, his performance at Arsenal has been much better. This has given Gunners fans a glimmer of hope. Can Arsenal upset the Giants' Manchester City away from home? On paper, Arsenal's chances seem slim. Manchester City, in terms of both squad strength and recent form, is superior. However, anything can happen in football, especially for a team like Arsenal, primarily composed of young players. Once they find their form, they fear no one, even the Champions League winners. Of course, if Arsenal falters, their chances are low, and they could even suffer a humiliating defeat. 3 years ago, they were thrashed 8-2 away by Manchester United. This match is crucial for the league standings. Chelsea's opponent this round is relatively weak, and Mourinho is confident of victory. However, if Manchester City also defeats Arsenal, the gap between the two teams will remain narrow. Therefore, Mourinho has been stirring things up before the match. He told reporters that he admired Wenger and his team. Arsena is an admirable coach, and his team is an imaginative and beautifully attacking team. I think Arsenal is fully capable of winning at home. Mourinho couldn't be happier if Arsenal went all out against Manchester City, so his Chelsea could reap the benefits. Wenger was flattered by Mourinho, but he was more worried than pleased. At this crucial moment when Manchester City and Chelsea were vying for the top spot, Arsenal, who had been quietly developing, was inadvertently thrust into the spotlight. Mourinho said he was optimistic about Arsenal, but Wenger didn't believe him at all. Because even he himself wasn't very optimistic about his own team. Before facing Manchester City, Arsenal had already drawn 2 consecutive matches. In the past, Arsenal usually faltered in the second half of the season, while their form in the first half was very hot, sometimes even threatening to win the mid-season title. But this season, Arsenal's decline began to show from the very beginning of the season. After being held to draws by two weaker teams, Arsenal have only managed 5 points in 3 rounds. This is far from ideal for Arsenal, given their poor record against strong opponents. Therefore, every match against weaker Premier League teams is crucial for them. Of course, compared to Manchester United, their situation is much better. With 1 win and 2 draws, Arsenal have at least secured 5 points and remain in the European qualification zone. Manchester United, on the other hand, with 2 draws and 1 loss, have only managed 2 points and have fallen into the relegation zone. However, facing Manchester City sorely is a nightmare for Arsenal right now. Despite playing at home, Wenger has no confidence in winning this match. The memory of almost being upset by Manchester City's reserve squad at home last season still haunts him. Now, facing Manchester City's first-team squad, Wenger feels only fear and despair. Against this Manchester City, even a draw is a luxury for Arsenal. Because the initiative was completely out of their control, whether they could hold on to their home ground depended on whether Manchester City would give them a chance. On September 13th, the 4th round of the Premier League kicked off. Manchester United were the first to take the field. Having gone 3 rounds without a win, another loss in this match would mean Van Gaal could pack his bags and leave. United's opponent this round was Queen's Park Rangers, relegation favourites. Despite their weaker opponent, United dared not be careless. Van Gaal fielded his best lineup, approaching this crucial match with the attitude of someone facing elimination. Di Maria, who had been under heavy criticism, finally made his mark. In the 24th minute of the first half, he opened the scoring, netting his first goal for Manchester United. After Di Maria opened the scoring, the United players finally seemed to understand how to play. In the remainder of the first half, Herrera and Rooney scored in quick succession, extending the lead to 3-0. Before halftime, Manchester United were already 3 goals ahead, finally putting the Red Devils fans at the stadium at ease. Cameras captured Sir Alex Ferguson, who had returned to Old Trafford, seemingly in good spirits, smiling and casually chewing gum. In the second half, Masia added another goal, sealing the score at 4-0. Manchester United had finally secured their first victory of the new season. For the Red Devils fans, this victory had been a long time coming. Meanwhile, at the Emirates Stadium, an hour later than Manchester United's match, the score was 0-2 in the 38th minute. Lin Quan and Aguero's goals in the 15th and 28th minutes of the first half silenced the Arsenal fans at the Emirates Stadium. Before halftime, they were already down by 2 goals to Manchester City. How could they possibly catch up with such a huge deficit? If Arsenal loses this match against Manchester City, their ranking will drop further to around 10th place, putting them back on equal footing with Manchester United. Does this mean that after so many years of fighting for a top 4 finish, Arsenal will finally lose their Champions League spot and miss out on next year's competition? If the team misses out on the Champions League and loses its revenue share, Arsenal's financial situation will only worsen further. They will not only struggle to obtain funds to strengthen the squad, but they may also be unable to retain their current star players. In that case, Arsenal may sink even further. Thinking of this, Wenger clenched his fists in frustration. He has been in charge of Arsenal for nearly 20 years. Since the Champions League was restructured, his team has never missed a single year. This year will be no exception. Thinking this, Wenger strode off the pitch and returned to the locker room ahead of time. He intended to overturn his first-half tactics and devise a new strategy to deal with Manchester City. Reporters and Arsenal fans witnessed this, and they were all curious, wondering what had happened. The first half wasn't even over, so why was Professor Wenger leaving alone? Could it be that he couldn't stand the team's poor performance and stormed off? This speculation unsettled Arsenal fans. If even their manager had lost hope in the team, what could they expect? Finally, halftime ended, and the Arsenal players returned to the locker room dejectedly. To their surprise, they found someone waiting for them there. "Kids, I'm so sorry." Wenger apologized to the players as soon as they entered the locker room. "It was my flawed tactics that led to the team falling behind in the first half. It has nothing to do with you. We shouldn't abandon our strengths and adopt a passive defensive strategy against Manchester City." Chapter 336 Chelsea's relentless pursuit, Diego Costa's counterattack. Wilshere. Arsenal's number 10, our pride, he scored a brilliant goal to pull one back for the team. We're still down by 1 goal, now is not the time to relax, keep attacking, Gunners. At the start of the second half, Arsenal changed their tactics. They abandoned their first half style, committing more players to attack. With more support from the midfield and defense, Arsenal's beautiful passing and movement in the attacking third reappeared. This scene ignited the passion of the Gunners fans in the stadium. This is the Arsenal we know and love. This is the Emirates Stadium, our home ground, we should fear no one. After scoring, Arsenal's young players were fully in form. Their ability to withstand pressure is indeed relatively weak, and their performance can fluctuate greatly. But once they shed their burdens and played to their strengths, Arsenal's attacking firepower should not be underestimated. At the start of the second half, Manchester City played very passively. Arsenal's squad lacks top-tier superstars, but every player possesses exquisite footwork. Once their confidence is unleashed, they often unleash imaginative passing combinations. Even the once dominant Barcelona struggled to withstand this, nearly collapsing. Manchester City had never seen Arsenal so unleashed before, forced to retreat back into their own half to defend under the relentless attack. Lin Quan was puzzled. Arsenal's performance in the first and second halves was completely different. Not only were their playing styles different, but the players' attitude and on-field demeanor had also undergone a significant transformation. This intrigued him. What exactly did Wenger say to the Arsenal players in the locker room at halftime? What kind of motivational talk could cause such a dramatic change in their performance? Although he couldn't figure out the situation, Lin Quan knew he had to stop Arsenal's offensive onslaught. Otherwise, if they scored another goal, the outcome of the match would become much more uncertain. And just as he feared, it happened. Just as he was worried that Arsenal would capitalize on this attacking surge to score another goal, Manchester City conceded again. In the 74th minute, Arsenal launched an attack from the right. Ramsey crossed from the right, and Kompany's header clearance failed to go far enough. Wilshere headed the ball into the left side of the penalty area before the defender could react, and Sanchez, who was retreating, saw the ball flying towards him and volleyed it into the net. The shot was so sudden that Navas could only instinctively reach out to block it, but the ball still managed to find the top right corner of the goal. Arsenal had scored 2 goals in quick succession, making the score 2-2. The Emirates Stadium erupted the moment Sanchez scored. The Chilean star excitedly took off his jersey and sprinted along the sidelines in celebration. His teammates chased after him, tackled him to the ground, and celebrated wildly. This was Sanchez's 3rd goal in his last 3 games, and he had won over the Gunners fans in just 4 matches since joining Arsenal. On the sidelines, Wenger excitedly pumped his fist. Spending €43.5 million was painful at first, but judging from Sanchez's performance in the last few matches, it was well worth it. Since Van Persie left, Arsenal desperately needed a true star player. Pellegrini, seeing the opponent's goal, angrily rushed to the sidelines, shouting at the players to concentrate and not get distracted. Captain Kompany's performance in the last few matches had been somewhat inconsistent, not as stable as before. Thinking of this, he glanced at the bench, his gaze settling on summer signing Van Dijk. Should he bring him on? Van Dijk was currently watching the game intently from the bench. Although he had played many times for Manchester City in the pre-season friendlies and performed well, his playing time remained relatively limited after the Premier League started. After all, he was at best a substitute, not a regular starter. However, Van Dijk didn't complain. Manchester City was a treble-winning team. As a player who had never played in one of the top 5 European leagues, it was impossible for him to expect to secure a starting position immediately upon joining the team. What he needed to do was train hard, cherish every minute he played, strive to earn the trust of the coach and his teammates, thereby gaining more playing time and ultimately securing a starting position. Van Dijk was full of confidence about this. "Virgil, go warm up, get ready to come on." Just then, Van Dijk heard the coach call his name. Suppressing his inner excitement, he immediately stood up from the bench and ran to the sidelines to warm up. After calling Van Dijk's name, Pellegrini looked at the other substitutes on the bench. Arsenal's wing attacks were very fierce in this match. Their midfield lineup was very strong. Ozil, Wilshere, Ramsey, Sanchez, and others all possessed excellent footwork. They could create very threatening combinations in close quarters, making it difficult for Manchester City's pressing to be effective. Once the opponent broke through their defense with passing combinations, they posed a fatal threat to their goal. Therefore, it was necessary to strengthen the interception in the middle. Thinking this through, he called out Fernando's name, intending to bring him on to strengthen the midfield. In the 78th minute of the second half, Manchester City began making substitutions, replacing two players at once. After Van Dijk came on, Arsenal's players assumed he was young and easy to bully, so they intensified their attacks on him. Sanchez, Ramsey, and others took turns attacking Van Dijk's defensive area, hoping to find a breakthrough through him. However, to their disappointment, the young man performed extremely calmly, not only making no mistakes but also freezing their attacks with excellent defense. On the other side, after Fernando came on, he and his Brazilian compatriot Fernandinho formed an impenetrable wall in midfield. Manchester City's midfield strength increased significantly, and they began to actively increase their pressing on Arsenal's midfielders. Ozil's fear of physical contact is no secret in the Premier League, and the more he fears and avoids physical contact, the more opponents like to use this tactic against him. Manchester City was no exception. Under the pressure and harassment of Fernandinho and Fernando, Ozil's form plummeted. His performance on the field worsened, while his mistakes increased. Although Arsenal's midfield lineup was dazzling, no one could match Ozil's ability to deliver threatening passes. After neutralizing Ozil, Arsenal's attacking threat began to decline sharply. Manchester City, after dispossessing Ozil, fully exploited the large gaps behind him, launching threatening counter-attacks with quick, simple passes and runs. In this match, Cazorla was injured, and Arsenal fielded Flamini as a lone defensive midfielder. A lone defensive midfielder struggles to cover the entire midfield when defending. Capitalizing on this, Manchester City constantly launched attacks down both flanks. Facing Manchester City's counter-attacks, Arsenal's players actively tracked back. However, apart from Ramsey, the other three players were all attacking midfielders, lacking strong defensive and interception abilities. Running back from the attacking third to defend offered little help beyond wasting their own energy. The poor defensive performance of the three attacking midfielders created a gap between Arsenal's defense and midfield within the first 30 meters. A single defensive midfielder couldn't cover such a large defensive void. Manchester City capitalized on this weakness. In the 82nd minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball and launched a quick counter-attack. The ball was passed forward until it reached Lin Quan. He had an open space in front of him, and Lin Quan seized the opportunity, cutting inside from the wing and dribbling laterally along the edge of Arsenal's penalty area. Arsenal's defenders were on edge seeing Lin Quan dribbling outside their own box. While their attention was focused on Lin Quan, they didn't notice a tall player in a sky blue jersey making a high-speed run from behind into Arsenal's penalty area. Lin Quan, noticing his teammates run, decisively delivered a cross. Van Dijk leaped high and headed the ball into the Arsenal goal. The score is now 3-2. Manchester City has taken the lead again. This is Van Dijk's first goal in the Premier League. After scoring, he was as excited as a child, rushing to the sidelines and celebrating with a powerful slide. On the sidelines, Pellegrini, seeing Van Dijk score this crucial goal, was also thrilled, hugging and high-fiving his colleagues one by one. Manchester City fans were also ecstatic. They hadn't expected their new signing, acquired for only €10 million, to be so impactful. At this critical moment in their battle with Chelsea for the top spot, this goal was priceless. How did he get there? He's playing too confidently. If they get caught on a counter-attack, he'll be the one to blame. Lin Quan was also curious, wondering how Van Dijk got to the vicinity of Arsenal's penalty area. So, after Van Dijk finished celebrating, he asked his question. Here's what happened. Their striker Welbeck dropped back to defend, and I followed him to the center. Seeing an opening in front of the goal, I rushed over. Hearing the explanation, Lin Quan couldn't help but laugh. Van Dijk had just come on and was full of energy, running all over the field without a problem. Even if his attacking run didn't result in a goal, he could quickly return to defend. Arsenal, on the other hand, hadn't anticipated a defender pushing so far forward and didn't have time to assign a defender to mark him. Even if they saw his run, their fatigue prevented them from stopping him immediately, giving him this perfect header opportunity. Without Van Dijk's brilliant run, Lin Quan might have had to work much harder to get the ball into Arsenal's goal. Lin, thank you for the pass. It was beautiful. I've never had such a comfortable header. Realizing this was a great opportunity to build rapport with a team leader, Van Dijk immediately thanked Lin Quan and even flattered him. Lin Quan smiled and said, "You played very well too." A newcomer was so quick to adapt and so proactive on the field. As the team leader, he had to encourage him. After falling behind again, the Arsenal players became anxious. With less than 10 minutes left in the game, unless they could score 2 goals, victory was a pipe dream. However, they no longer dared to hope for 3 points, they only hoped to equalize as soon as possible and get 1 point. Realizing the problems in their central defense, under Wenger's direction, Arsenal's midfield consciously tightened their positioning, further increasing their connection with each other and not giving Manchester City too many openings. However, this tactic didn't work very well. Manchester City had found a way to counter them. In the final stages of the game, Manchester City's midfield pushed past the halfway line, launching a relentless press on Ozil and Wilshere. The two were completely unable to hold on to the ball. Even a few extra steps would result in being dispossessed. Lin Quan relentlessly launched attacks down the right flank, repeatedly troubling Ozil. Ozil was completely overwhelmed by Lin Quan, focusing almost entirely on defense but achieving nothing, helplessly watching Manchester City launch attack after attack from his side. This scene reminded many fans of Spain's tactics against Germany in the World Cup final. Wenger, forced into corner, had to substitute Ozil with Podolski. After Ozil left the field, Manchester City's 2 defensive midfielders concentrated the pressure on Wilshere. Wilshere was completely unable to hold on to the ball, and without the link-up play between Ozil and Wilshere, Arsenal's attacking system became fragmented, struggling to organize effective attacks. In the final moments of the match, Sanchez attempted to break through using his individual skill. However, he was neither Messi nor Lin Quan, his abilities were limited, and he couldn't single-handedly end the game. Without support from his teammates, Sanchez's solo efforts not only failed to help his team equalize, but also completely paralyzed Arsenal's already chaotic attacking system. On the sidelines, watching Sanchez's haphazard play in the attacking third, Wenger couldn't help but frown. Was this guy like this at Barcelona too? Ultimately, the match ended with Arsenal suffering a disappointing 2-3 defeat at home. After this match, Arsenal dropped to 10th in the standings, 7 points behind Manchester City. With this victory, Manchester City maintained their perfect record, winning all 4 of their matches and continuing to lead the standings. In another Premier League match that followed, Chelsea, playing at home, thrashed Swansea 4-2, also maintaining their perfect record. However, their goal difference was 1 less than Manchester City's, placing them second on goal difference. But on another list, a Chelsea player surpassed Lin Quan. In Chelsea's victory over Swansea, Diego Costa completed a hat-trick within 20 minutes. This is his first hat-trick since arriving in the Premier League, bringing his total number of goals to 8. He temporarily tops the Premier League scoring charts by 1 goal, surpassing Lin Quan. Chapter 337 The wind has changed. Diego Costa's goal-scoring efficiency is incredible. He's got a chance to win the Premier League Golden Boot. Let's be optimistic. Maybe he'll even win the European Golden Boot. It's unbelievable that someone can surpass Lin Quan in goals. That's why Spanish strikers are truly strong. Indeed, you have to try them to know. Torres gives a thumbs up. After Chelsea's 4-game winning streak, the Blues fans were ecstatic. When they first heard the team had bought another Spanish striker for £50 million, they were all worried. They feared a repeat of Torres' situation. Torres was strong, but not a good fit for Chelsea. In his 3 years with Chelsea, he only scored 46 goals, never achieving double-digit Premier League goals in a single season. The fact that Chelsea fans didn't label him a flop was already a sign of leniency. Sigh, if we had Diego Costa last season, we wouldn't have missed so many opportunities. Thinking back to their failures in the league and Champions League last season, the Blues fans felt a pang of regret. Why say so much? It makes us sound like complaining women. What we lost last year, we can just take back this year, right? That's right. Believe in Mourinho, believe in the Blues. We will definitely bring back our trophy this year. Chelsea fans were full of confidence, firmly believing they could defeat Manchester City and reclaim their championship trophy. Meanwhile, after Chelsea's 4-game winning streak, the outside world began to hype it up. BBC Sports published a column listing Mourinho's performance in his second year managing a team. Whether at Porto, Chelsea, Inter Milan, or Real Madrid, Mourinho's second-year results were consistently outstanding. His teams showed remarkable improvement in their second year, stabilizing Porto in his first year, sweeping all domestic honours in his second, and even securing the European title in his third. This is the only Champions League winner outside of the top 5 leagues in decades. At Chelsea, Mourinho helped them win the title immediately upon arrival, and in his second year, he led the team to a successful title defense, breaking Manchester United's monopoly on the Premier League trophy. At Inter Milan, Mourinho won 2 Serie A titles, and the following year he eliminated the seemingly invincible Barcelona in European competition, helping Inter Milan win their second Champions League trophy in 45 years. Even at Real Madrid, after being humiliated 5-0 by Barcelona in his first year, he successfully avenged it the following year, leading Real Madrid to record-breaking 100 points in La Liga and snatching the league title from Barcelona. Mourinho seems to possess some kind of magic. His teams seem to conserve their energy in the first year, explode in the second, and win various honors. However, they begin to decline in the third year, internal conflicts erupt, and he is eventually dismissed. Of course, it's not yet the third year, it's still the second year of Mourinho's second stint, so the BBC is very optimistic about Chelsea's performance this year in its column. Many in British football agree with the BBC's view. They generally believe that this season's Chelsea is likely to be their best and most competitive since Mourinho's second stint. Therefore, they will definitely be a major obstacle to Manchester City's title defence in the league. Coincidentally, in the 5th round of the Premier League, the two teams are about to face off in a highly anticipated match. Will Manchester City defeat Chelsea and establish their own Premier League dynasty? Or will Chelsea decisively defeat Manchester City and reclaim their glory? The outcome of this match will reveal all. However, before the 5th round of the Premier League, both teams will participate in a Champions League group stage match. The outside world can assess their form based on their performance in the Champions League group stage. September 17, 5:30 p.m., Etihad Stadium. Manchester City welcomes their first Champions League group stage opponent, Zenit St. Petersburg. Zenit is the reigning Russian Premier League champion, while Manchester City is the reigning Premier League champion. Therefore, many Russian media outlets are hyping this match as a championship battle. In recent seasons, Russian Premier League football has flourished with massive investments, frequently becoming the most expensive signings in the European transfer window. As a result, Russian Premier League teams have become significantly more competitive in the Champions League. Zenit, too, has had its glorious moments. In the 2007-2008 season, they eliminated numerous strong teams in the Europa League to win the title. Zenit's 4-0 thrashing of Bayern Munich at home in that tournament is considered a triumph by their fans and a humiliation by Bayern. Even more impressive was their subsequent 2-1 victory over the reigning Champions League winners, Manchester United, in the European Super Cup, claiming the pinnacle of European football. However, that's all in the past. Zenit's performance in recent years has been far less impressive. Even with the expensive acquisition of Hulk, a key striker for the Brazilian national team, they haven't achieved further breakthroughs. Therefore, the British media doesn't buy into the Russian hype. In their view, the Russians are engaging in shameless plagiarism. How dare they compare the Russian Premier League to our world's best league? Manchester City is not only the Premier League champion but also the Champions League champion. Zenit got lucky last season, barely making it into the knockout stage with only 6 points. They really think they were something special? Before the match, English fans were eager to see Manchester City teach the arrogant Russians a lesson at home, showing them their true colors. Pellegrini wasn't affected by the outside speculation. He prepared for the match at his usual pace. Considering they would be facing league title rivals Chelsea at home in a few days, and Zenit's strength wasn't particularly impressive, Pellegrini fielded a large number of substitutes. Van Dijk was heavily relied upon, replacing the rested Demichelis. This wasn't Van Dijk's first time starting in the Champions League. Last season at Celtic, he was the team's starting centre-back, playing all 6 group stage matches. Unfortunately, Celtic's performance was poor, finishing bottom of their group with 1 win and 5 losses. This season, joining the stronger defending champions, Van Dijk is full of expectations for the new Champions League season. Lin Quan initially thought Van Dijk would be nervous in such a situation, but after observing him for a while, he found that Van Dijk not only wasn't nervous, but seemed quite eager to try. The Manchester City fans present, seeing Van Dijk, the hero of the winning goal, on the field, enthusiastically offered him encouragement. His header in the previous match at Arsenal's home ground had made many Manchester City fans remember this tall figure. If Van Dijk could deliver a similarly outstanding performance in this match, his status among Manchester City fans would undoubtedly rise further. Zenit's squad includes a player very familiar to Manchester City fans, Javi Garcia. Last season he was a member of Manchester City, but this season, seeking more playing time, he chose to transfer. His new team is Zenit St. Petersburg. Fate is so coincidental. His first Champions League match after joining Zenit is a return to the stadium where he once played. While waiting to enter the pitch through the players' tunnel, Javi Garcia nervously approached Lin Quan, seemingly wanting to explain something. Lin, good luck, play well, and try to qualify together. Lin Quan roughly guessed what he wanted to say, so he gave him a warm hug, patted him on the back, and encouraged him. Yes, I will. Encouraged by Lin Quan, Javi Garcia felt a huge weight lifted from his shoulders. As the players entered the pitch, Manchester City fans unfurled a banner welcoming Javi Garcia back to the Etihad Stadium. This scene deeply moved Javi Garcia, and he played very aggressively in midfield after the match started. In the fourth minute, Javi Garcia delivered a deadly through ball from the center. Hulk seized the opportunity presented by a defensive error by Manchester City defender Mangala, dribbled into the penalty area, and unleashed a powerful shot into the Manchester City goal. A roar erupted from the crowd. The Blue Moon fans were incredulous. Manchester City were already down after just 4 minutes. After assisting his teammate's goal, Javi Garcia restrained himself from celebrating. Hulk, however, rushed to the corner flag camera, roaring and pounding his chest like the Hulk. Pellegrini was extremely dissatisfied with Mangala's mistake. Mangala was Manchester City's biggest signing this summer. However, judging from Mangala's performance in the last few matches, Pellegrini found it difficult to have enough faith in him. Frankly, his performance was even worse than Van Dijk, whose transfer fee was only a quarter of Mangala's. But it had only been less than 5 minutes, substituting him so quickly seemed too aggressive. Substituting a player before halftime indicates extreme dissatisfaction with the player, often leading to conflict between the player and coach. Therefore, Pellegrini decided to observe him further. If his performance hadn't improved, he could substitute him at halftime. However, Mangala quickly proved Pellegrini wrong. In the 22nd minute, Mangala made another fatal mistake, misjudging a header in the penalty area and letting the ball pass to the opposing midfielder, Witsel. The latter seized the opportunity, sweeping the ball into the goal. Navas was helpless. The shot was simply too close to the net. If conceding the first goal only made Manchester City fans feel that their team's form was off, without much worry or panic, then conceding the second goal in the first half truly alarmed them. Their defense was like a tofu drag, and the guy wearing the number 15 jersey seemed like a spy sent by the opposing team. How could they win with such a flimsy defense? This goal came at a terrible time. Before conceding, Manchester City had launched a continuous attack on Zenit's goal, almost equalizing. But after conceding the second goal, Manchester City's attack stalled, and the team's morale was severely damaged. On the other hand, Zenit, after scoring their second goal, went into a frenzy. We've actually scored 2 goals at the defending champions' home ground. We're going to beat the defending champions. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's face was ashen. He called Demichelis up, gave him some instructions, and prepared to substitute him. In the 25th minute, Manchester City made a substitution. Demichelis came on, replacing the out-of-form Mangala. The latter was clearly in a bad mood as he left the field, ignoring Pellegrini standing on the long side. This scene was captured by the reporters present. The reporters' eyes lit up, and they began to write hundreds of words in their minds, trying to analyze the discord between Manchester City's players and managers and the huge conflicts in the dressing room. After Demichelis came on, Manchester City's defense became solid. Zenit's attack was no longer as effective as before. In this match, although Mangala's performance was poor, Van Dijk's performance was commendable. Without a solid performance on the defensive line, Manchester City would probably have conceded more than 2 goals. With the defense solidified, Manchester City's attack finally improved. In the 38th minute of the first half, Lin Quan dribbled past several defenders, exploited a gap in the opponent's defense, and unleashed a long-range shot from outside the penalty area that found the top left corner of the goal, helping Manchester City pull one back. During halftime, Pellegrini stormed back to the locker room, intending to have a serious talk with Mangala, only to find that Mangala wasn't even there. This caused his anger to flare up instantly, and his blood pressure spiked. This guy definitely needed to be dealt with. In the second half, Manchester City made further substitutions. David Silva came on, replacing Milner. This substitution had an immediate effect, capitalizing on David Silva's advantage. Manchester City launched a series of strong attacks from the left flank. In the 58th minute, David Silva delivered a cross from the left. Aguero, rushing in front of the goal, missed the first touch, and the opposing goalkeeper also misjudged the situation, failing to reach the ball after coming out. Lin Quan, at the far post, pounced on the loose ball, easily flicking it into the net. The score became 2-2. Manchester City had equalized. After equalizing, Lin Quan didn't waste time celebrating. He immediately jumped up, rushed into the goal, retrieved the ball, and returned to the center circle to prepare for the restart. Zenit's players watched helplessly as their victory slipped away, each looking utterly dejected. Javi Garcia couldn't help but sigh. With Lin on the team, Manchester City was still so difficult to beat. Seeing the situation turning against them, Zenit's manager immediately signaled for his team to retreat and defend, determined to secure a draw. 3 points were out of the question, but this one was crucial. However, once Manchester City gained momentum, maintaining the draw wasn't easy. With Zenit retreating to full-scale defense, Manchester City's attack intensified. In the 78th minute of the second half, Kroos' long-range shot helped his team turn the tide. 5 minutes later, De Bruyne scored directly from a free kick, sealing the score at 4-2. Manchester City secured a winning start to the new Champions League season at home. However, this victory differed from many expectations, especially considering Chelsea's 4-0 thrashing of Schalke 04. City's hard-fought win paled in comparison. Consequently, ahead of the crucial match between Manchester City and Chelsea, public opinion shifted. Voices favoring Chelsea gained momentum. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338 Mourinho's Trap. Chelsea are awesome. A 4-0 thrashing of Schalke 04. Is this still the Chelsea I know? Last season, Chelsea's attack was like constipation. This season, it's like diarrhea. The comment upstairs has a pungent smell. The words may be rough, but the point is valid. It feels like Chelsea's attack has suddenly found its rhythm since Fabregas and Diego Costa arrived. So, it's not just Spanish strikers who are good, Spanish midfielders are good too. In this match, Diego Costa, like Lin Quan, also completed a hat-trick. And both of his goals were spectacular, leaving the fans thoroughly entertained. In just over a month since joining Chelsea, Diego Costa has completely won over the Blues fans. Although he's a little unattractive, he's incredibly effective. With him on the pitch, Chelsea fans have no worries about the team not scoring. Including this match, Diego Costa has played 5 games for Chelsea since joining, already scoring 10 goals, averaging 2 goals per game. This goal-scoring efficiency is in a league of its own, whether compared to Andrei Shevchenko, Didier Drogba, or even the £50 million but underperforming Tony T9. No wonder Mourinho lavishly praised Diego Costa at the post-match press conference. Who wouldn't love such a useful player with such a high goal-scoring rate? Just look at Atletico Madrid and La Liga to see how important Diego Costa is to their team. Last season's Champions League powerhouse, Atletico Madrid, lost their first Champions League group stage match of the new season. Without Diego Costa's attacking prowess, Atletico's offensive strength diminished significantly. In their first Champions League group stage match against the relatively weak Greek team Olympiacos, they suffered a frustrating 2-3 defeat. This result shocked everyone, considering Atletico Madrid were last season's Champions League runners-up. So, upon learning of Atletico Madrid's loss and their own team's resounding victory, Chelsea fans were incredibly relieved. Luckily, they acted early, securing Diego Costa before other clubs. Had they been slower, they might not have gotten the chance. And the £50 million price tag, initially seeming expensive, now seems reasonable. After all, a portion of that £50 million goes to fullback Felipe Luis, The actual transfer fee for Diego Costa is only about £35 million British pounds. Spending £35 million British pounds on such a powerful striker is a steal. Look at Manchester United's £60 million British pounds for Di Maria. That was a complete loss. In this round of Champions League matches, besides Arsenal, the remaining 3 Premier League teams all won. Arsenal really seemed to have met their matchday nemesis, suffering another 2-0 defeat away to Borussia Dortmund. Liverpool, returning to the Champions League after 5 years, played very cautiously in their first match. Fortunately, thanks to goals from Balotelli and captain Gerrard, they narrowly defeated their opponents, securing their first victory in the group stage. In other group matches, Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and Real Madrid all won their games this round. Real Madrid, in particular, continue their formidable attacking prowess from last season, achieving a resounding 5-1 victory at home, with goals from Ronaldo, Bale, Benzema, and James Rodriguez. This season, Real Madrid's desire for the Champions League is even stronger. Meanwhile, Barcelona is also eyeing the trophy, making it significantly more difficult for any team to win the Champions League title. Because the team's Champions League campaign wasn't entirely smooth, Pellegrini didn't give the players a break after the competition, instead intensively training them in a closed environment. If they struggled so much against Zenit, how would they fare against a dominant Chelsea? The match against Chelsea was held at Manchester City's home ground, a game Manchester City absolutely couldn't afford to lose. Losing this match will not only widen the gap with Chelsea in the standings, but also make revenge at Stamford Bridge even more difficult. Last season, Manchester City didn't fare well at Stamford Bridge, nearly being defeated by Chelsea. This season, facing a significantly stronger Blues, Manchester City's visit to Stamford Bridge will only be more challenging. Coach, you don't look well. Should you take a rest? On the training ground, the assistant coach noticed Pellegrini's pale face and seemingly painful expression, and asked worriedly, "I'm fine, don't worry. Make sure these lads train hard and don't let them slack off." Pellegrini clutched his chest, stubbornly insisting, but still found a place to sit down. For a moment, he felt his vision blur, and his chest felt like a heavy stone was pressing on it, making it difficult to breathe. He'd felt this way before, but never as badly as today. Could it be from overworking these past few days and not getting enough rest? Pellegrini couldn't help but wonder. These past few days, he's been staying up almost every night to study their opponents and tactics. He's getting older, and the sleep deprivation is taking its toll. He knows it's not good, but he has no choice. This year is crucial for Manchester City. If they want to take the next step and become a true powerhouse, they need to win another trophy this year. However, maintaining a legacy is harder than starting one. Last year, Manchester City emerged as challengers. The major clubs didn't pay as much attention to them, nor were they as wary. In the Champions League, their past poor performance led many teams to underestimate them, giving them the opportunity to rise again. But this year is different, the tide has turned. As the defending champions, they are the focus of other teams' research and preparation. No one will underestimate Manchester City anymore. On the contrary, many teams will even consider it an honor to defeat them. Take Zenit, for example. In the previous match against Manchester City, Zenit's players seemed to be on fire, their excitement was palpable. It makes sense, what an honor it would be to defeat last season's Champions League winners. The attention and vigilance other teams place on Manchester City makes this year's competitions incredibly difficult. The league is a bit better, Manchester City's strength is too obvious, and the long schedule greatly increases their margin for error. However, in the Champions League, especially in the knockout stages, they not only face stronger opponents, but the schedule is also significantly shorter. If they don't play well, there's no room for error. Therefore, Manchester City cannot afford to make mistakes this year. Every step must be taken with extreme caution. This, in turn, adds a huge burden and psychological pressure to the coaching staff. It'll be better once this period is over. Pellegrini could only console himself with this thought. Before the match, Mourinho once again used his advantage, engaging in psychological warfare against Manchester City in front of reporters. Surprisingly, Mourinho did not directly attack Manchester City. Instead, he offered his analysis of Manchester City's slump. Manchester City has already won the Champions League, so it's understandable that their players might lack motivation. Hearing this, reporters at the pre-match press conference wondered if they'd misheard. Surprisingly, Marino didn't kick them while they were down, he even offered an explanation for their opponent. Had he changed his tune? Just as the reporters were still bewildered, Marino added, "I understand that feeling. After all, I have 2 Champions League trophies, the most of any Premier League manager." The reporters couldn't help but roll their eyes. Okay, we know you have 2 Champions League trophies, alright? Leading 2 different teams to Champions League titles has always been Marino's greatest pride. And indeed, it is something to be proud of. In the Premier League, apart from the retired Ferguson, other managers are significantly behind Mourinho in this honor. In fact, among active coaches in the entire football world, only a handful can reach his level. Only he, Guardiola, Ancelotti, and Spain's coach Vicente Del Bosque could have accomplished this. Each of these 4 coaches is a force to be reckoned with. Mourinho led Porto to the Champions League title, setting a record for a non-top 5 league. Guardiola pioneered the possession-based football style and single-handedly built Barcelona's dream team dynasty. Ancelotti led AC Milan to Champions League glory and proved himself in multiple leagues. As for Del Bosque, he's even more remarkable, leading the Spanish national team to a Grand Slam of major international tournaments and defending the World Cup title, currently widely recognized as the world's best coach. While journalists weren't interested in Mourinho's self-praise, they readily agreed with his analysis of Manchester City. After the press conference, reporters extensively reported Mourinho's remarks. And many, after hearing his exact words, surprisingly found their opinions quite agreeable. Indeed, Manchester City's players have almost won everything, they've lost their hunger for the title. It was evident in the last match that their tackling and running on the field weren't as aggressive as last season. While Mangala did make a huge, unforgivable mistake, it couldn't mask the mediocre performance of the rest of Manchester City's defense. Suddenly, criticism of Manchester City's players' attitude flooded in from all sides. This had a huge impact on the players who were preparing for the match. Although Pellegrini had implemented closed training, he couldn't confiscate the players' phones and prevent them from browsing the news online. Moreover, the follow-up reports from traditional media such as newspapers and television stations were impossible to stop. Unless the players were completely isolated from the world, they couldn't be unaware of the criticism. This criticism added considerable pressure to Manchester City's players, especially psychologically. They didn't want to be seen as having a poor attitude and having lost their desire for victory and glory. Therefore, after the match began, Manchester City's players played very aggressively and roughly. Shortly after the start of the match, Aguero was injured in a challenge and had to be substituted. His departure seemed to ignite a fuse, causing the Manchester City players to become agitated. In the 12th minute, Fernandinho received a yellow card for a rough foul. Not long after, Zabaleta received another yellow card, bringing Manchester City's total to 2 yellow cards in a short period, both in key defensive positions. Zabaleta's foul was unnecessary. The opponent wasn't in a dangerous position with the ball, and his teammates weren't out of position. I don't understand why he fouled. Perhaps Aguero's injury ignited the Manchester City players' tempers, causing them to lose their composure? I think it might be influenced by Chelsea's pre-match psychological warfare. Have you noticed that Manchester City's players are playing very uncomposedly in this match, as if they're deliberately trying to impress? On the bench, Pellegrini frowned. He had also noticed this. The players' performance today seemed somewhat strange. Although their tackling and running had become more aggressive, the number of fouls seemed excessive. In just 30 minutes, Chelsea had already won 7 free kicks. On the away team's bench, Mourinho couldn't help but smirk as he watched his opponents receive a series of cards for their lack of composure. How Manchester City fell for it, he thought. He stood up and gestured to his players. Following the instructions, Chelsea's players deliberately increased their physical contact with Manchester City players, even intentionally increasing their fouls. In the 36th minute, Lin Quan was tackled by Matic in the middle. The tackle was heavy, sending Lin Quan flying. Instead of showing remorse for his foul, Matic yelled that he had dived. This angered Manchester City players, who rushed forward to teach Matic a lesson. Chelsea players also immediately joined the fray, interrupting the game and potentially escalating into a brawl. At this moment, Lin Quan got up and stopped his teammates' actions. "Calm down, they're deliberately provoking us." With his injury immunity, such fouls wouldn't affect him much. He was happy to play along if the opponent was willing to deliberately seek a yellow card. See? What did I just say? He's perfectly fine, it was definitely a dive. Seeing Lin Quan as if nothing had happened, Matic immediately shouted. He was a little confused, he had clearly tackled hard, so why hadn't the opponent been carried off like Aguero? The referee ignored Matic's words and showed him a yellow card. But Chelsea didn't back down because of the yellow card. Just 3 minutes later, Ramirez made another tackle from behind, bringing Lin Quan down. This time, the Manchester City players were completely enraged. They rushed forward to argue with the Chelsea players. David Silva even shoved Ramirez, and even Yaya Touré, who had previously clashed with Lin Quan, stood up to demand an explanation for Lin Quan. The situation on the field became a mess. Neither team's players were focused on football, they just wanted to roll up their sleeves and fight. Seeing this, Mourinho smiled smugly. Now, just one more foul on Lin Quan should be enough to enrage him, right? Once Lin Quan loses his composure, haha, Manchester City is doomed to lose. Chapter 339 Exchanging for the third attribute, Lin Quan's revenge. The referee showed no mercy, issuing yellow cards to Ramirez for the foul, David Silva for the push, and Yaya Touré for the push. Before the first half was even over, both sides had already accumulated 6 yellow cards. 4 of these were for Manchester City players. This worried Pellegrini on the sidelines, both of his defensive midfielders had received yellow cards, a bad sign. It seemed he would have to make substitutions early in the second half, otherwise, the team's midfield defense would be severely weakened. Thinking this, he looked towards the team's bench. On the bench sat 3 midfielders, Kroos, Fernando, and Lampard. Yes, Chelsea's star player was now playing for Manchester City. This summer, after Lampard's contract with Chelsea expired, the two sides did not renew, and Lampard went to Major League Soccer in the United States. New York City FC chose to loan him back to the Premier League, and Manchester City, needing players, signed a loan agreement at the last minute of the transfer window. According to his contract, Lampard will play for Manchester City until January next year. His performance on the field at that time will determine whether to extend his contract or let him return to New York City. Kroos's defensive ability isn't strong, but his attacking ability is outstanding. His presence would effectively improve Manchester City's attacking prowess. Lampard and Fernando are stronger defensively. If Manchester City takes the lead, they could be brought on to stabilize the situation. With this in mind, Pellegrini made his decision. He planned to decide who to field based on the second half's performance, but before that, the team couldn't afford any more cards. Another card could lead to player losses. Inside the Etihad Stadium, watching the heated scene and the constant fouls and yellow cards, the fans' attention gradually shifted from the game to attacking opposing players and fans. The atmosphere of this match was strange, both teams' players were playing with obvious emotions. And the situation was tailor-made for Chelsea striker Diego Costa. Diego Costa is known for his dirty tricks. He's adept at using subtle, underhanded tactics to provoke opponents during physical duels. Zabaleta was one such victim, which led to his enraged foul and yellow card. Now, seeing the opposing defender already carrying a yellow card, Diego Costa deliberately sidled up to the carded Manchester City player, actively seeking physical contact and continuing his provocative tactics. The Manchester City defenders were thoroughly annoyed by his harassment, and Demichelis, while defending him, retaliated with a sliding tackle, earning himself another yellow card. Manchester City had already accumulated 5 yellow cards in this match. Kid, this is just a lesson. Next time I see your dirty tricks, watch out for your leg. Demichelis didn't care about his yellow card. After the foul, he glared fiercely at Diego Costa, issuing a warning. Diego Costa fell to the ground, wincing in pain. That tackle was really hard. Realizing the opponent wasn't joking, his dirty tricks indeed subsided considerably. Although Manchester City's players were furious, they still dominated Chelsea in the first half. In this match, Mourinho placed Ramirez in a central midfield position and moved Fabregas back to a defensive midfield role. This adjustment made Chelsea's midfield and attack struggle to hold on to the ball, exposing Willian's tendency to hold on to the ball too long. Once the ball reached his feet, he would dribble, and even when he wanted to pass, he would delay. In this situation, Manchester City's defense was already in position, making it difficult for him to create any threats with his passes. Not only was Willian performing poorly, but Hazard's performance was also lackluster. Chelsea struggled to create effective attacks in the first half, Their fluid passing and powerful attacking firepower from previous matches seemed to have been rendered ineffective against Manchester City. On the sidelines, Mourinho frowned. Although the psychological tactics had worked, the team's lack of attacking threat was not good news. Once Manchester City's players regained their composure, their attacks could pose a threat at any time, especially with a superstar like Lin Quan in the opposing lineup. Therefore, they needed to continue fouling Lin Quan to thoroughly provoke him. In the 41st minute, Ivanovic fouled Lin Quan just outside the penalty area, receiving his 8th yellow card of the match. This was the 3rd serious foul on Lin Quan by a Chelsea player in a short period. However, to Mourinho and the Chelsea players' surprise, Lin Quan seemed neither injured nor provoked. After being kicked, he quickly got up, grabbed the ball, and placed it at the spot of the foul, preparing to take the free kick. Seeing the free kick's location, Chelsea goalkeeper Courtois paused, a sudden sense of unease creeping into his heart. His intuition told him that this position was extremely dangerous. Damn, how come this guy can't be brought down? Seeing him get up so quickly, and seemingly quite calm, not greatly affected, Mourinho suddenly began to doubt whether his tactics were correct. "Do you want me to set a screen for you?" De Bruyne stepped forward and asked. He'd scored quite a few goals from free kicks in recent matches and was currently in excellent form. If he and Lin Quan were both behind the ball, the opposing goalkeeper wouldn't be able to accurately judge who would be taking the kick. "No need, I'll do it myself." Lin Quan glanced at Chelsea's goal, his gaze meeting that of goalkeeper Courtois in midair. Courtois saw the smile playing on Lin Quan's lips and became even more wary. How would they take this shot? A free kick like a knuckleball, or an S-shaped free kick? Courtois couldn't quite judge. Lin Quan frequently used both methods, and with a high success rate. However, his judgment was wrong. The instant the referee awarded the free kick, Lin Quan had already decided how to take it. As he retreated, he entered the system shop interface and spent 50 points to purchase Roberto Carlos's powerful shot technique. After thinking for a moment, he spent another 100 points to upgrade his strength attribute to the maximum level. Alright, time to start the performance. After purchasing 2 talents, Lin Quan logged out of the system, but his body continued to retreat, getting further and further away from the ball. The Chelsea players, seeing the opponent's long run-up, all paled. What was this guy planning? Was he serious about retreating 20 meters? With such a long run-up, was he going to unleash a powerful shot? The Chelsea players in the front wall couldn't help but pray that Lin Quan would be accurate. They hoped he wouldn't hit them. Being hit by such a powerful shot would definitely be painful, and might even result in injury. Courtois became alert. He suspected Lin Quan was bluffing, as he had never seen Lin Quan unleash a powerful shot before. However, he didn't dare to be careless, because just because he hadn't seen it before didn't mean the opponent couldn't. As the entire Chelsea team was on high alert, Lin Quan moved. He sprinted at full speed, each step feeling like it was treading on the hearts of the Chelsea players, making them tremble with fear. That terrifying run-up speed, he really was going to unleash a powerful shot. Courtois' eyes widened, his goalkeeper experience allowing him to discern the opponent's intentions. The Chelsea players in the front row clearly realized this as well. When Lin Quan struck the ball, they all clutched their groin, instinctively trying to dodge. Bang! A loud crash. A scream. Someone still hadn't dodged. The Chelsea players breathed a sigh of relief, then curiously looked in the direction of the sound. Their midfielder Matic was clutching his stomach in agony, his body curled up like a shrimp. Seeing him sweating profusely from the pain, his mouth open but unable to utter a sound, the Chelsea players felt a chill run down their spines. This was revenge, blatant revenge. Matic had fouled Lin Quan first and even verbally abused him. This time, Lin Quan's free kick was deliberately off target. No, given the opponent's technique, it was very likely a deliberate attempt to target Matic. Thinking of this, the Chelsea players looked at Lin Quan with a mixture of fear and apprehension. This kid is terrifying. And yet, the opponent retaliates against them with such methods, they can't even utter a sound. Chelsea's team doctors came onto the field and, after examining Matic, determined he couldn't continue. Mourinho's face was ashen. Matic's unexpected injury completely disrupted his plans. He had to bring on Miguel to replace Matic. Matic's injury had a significant deterrent effect on the Chelsea players. For the rest of the game, they were hesitant to foul, especially against Lin Quan. This guy is too vengeful, and his methods of revenge are too terrifying. Nobody wants to end up like Matic. Chelsea restrained themselves, but Manchester City had no intention of letting them off the hook. In the final stages of the first half, Manchester City launched a siege on Chelsea's goal. In the 44th minute, Silva crossed from the left, and Lin Quan's shot inside the penalty area went slightly wide. A minute later, Yaya Toure passed the ball in front of the penalty area, and Kolarov, making a high-speed run down the left, delivered a cross. Jovetic's header struck the post, and the rebound fell to De Bruyne's feet. He unleashed a powerful shot, but whether it was a deliberate pass or mis-hit, the ball didn't fly towards the goal. Instead, it reached Silva on the right wing. David Silva then delivered a through ball, weaving between two defenders into the penalty area. Lin Quan, now with increased strength, squeezed past the defenders, surged into the box, and poked the ball into Chelsea's net. In the final minute of the first half, Manchester City broke the deadlock, making it 1-0. The goal came at the perfect time. A few seconds later, the referee would have blown the whistle for halftime. Seeing Lin Quan score, the frustrated Manchester City players charged at him like madmen. Even the usually composed Lin Quan lost his temper this time. He took off his jersey, revealing his muscular physique, ran to the sidelines, spread his arms, tilted his head back, and closed his eyes, facing the stands. The Etihad Stadium erupted in deafening applause and cheers. The Manchester City fans cheered with all their might. That goal was fucking satisfying. Chelsea's fouls in the first half had already ignited the anger of Manchester City fans. If it weren't for the security personnel, they would have rushed onto the pitch to teach the Chelsea players a lesson. Of course, if they had actually done so, the FA would have dealt with Manchester City seriously. The Etihad Stadium might even have been banned from spectators. On the bench, Pellegrini felt a surge of heat rush to his head. He jumped up excitedly from his seat, hugging his assistants tightly, celebrating wildly. On the away team's bench, after Lin Quan's goal, Mourinho was furious. He turned around and kicked a water bottle in front of him. Damn it. That goal came at the worst possible time. His tactics were clearly well planned, so where did things go wrong to completely fail? Mourinho racked his brains, unable to understand why Lin Quan hadn't been provoked. Was the foul not strong enough? No, Chelsea had already received 3 yellow cards for him. How much more fouls could he commit? Another foul and it would be Chelsea's turn to be sent off with a red card. Calm down. I can't lose my composure. My tactics haven't failed yet. There's still time in the second half. HMPH, Manchester City, just you wait. Mourinho returned to the locker room without looking back. The first half was essentially over, and time was running out. There was no need to waste any more time. The immediate priority was to make the most of the remaining 45 minutes of the second half and create some opportunities. During halftime, the players from both sides nearly came to blows in the players' tunnel after exchanging a few words on their way back to the locker room. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the sideline staff and several referees, a full-blown brawl would have been inevitable. Manchester City and Chelsea didn't have any deep-seated animosity before, but this match saw a lot of unpleasantness between them. This made both teams' players very angry, and the animosity between the two teams was now firmly established. Chelsea bastards, wash your asses and wait. Manchester City punks, I advise you to clean up your shit, or we'll beat you to pulp. The players from both teams exchanged harsh words outside the locker room, using vulgar language related to excrement. Lin Quan had no interest in such bickering and turned back to the locker room. Upon entering, he first saw Lampard sitting calmly in a corner. In this situation, Lampard's position was awkward. He was currently wearing a Manchester City jersey and should have been on Manchester City's side. However, he had played for Chelsea for 14 years and had a deep affection for the Blues. Therefore, in this situation, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to side with either side, so he simply retreated to the locker room and didn't show himself. Lin Quan understood this and had no intention of causing trouble for the other party. He walked over to Aguero, who had left the field injured, and inquired about his injury with concern. How are you? He, not good. A ligament strain in my left thigh, I'll be out for 6-8 weeks. Although Aguero forced a smile, the bitterness and frustration in his tone were obvious. Lin Quan patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Take care of yourself, get well soon, we're waiting for you to come back. Chapter 340 Lampard the Magic Lamp. During halftime, Pellegrini repeatedly reminded his players not to be provoked by the opponent's words and actions, to control their emotions, and to avoid getting another yellow card. The players outwardly nodded in agreement, but inwardly they were thinking about how to crush the Chelsea scum. Is it manly to take a beating and not fight back? This is the Premier League, not La Liga. Although the players had different thoughts, they resolutely implemented Pellegrini's attacking tactics once back in the game. At the start of the second half, Manchester City launched another fierce attack on Chelsea, seemingly trying to replicate the goal scored at the end of the first half. In the 47th minute, Manchester City won a corner. Lin Quan took a short corner, passing the ball to Silva. Silva attracted the opposing players to press him before placing the ball into the penalty area. This combination was well executed and created an opportunity, but unfortunately, the Manchester City player responsible for the attack failed to get to the first ball, and it was cleared by Chelsea captain Terry. 2 minutes later, Manchester City's attack returned. Lin Quan passed the ball to the wing and made a forward run. De Bruyne delivered a through ball. Lin Quan's long-range shot from the edge of the box was tipped over the bar by Courtois, giving Manchester City another corner. This time, Lin Quan opted to loft the ball directly into the box, and in the ensuing scramble, Courtois collected it. In these few minutes, Manchester City's attack was relentless, but thanks to Courtois' excellent performance, Chelsea's goal remained unbroken. Since returning to Chelsea from Atletico Madrid this season, Courtois has used various tactics to force his way into the starting lineup from SEC. Initially, Chelsea fans weren't entirely confident in him, given SEC's years in goal and proven ability. Courtois, a young goalkeeper born in the 90s, was expected to be as consistent as SEC. Now, Chelsea's players seem to have more confidence. In the few matches Courtois has started for Chelsea, his performance has been outstanding. Especially his numerous spectacular diving saves were a sight to behold, showcasing the skill of a top goalkeeper. Facing Manchester City's relentless attack, Chelsea weren't entirely passive. In the 53rd minute, Chelsea earned a free kick in the middle. Fabregas took the free kick, attempting to lob the ball into the penalty area. However, during its flight, the ball appeared to hide a defender's arm, and Chelsea players immediately protested to the referee, arguing it was a penalty. However, the referee ignored Chelsea's appeal and refused to award a penalty. This decision greatly angered Chelsea's players, and their manager, Mourinho, emotionally protested to the fourth official on the sidelines. His words were harsh and his tone unfriendly. The fourth official informed the referee via headset, who approached and showed Mourinho a yellow card, issuing a warning. Mourinho has a history of being sent off with red cards multiple times. Once sent off, he is unable to lead the team. Therefore, after receiving the yellow card, Mourinho had to back down. Although Chelsea's players didn't get a penalty, their protests had some effect. Seemingly to compensate for the earlier decision, the referee made some adjustments in the subsequent play. In the 55th minute, Manchester City took a short free kick, with Silva playing a through ball to the left flank. De Bruyne was brought down in the penalty area by Cahill, a foul even more obvious than the earlier suspected handball by a Manchester City player, which should have been a penalty. However, the referee didn't award a penalty, only giving Manchester City a free kick. This time, it was Manchester City's turn to be unhappy. Such an obvious foul, why didn't you call it? After this clear oversight, the Manchester City players, who had been gradually calming down, started to get agitated again. In the 58th minute, Diego Costa elbowed Zabaleta and received a yellow card. Zabaleta, furious, got up and confronted Diego Costa. If it weren't for the players on both sides pulling them apart, the two might have started fighting. Although his teammates stopped him, Zabaleta's anger hadn't subsided. In the 61st minute, during a Chelsea counter-attack, Diego Costa was tackled relentlessly by Zabaleta while dribbling. Costa dived, clutching his ankle and rolling several times on the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. The referee hesitated. Zabaleta already had a yellow card. Another card would result in a red card and expulsion. However, having tolerated Zabaleta's previous fouls, he couldn't ignore this one. So, he pulled out a yellow card, warning Zabaleta, and then a red card, sending him off. Upon seeing this decision, the Manchester City fans booed uncontrollably. It was unclear whether they were booing the referee or their opponent. On the sidelines, Pellegrini's heart sank upon seeing the decision. He immediately sensed the situation was dire. With 30 minutes remaining, Chelsea were down to 10 men, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Chelsea certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and the rest of the match was likely to become extremely difficult. To ensure the stability of their defense, Pellegrini had to replace David Silva with Milner. Manchester City, playing at home, were forced to play with 10 men against 11, and their formation changed from 4-2-3-1 to 4-2-2-1. Seeing City down a man, Mourinho decisively made substitutions, bringing on two at once. He replaced the bucked Ramirez and the underperforming Willian with Michael and Oscar. Mourinho's intention was clear: to continue packing the attacking third and strengthen their offense. Trailing by only one goal, Chelsea's formidable attack this season was more than capable of equalizing or even turning the game around. Mourinho's substitutions had an immediate effect. Thanks to their numerical advantage in midfield, Chelsea gradually gained control of the midfield through aggressive pressing. In the 65th minute, Fabregas took a corner kick from the right. Ivanovic headed the ball to the far post, where Diego Costa, lurking at the far post, slid in for a shot. However, Navas had already noticed Diego Costa's movement and blocked the shot the instant it was fired, narrowly denying the seemingly certain goal. Manchester City fans at the Etihad Stadium gasped in shock. Thankfully, the team had acquired a top-class goalkeeper, otherwise, the score would have been equalized by now. However, Chelsea's attack didn't stop. In the 71st minute, Ivanovic surged forward and delivered a high-quality cross. Diego Costa handled the ball with exceptional skill, turning sideways, dribbling past Michael to the right, and then tapping the ball with his toe to Hazard, who was open on the right. Facing such a perfect opportunity, Hazard didn't waste it, easily sliding the ball into the Manchester City goal 1-1. Chelsea have equalized. Conceding a goal at this crucial moment is almost fatal for Manchester City, who are down to 10 men. Both the players on the field and the fans in the stadium are filled with worry. Chelsea are a formidable team, and their morale is high. Can Manchester City, missing a player, withstand their fierce attack? Thinking back to Chelsea's 4-0 thrashing of Schalke 04 in the recently concluded Champions League group stage match, Manchester City fans are understandably anxious. This season's Chelsea is completely different from last season. Scoring goals is no longer a challenge for them. Why are you so pessimistic? This is our home ground. Lin Quan shouted, seeing his teammates' dejected expressions. That's right, so what if we're down to 10? We eliminated Real Madrid away from home with 10 men. Is Chelsea more terrifying than Real Madrid? De Bruyne chimed in, echoing Lin Quan's words. Last season, Manchester City's most dangerous Champions League match was their away game against Real Madrid. Trailing and down to 10 men, they pulled off a miracle, reversing the score to eliminate the seemingly invincible Real Madrid. Having weathered battles like that, what was there to worry about now? At least this was their home ground, and they weren't behind. That's right, this is our home ground, we can't let Chelsea run rampant here. Charge. Crush them with attack. The players, already seething with anger, were completely ignited by Lin Quan's words. Seeing such fighting spirit in this situation, Pellegrini was very pleased. He looked at the bench, lingering on Fernando and Lampard for a long time. Ultimately, he chose Lampard. Lampard is a box-to-box midfielder with a very good long-range shot, and his attacking ability is stronger than Fernando's. Moreover, among all Manchester City players, no one knows Chelsea better than him. At this point, they could only rely on the veteran's experience. Seeing Manchester City bring on Lampard, the City fans were puzzled. Shouldn't they have brought on Kroos? With Kroos's attacking prowess, City's attacking threat would definitely increase significantly. What is the engineer thinking? Why not bring on Tony? Exactly. Countless matches have proven that the combination of Tony, De Bruyne, and Lin Quan is unstoppable on the field. I think it's probably because we're short-handed, lacking midfield toughness, so we need a player with strong physical strength and some attacking ability, right? Yeah, that's very likely. But this guy has such a deep connection with Chelsea, could he be a spy? No way. He's a professional player, he shouldn't be so clueless about the situation. Anyway, let's trust him for now. City fans were skeptical about the substitution, while Chelsea fans had mixed feelings. Seeing a former player who had served their team for 14 years wearing the opponent's jersey and appearing on the field as an opponent evoked a complex mix of emotions. Sigh, I don't know why the club didn't renew Lampard's contract. Yet, Lampard has played for Chelsea for so long, and he's clearly still got plenty left in the tank. Why not renew his contract, even for just one more year. Although Lampard is a bit old, Pirlo and Xavi have also renewed their contracts with the club, haven't they? If he had renewed for another year, Lampard might have spent his entire career at Chelsea. It's a pity we won't see that happen. The situation on the field was in Chelsea's favour, so Chelsea fans were relatively relaxed, which is why they were in the mood to discuss Lampard. After Lampard came on, he quickly neutralised Chelsea's attack with a clean and decisive defensive play. Seeing this, the Chelsea fans' good mood instantly vanished. Then, when they saw Lampard stop Fabregas's dribble with a tackle, they all cursed, "Damn. That's really. Lampard, take it easy, those are all your old teammates." Lampard was very professional. He was wearing the Manchester City jersey, so naturally he had to give his all for the team. Moreover, he was considerate of his old teammates, not directly fouling them. As for Fabregas? Hell, back when I was at Chelsea, this guy was the captain of our arch-rivals Arsenal. What psychological burden could I possibly have against fouling Arsenal's former captain? Absolutely none. Poor Fabregas, he was very uncomfortable playing in the defensive midfield position this match. Manchester City pressed him intensely from the start, and while Chelsea players took turns fouling Lin Quan, Manchester City players weren't idle either. And their target was Fabregas. Lin Quan seemed immune to injuries, so he wasn't afraid of being fouled, and even earned 3 yellow cards as a result. But Fabregas didn't have that kind of talent. Every time he was tackled, he grimaced in pain. If it weren't for his tenacious willpower, he would have already requested a substitution. "I can't fall, the team will win soon. If we win this game, we'll lead the standings." Even lying on the ground, grimacing in pain, Fabregas was still encouraging himself. Since leaving Barcelona, Fabregas seemed like a different person, becoming even more tenacious than before. Lampard's role wasn't limited to defense. In the 81st minute, Manchester City intercepted the ball and launched a quick counter-attack. After a series of passes on the right flank between Lin Quan and Milner crossed a ball to the edge of the penalty area. Lampard received the ball, glanced at the Chelsea goal, and unleashed a world-class strike without hesitation. He had fought countless times for the Blues, but today, he would breach their defense. Sorry, Chelsea fans. Sorry, Abramovich. Chapter 341 Guardiola's ramblings. Guardiola and Bayern Munich are at odds. Goal. Lampard scores. He showed no mercy against his former club, unleashing a deadly cannon shot that plunged Chelsea into despair. In the 81st minute, Lampard scored a world-class goal, his third of the match. The score is now 2-1, Manchester City are in the lead again. The Manchester City fans in the stands went wild with joy after Lampard's goal. This goal not only greatly increased Manchester City's chances of securing 3 points, but it was also a devastating blow to Chelsea. Indeed, seeing Lampard score was incredibly painful for the Blues fans. If it had been any other Manchester City player who scored, they would have simply cursed loudly. But it was Lampard who scored, and most Chelsea fans couldn't bring themselves to criticize this veteran who had made such a significant contribution to the team. The problem was, Lampard's goal was simply too devastating. The game was already past the 80th minute, and Chelsea only needed one more goal to secure 3 points. Now, to secure 3 points, they need to score 2 more goals in the remaining time. This is incredibly difficult. Manchester City isn't made of clay, how could they possibly give them so many opportunities? If Manchester City plays a tight defense in the remaining time, they not only won't take the 3 points, but they might even suffer their first defeat of the season. Therefore, after seeing this goal, the Chelsea fans, who were initially very optimistic, hoping for a big win and dreaming of leading the league table, were no longer smiling. After scoring, Lampard refused to celebrate, returning to his own half with his head down. Chelsea fans were heartbroken, and Lampard felt the same way. He didn't want to be an enemy of Chelsea, but from the moment he was loaned back to the Premier League, it seemed like everything was destined. On the sidelines, Mourinho stood with his hands on his hips, silent. He never expected that the one to deliver the fatal blow to Chelsea would be a former Chelsea player. Pellegrini next door was also very surprised. He sent Lampard on mainly hoping to use his experience to help the team stabilize the situation, but he didn't expect the opponent to give him such an unexpected surprise. Lampard's goal greatly boosted Manchester City's morale, leading to an increasingly better performance in the subsequent match. Chelsea, on the other hand, became increasingly impatient as they trailed, eager to equalize. In the 83rd minute, Chelsea launched an attack, with Schürrle's long-range shot being saved by Navas. Navas, seeing his teammates' positioning, threw the ball to the wing. De Bruyne, evading the pressing player, immediately delivered a through ball. This ball pierced Chelsea's defense, reaching Lin Quan's feet. Chelsea's defenders were terrified and frantically chased after him. However, to their despair, their opponent's dribbling ability was simply too incredible. His speed with the ball was even faster than their speed off the ball. And this guy was accelerating. He received De Bruyne's pass. Chelsea's defenders haven't given up, they're still fighting back, but the distance between the two sides isn't closing, it's widening. He's accelerating, he's getting faster and faster. Courtois, seeing the situation was dire, was forced to leave his goal. Staying inside the goalposts at this point was practically suicide. Coming out was the most logical choice, but it might not be effective. The instant Courtois rushed out, Lin Quan had already dribbled into the penalty area. Seeing Courtois' rush, Lin Quan feinted a shot. Courtois saw through his intention and didn't fall for it. But when Lin Quan paused for a second time and made a shooting motion, he was fooled again. Courtois lunged in the direction he had anticipated the shot would come from, only to find the ball hadn't even flown out. It's over. Before he even landed, despair filled Courtois' heart. With a crisp thud, the moment he landed, he heard the sound of the ball hitting the net. In the 84th minute of the second half, Lin Quan scored again, extending Manchester City's lead to 3-1. It's not that having a numerical advantage guarantees a win, especially against Manchester City. Lin Quan's goal sent Manchester City fans into a frenzy, whether in the stadium, in bars, or watching on television around the world. His goal effectively sealed the victory for Manchester City. With less than 10 minutes remaining, how could Chelsea possibly come back from 2 goals down? Conceding 2 goals in just 3 minutes squandered a victory that seemed within their grasp. Chelsea fans were devastated. Slow-motion replays showed the goal, and watching the number 10 player sprinting towards the goal filled Chelsea fans with dread. Over 80 minutes into the game, the other players were exhausted, yet this guy still had so much energy. Was he even human? Back when Messi was unstoppable on the field, everyone believed that only 2 things could limit his performance: injuries and stamina. Chelsea fans felt that these 2 limitations seemed non-existent with Lin Quan. How were they supposed to compete? On the field, Chelsea's players were also somewhat bewildered. The opponent's sharp counterattacks left them momentarily disoriented, unsure whether to continue attacking or strengthen their defense. Trailing in the score, they should have launched a relentless attack. However, Chelsea's players seemed to have lost their fighting spirit. Even they themselves didn't believe they could take a victory at Manchester City's home ground. Without fighting spirit, how could they win? On the contrary, Manchester City, despite being outnumbered, launched frequent attacks in the final moments of the match, giving the impression that they were the ones trailing. In the end, thanks to Lin Quan's brace, Manchester City defeated Chelsea 3-1 at home, emerging victorious in the top-of-the-table clash. After this match, Manchester City had won all 5 of their games, accumulating 15 points and leading the league table. Despite losing to Manchester City, Chelsea's ranking remained unchanged, still sitting in second place in the standings. The gap between the 2 teams is not large, and Chelsea still has a chance to catch up with Manchester City. Manchester United suffered another major upset this round, losing 3-5 away to Leicester City. Since the start of the season, Manchester United have only managed 1 win in 5 matches, with 2 draws and 2 losses in the remaining 4, accumulating only 5 points after 5 rounds, their worst start in 28 years. Such a dismal record has led to much discussion about when the Dutchman will exhaust the Manchester United board's patience and be sacked. Before the new season began, Red Devils fans, seeing the team's big spending in the summer transfer window, were full of expectations for the team's performance. However, they were met with only disappointment. Van Gaal and his Manchester United are far removed from the Manchester United that fans know and love. The Red Devils spirit inherited from the Ferguson era is nowhere to be found in this team. Instead, the shadow of that Red Devils can be seen in their neighbors, Manchester City. On September 24, in the Bundesliga, Guardiola's Bayern Munich, playing at home, swept Paderborn 4-0, securing a victory in the top-of-the-table clash. With this win, Bayern Munich climbed to the top of the Bundesliga standings, leading by 1 point. In the post-match press conference, A highly enthusiastic Guardiola not only answered a series of questions from reporters about Bayern, but also, unusually, proactively discussed Manchester City and Lin Quan. Lin? He's an incredible player, arguably one of the best in football today. Ahem, let me clarify, I'm not saying this because he's my son. If you've ever played football and seen his performance on the field, you'll understand why I say this. What? Comparing him to Messi? Okay, their playing styles are similar, but I've only coached Messi, not Lin, so it's difficult to make an objective assessment. Hearing Guardiola's answer, a German journalist quickly raised his hand and asked, "So, would you like to work with Lin Quan at the same club?" Guardiola answered without hesitation, "Of course, I would." Since Lin Quan had already stated he wouldn't leave Manchester City, the general consensus was that Guardiola's statement was a subtle indication that he wouldn't renew his contract with Bayern Munich after it expired, and was very likely to move to the Premier League to reunite with Lin Quan and his son. This news, when it reached the ears of Bayern Munich's management, immediately aroused their dissatisfaction. Guardiola's performance this season hasn't been great. Bayern Munich's league position was even overtaken by newly promoted teams at the start of the season. Furthermore, Guardiola's tactical reforms have dissatisfied many veteran players. German football is somewhat xenophobic. The reason Guardiola's approach received support from Bayern's management was mainly because German football wanted to learn from the experience of football powerhouse Spain. However, the World Cup defeat taught them that this path is not viable. Therefore, after the World Cup failure, many voices of reflection emerged within German football, arguing that they shouldn't blindly imitate Spain's possession-based football, as German players' styles are too different from Spanish players. Blindly copying them would only harm them. They should fully utilize their own strengths and find a tactical system best suited to German football. Since Bayern Munich is practically half of the German national team, when the German national team undergoes reforms, Bayern will naturally follow suit. As a result, Bayern Munich's management gradually lost patience with Guardiola's approach. Coupled with accumulated dissatisfaction from previous transfer dealings, Guardiola showed no interest in renewing his contract with Bayern. In fact, Bayern had no intention of renewing Guardiola's contract. In fact, they were considering terminating it early. After all, the 2016 European Championship was fast approaching. If German football wanted to make a run for the title, it needed to get back on track as soon as possible. From this perspective, the outside interpretations don't seem entirely unfounded. Guardiola does indeed have a chance to join the Premier League next year. Of course, there's also the possibility of him returning to Barcelona. However, Barcelona's performance this season has been outstanding. They currently lead the standings by a significant margin, ahead of both Madrid clubs. Suarez is currently under FIFA suspension and hasn't returned yet. Once he returns, Barcelona's performance will likely improve even further. Against this backdrop, the previously loud calls for the club to bring Guardiola back have gradually faded away. Many Barcelona fans even felt that the strong team wasn't Guardiola, but Barcelona itself. After all, Guardiola hadn't fully proven his leadership abilities after leaving Barcelona, and Barcelona's performance at that time wasn't completely abysmal. After defeating Chelsea, Pellegrini gave the players 2 days off. After a few days of rest, they traveled to Hull City, ranked 10th in the league. The match was unsurprising. Manchester City cleanly defeated their opponents 3-0. Lin Quan only played half the game. After scoring a goal in the first half, Pellegrini substituted him due to Manchester City's large lead, preparing him for the midweek Champions League match. Manchester United finally secured another victory this round, with Rooney and Van Persie both scoring. However, Rooney received a yellow card in the second half for his unsportsmanlike conduct, causing Manchester United to play very passively and almost concede an equalizer. After this victory, Manchester United climbed 3 places in the standings, just 2 points away from the Champions League qualification zone. If they can maintain this momentum in their upcoming matches, securing a European spot next season is highly likely. However, winning the title will be a much tougher challenge, given that league leaders Manchester City hold a commanding 10-point lead, a huge gap. Meanwhile, Chelsea's form doesn't seem to have been significantly affected by their loss to Manchester City. Back at home, they decisively defeated Aston Villa 3-0, maintaining their 3-point lead over Manchester City. On October 1st, the second round of the Champions League group stage begins. Manchester City travels to Germany to face their other group opponent, Bayer Leverkusen. Leverkusen isn't considered a strong team. In their first match, they lost 0-1 away to Monaco from Ligue 1. Facing the defending champions Manchester City, Leverkusen feels immense pressure. Another loss would leave them bottom of the group with 2 defeats. This makes Leverkusen's hopes of advancing to the knockout stage extremely slim. Therefore, they have no choice but to go all out and fight Manchester City to the bitter end at home. The two teams are vastly different in strength. This match is a classic Manchester City thrashing a weaker opponent, and wouldn't normally be very exciting. However, Leverkusen has a player from Asia, Son Heung-min. This young player, born in 1992, has performed exceptionally well since transferring from Hamburg to Leverkusen. Last season, he scored 12 goals and provided 7 assists in all competitions. Such achievements are phenomenal for an Asian player, and unsurprisingly, Son Heung-min was hailed as an Asian star by the media in South Korea. Coincidentally, Manchester City's star player, Lin Quan, is also of Asian descent. Therefore, before the match, South Korean journalists hyped up the duel between the two. South Korean media and fans believed this was a battle to prove who is the strongest Asian player. Chapter 342 Slapping the face of the universe nation, Barcelona suffers a shocking defeat. The hype surrounding the cosmic superpower claim has not gained international acceptance. Many believe that Lin Quan and Son Heung-min are simply not on the same level. Comparing two players of vastly different caliber is nothing short of shameless hype. Japanese media reports claim that Son Heung-min is merely a self-proclaimed Asian star by South Korea, while Lin Quan is a genuine world-class player. The difference between them is like a firefly compared to the moon. It's baffling where the South Koreans get the audacity to compare them. Japan and South Korea are two of East Asia's football powerhouses, both boasting numerous players in European leagues. Japanese star Keisuke Honda even wears the number 10 jersey at AC Milan, a far higher status than Son Heung-min at Bayer Leverkusen. Therefore, the Japanese are undoubtedly the most disgusted by the South Korean hype. As for domestic fans, the number of Chinese players playing abroad is too small, and their skill level is significantly lower than that of top Asian players. So, in this kind of discussion, everyone just acts as an observer, making fun of the arrogant South Koreans. Son Heung-min has faced Lingard before. Back when he was at Werder Bremen, Lingard led his team to a double victory over Son Heung-min's Hamburg team. Exactly. They couldn't even beat Lingard 2 years ago. How dare the South Koreans try to compete with the current Lingard? To be fair, Son Heung-min's ability is quite good, and he's still very young. He might make a name for himself in the future, but if he's as arrogant as the South Korean media and fans, then I don't think his ceiling will be very high. I still hope he can make it big. Asian football needs a top star to promote football and get more children to love the sport. Lin Quan was unaware of the South Korean media reports, but Son Heung-min took the initiative to come over and apologize to him before the match. Lin, I'm sorry, the reports in our country's media have caused you trouble. I'm very sorry. Son Heung-min had come to Europe for training a long time ago and was heavily influenced by European culture, so his behavior and mannerisms were quite different from his compatriots. Lin Quan was unaware of the media reports, but based on his understanding of the Korean media, he figured it wasn't anything good. However, he didn't hold a grudge against Son Heung-min because of the incident. So, after hearing Son Heung-min's apology, Lin Quan patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay. Play well in this match and give everyone a great performance." Encouraged by Lin Quan, Son Heung-min nodded heavily, "Yes, I will learn from you in this match." As a fellow winger, Son Heung-min greatly admired Lin Quan. He collected many of Lin Quan's match highlights and liked to study Lin Quan's dribbling techniques and shooting skills in his spare time to improve his own abilities. A large part of his rapid progress in the past few seasons was related to his diligence and eagerness to learn. After the match began, Bayer Leverkusen, taking advantage of their home ground, launched a fierce attack on Manchester City, attempting to catch them off guard with a strong opening. Son Heung-min performed exceptionally well in Leverkusen's attack, even drawing a yellow card in the 10th minute for a breakthrough on the wing. Seeing Son's outstanding performance, the South Korean fans in the stadium cheered excitedly. Our Heung-min has suppressed Lin Quan. Heung-min is truly the best. Now, they were eagerly anticipating Son scoring a goal, which would solidify his lead over Lin Quan. However, despite the impressive momentum of Leverkusen's attack, it didn't pose a significant threat. Manchester City was prepared, maintaining a reasonable distance between their defensive lines and playing a steady, methodical game, neutralizing Leverkusen's attacks one by one. 15 minutes later, Leverkusen's offensive pressure gradually subsided, while Manchester City's players began to exert their strength. After a fierce battle, control of the midfield changed hands first. Having lost control of the midfield, Manchester City, under Kroos's composed orchestration, frequently launched attacks down the flanks against Leverkusen. Leverkusen paid close attention to defending Lin Quan in this match, as he is Manchester City's core player, and his statistics and performance on the field all proved that he was Manchester City's most threatening player. Leverkusen believed that as long as they could contain Lin Quan, they could greatly weaken Manchester City's attacking ability. However, as it turned out, they were terribly wrong. In this match, Lin Quan did not try to pad his stats or perform well because of the hype from the Korean media. On the contrary, he changed his playing style, transforming from a powerful attacker into a playmaker. With Lin Quan's assists, Jovetic and David Silva scored in the first half. The Leverkusen coach was completely stunned. He had been constantly guarding against Lin Quan's ability to dribble past defenders and break into the penalty area to shoot. But the opponent didn't even enter the penalty area, using passes from outside the box to give his team the lead. And it was a 2-goal lead. Such a huge gap left Leverkusen feeling utterly hopeless. It seemed their opponents hadn't even exerted much effort, yet they were already on the verge of collapse. Was the difference in strength between the two teams really that great? Although Leverkusen was at a clear disadvantage, South Korean fans ignored this. In their view, while Son Heung-min hadn't scored, Lim Chuan on the other side hadn't either. Since neither had scored, it didn't prove Son Heung-min was inferior to Lim Chuan. Furthermore, Lim Chuan's change in playing style meant he only managed a few successful dribbles on the wing throughout the first half, while Son Heung-min had succeeded 3. So, South Korean fans seized on this point and began to praise him extensively. Soon, even this point became insufficient. In the 65th minute of the second half, Lim Chuan scored his first goal of the match with a long-range shot from outside the penalty area, his third goal piercing Leverkusen's net. This time, the South Koreans suddenly had nothing to boast about. They couldn't possibly praise a winger's dribbling skills more than his goals, could they? However, towards the end of the match, when Lin Quan received the ball in the middle, dribbled past 4 defenders, thoroughly inspected the Leverkusen defense, and successfully scored, they were speechless. Son Heung-min completed 3 dribbles in multiple attempts, while Lin Quan only needed 1 chance to beat 4 players and score twice. Unless you're truly ignorant of football, there's really nothing to praise at this point. Ultimately, Manchester City easily defeated Leverkusen 4-0 away from home. After the match, Son Heung-min approached Lin Quan and asked to exchange jerseys. Lin Quan happily agreed. The Korean fans in the stands, seeing Lin Quan and Son exchange jerseys, immediately changed their tune and began praising him again. Our Heung-min has received the recognition of the world's best player. Heung-min is truly amazing. However, they seemed oblivious to the fact that in praising Son Heung-min, they also inadvertently praised Lin Quan. While the title of strongest player at the time might be true, no one in Europe had yet used it, or dared to say it so bluntly. European media usually added one of to Lin Quan's descriptions. After the South Korean media extensively reported on the match, especially highlighting Lin Quan and Son Heung-min's jersey exchange, many South Korean fans suddenly became Lin Quan's supporters. No wonder he's the strongest player of our time. Lin Quan is truly amazing. Yes, he can break through unstoppably on the wing and also organize attacks in the middle, assisting teammates to score. His playing style is increasingly resembling Maradona's legendary style. I wonder when our Heung-min will reach Lin Quan's level. Because Lin Quan's displayed strength was so overwhelming, after this match, the South Koreans seemed to have come to terms with reality. However, while they stopped hyping up the comparison between Son Heung-min and Lin Quan, they began to look for other avenues, attempting to find evidence that Lin Quan might have blood from the great netherworld. Truly worthy of being called the origin of all things in the universe, no one cared about the South Korean media reports, and Lin Quan didn't understand Korean, so naturally he wouldn't bother to follow the news of a small country. Compared to these concerns, Manchester City's players were more interested in their group stage qualification and the standings of other groups. After defeating Leverkusen, Manchester City had won both of their matches and currently leads the group with 6 points. The other 2 teams in the group, Monaco and Zenit, drew their matches this round, extending Manchester City's lead to 2 points. Currently, among the 4 teams in Group C, Manchester City leads with 6 points, Monaco is second with 4 points, Zenit is third with 1 point, and Leverkusen is at the bottom of the group with 0 points after 2 losses. In terms of qualification, Manchester City has the best chance. Monaco's next match against Manchester City is unlikely to be a victory, but considering their points advantage, their qualification prospects are better than third-placed Zenit. If third-placed Zenit wants to catch up with Monaco in points, they must win their next match against Leverkusen. As for Bayer Leverkusen, they will absolutely need to fight tooth and nail for 3 points in their next match if they don't want to be eliminated early. In other groups, in Group A, Atletico Madrid, who just lost to Olympiacos in the previous round, secured a valuable 3 points with a 1-0 victory at home against Juventus. Olympiacos, however, unexpectedly lost to Mama. This has resulted in 4 teams qualifying with 3 points each, creating a chaotic situation where all 4 teams seem to have a chance. In Group B, Real Madrid has secured 2 consecutive wins, leading the standings and enjoying a strong position to advance. Liverpool, however, suffered an unexpected away defeat this round, making their qualification situation somewhat precarious. In their next match, Liverpool will host Real Madrid, and given the current form and strength of both teams, Liverpool's chances of winning at home are slim. A loss could see them fall behind Basel, who are tied on points. Therefore, Liverpool not only needs to hope they can hold on at home, but also hope that Basel loses. In Group E, Arsenal secured a resounding victory at home, much to the delight of their fans. They thrashed Turkish side Galatasaray 4-1, earning 3 valuable points. Arsenal's attack was fluid and efficient, with Welbeck scoring a hat-trick and Sanchez adding another goal. The only downside was that their goalkeeper, Szczesny, received a red card in the second half, forcing them to field a substitute goalkeeper for their next away match. In Group E, Bayern Munich narrowly defeated CSKA Moscow 1-0 away, securing 3 points and avoiding the awkward schedule of visiting Moscow in the winter. Group F saw a significant upset this round. In the match between Barcelona and Paris Saint-Germain, the favored side suffered a disappointing 2-3 defeat away from home. Lin Quan was somewhat surprised to learn of Barcelona's loss to PSG. If he remembered correctly, Barcelona had won the Champions League this season. Who wouldn't tremble at the sight of that attacking trident from the Enrique era? After watching the match, I noticed Suarez hadn't even played. The MSN trio hadn't unleashed their full potential, no wonder they lost. Messi and Neymar both scored, but it wasn't enough to secure a victory. This defeat has made many pessimistic about Barcelona's Champions League prospects this season. Considering Suarez is still suspended, and even if he returns, if he can't quickly integrate into the team, Barcelona might not finish first in the group. If they qualify as second in the group, they're highly likely to draw strong teams like Manchester City, Real Madrid, and Bayern Munich in the knockout stages. This is definitely not good news for Barcelona. Fortunately, the situation isn't entirely bleak. Barcelona still has a chance to reclaim the top spot on the group. However, given PSG's current form, overturning their lead will be difficult. PSG, after defeating Barcelona, are extremely excited. Many players even stated that this is their best chance to qualify for the Champions League. Especially for their star player Zlatan Ibrahimovic, the lack of a Champions League title has always been a sore point. Before Lin Quan's rise to prominence, Ibrahimovic always considered himself the best player, and he was often ranked below Messi and Ronaldo, considered the third best player in the league. However, compared to these two unparalleled stars, Ibrahimovic has one awkward point: he has never won the Champions League. Ibrahimovic has played for many teams, including 4 or 5 top clubs, Juventus, Inter Milan, Barcelona, and AC Milan. But his luck has been terrible, always missing out on the Champions League. His move from Inter to Barcelona, and then from Barcelona to AC Milan, resulted in him missing out on 2 Champions League titles. Now, at 33, Ibrahimovic is undoubtedly in the twilight of his career. Therefore, for him, Paris Saint-Germain may be his last hope for a Champions League title. After several seasons of massive spending, PSG's squad has improved dramatically. This season, PSG looks incredibly strong, even defeating the mighty Barcelona. It seems like their best chance to win the title has arrived. If Manchester City, who also played big spending football last season, could win the championship, there's no reason why PSG, with even greater investment, can't. Chapter 343. A decisive victory against Monaco leads to Ranieri's dismissal. After returning from Germany, Manchester City rested for 2 days before travelling to Birmingham to challenge Aston Villa. Aston Villa's strength isn't particularly high, but their rough-and-tumble style of play means even top teams can't afford to be careless, as an upset is easy. Fortunately, Manchester City were in excellent form, taking a 2-goal lead within just 20 minutes. Even Aston Villa's fouling tactics were ineffective, and they ultimately lost 0-3. This victory put Manchester City at the top of the table with a perfect record. However, Chelsea are keeping a close eye on them. In their match against Arsenal, Chelsea, playing at home, secured a clean 2-0 victory thanks to goals from Hazard and Diego Costa. This means they remain only 3 points behind Manchester City. Manchester City's neighbours, Manchester United, faced their younger siblings Everton in this round of matches and ultimately won 2-1, securing their second consecutive victory and climbing to 4th place in the league. Falcao and Di Maria both scored in this match, somewhat easing some of the doubts surrounding their performance. After the Premier League, Manchester City immediately returned home for a League Cup match. Their opponent was relatively weak, so Pellegrini fielded a largely reserved team. Even so, led by Yaya Touré, Lampard, and Zonko, Manchester City thrashed Sheffield Wednesday 7-0, advancing to the next round. With victories on 3 fronts, Manchester City seems poised to continue their success from last season. There is great optimism that they will achieve their first ever league title defense. This optimism reached its peak after Manchester City's 4-1 home victory over Tottenham in the 8th round of the Premier League. 8-game winning streak. Who can stop Manchester City? The birth of a giant, the rise of Manchester City witnessed by the entire Premier League. Tottenham is simply Manchester City's toy, they get thrashed every time they face them. Tottenham's performance this season hasn't been bad, and they're quite high in the standings, but in this match, they seemed like they couldn't play football at all. Yet, it felt like they were naturally countered, they just couldn't win. Actually, Tottenham's performance in this match was actually quite good, at least they scored a goal. Last season, Manchester City thrashed Tottenham 6-0 at home. Fans weren't surprised by Manchester City's home win. The Etihad Stadium has always been a formidable fortress for other Premier League teams. However, they were very puzzled by Tottenham's repeated defeats against Manchester City. While Tottenham isn't considered a giant, they are the leader of the second tier below the Big Five. They do have some gap in strength compared to the title contenders, but not to this extent. Yet, every time they face Manchester City, it's as if they suddenly can't play football anymore, frequently suffering heavy defeats. Last season, Manchester City thrashed Tottenham Hotspur 11 goals in 2 matches, home and away, leaving the Spurs utterly humiliated. This instilled a deep-seated fear of Manchester City in Tottenham fans, making them the team they least wanted to face out of the 20 Premier League teams. Just as the world was reeling from Manchester City's 8-game winning streak and their dominant performance against Tottenham, a veteran journalist published an article in his column titled "The Premier League is Heading Towards Death." With the subtitle, "A Powerful Manchester City May Destroy the Foundation of the Premier League." The journalist used a very eye-catching title, seemingly sensationalist. However, his article did have some substance, listing a wealth of data and technical analysis, appearing at least to be well-founded. The journalist argued that the Premier League has always relied on the fierce competition among numerous top clubs and the immense suspense of each season's title race to attract viewers. If Manchester City continues its dominance and monopolizes the championship, the Premier League may lose its biggest selling point. In that case, the Premier League's appeal will inevitably decline significantly, just like the Bundesliga. In previous seasons, the rise of Borussia Dortmund and the decline of Bayern Munich's dominance led to increased overseas viewership and a significant expansion of the Bundesliga's influence. However, with Dortmund's recent decline and Bayern Munich's return to domestic dominance, last season, under Guardiola's leadership, achieved the second longest unbeaten run in the top 5 European leagues. This has made Bundesliga matches dull and uninteresting again, impacting overseas viewership. A conscientious reporter makes a good point. We can't let Manchester City dominate. That's right, we should call on other teams to unite and focus our attacks on Manchester City. Count Manchester United in. Chelsea in too. Arsenal are interested in signing them. Liverpool have long disliked Manchester City. Tottenham are also willing to contribute. The fans of all the teams collectively shouted, "Get out." Although these are just things created by fans online, the Premier League teams have their own grudges and rivalries, and it's unlikely they would put aside their differences and unite for Manchester City. After all, if we're talking about monopolizing the Premier League title, Manchester United under Ferguson had already done it long ago. Back then, no other teams complained, so why are they grumbling now that it's Manchester City's turn? It's because they see Manchester City as a nouveau riche, lacking in experience. They're used to bullying Manchester City and can't adapt to Manchester City being superior to them. No problem, once Manchester City beats them a few more times and wins a few more Premier League titles, they'll get used to it. That being said, the impact of becoming the league's public enemy quickly became apparent. Because of their Champions League group stage third match, Manchester City had to travel to Monaco for their third Champions League group stage game, and just one day later, they had to travel to London to play West Ham United. These two matches were too close together, so Manchester City requested a postponement of their league game. They had made a similar request last season, and to support Premier League teams in their Champions League campaign, the Premier League supported them and successfully postponed the match after coordinating with Aston Villa. But this time, Manchester City's request was rejected. Not only was the league reluctant to help, but West Ham United also rejected Manchester City's request for a postponement. West Ham, eager to play Manchester City while they were exhausted and out of form, naturally didn't want to postpone the match. The rejection of the request to postpone the ninth round of the league significantly impacted Manchester City's preparations. Monaco is located in southern France, about 2,000 kilometers from Manchester, a considerable distance. Traveling between the two cities would waste 5 or 6 hours just on the plane. However, this match was also crucial for Manchester City. Monaco was ranked second in the group, both in terms of strength and points. They were arguably the only team capable of threatening Manchester City's chances of finishing first in the group. If they gave up this match, allowing Monaco to catch up with Manchester City on points, it wouldn't be good for Manchester City. Conversely, if they went all out and won the match, Manchester City's lead over Monaco could extend to 6 points. With 3 group stage matches remaining, it's unlikely Monaco can catch up to this score, essentially securing Manchester City's qualification as group winners. Once they've secured first place, they can strategically forfeit the remaining matches and focus on the league. This would give their key players some breathing room before the Champions League knockout stages begin. Ultimately, Pellegrini decided to field his strongest lineup against Monaco. Like Chelsea, Monaco's owner, Rybanovlev, is also a Russian oligarch. Whether driven by genuine love for football or by witnessing Abramovich's immense success in the Premier League, this Russian billionaire spent a fortune to buy the Monaco club in 2011. After acquiring the team, he brought in the shrewd Ranieri and spent heavily on big-name players in the transfer market. In just a few seasons, Monaco has spent hundreds of millions of euros, acquiring numerous star players. With such a large investment, they naturally need even better results to reward their investment. Therefore, Rybanovlev gave Ranieri a firm order, demanding that he achieve at least one of 2 goals, winning the Ligue 1 title or reaching the Champions League semi-finals. However, neither of these goals seemed easy for Monaco. While Monaco's investment was substantial, there was another team in Ligue 1 whose spending was even more extravagant, Paris Saint-Germain. In the realm of big spending football, even Manchester City had to concede defeat to PSG. Monaco's spending was only a fraction of theirs, practically negligible. Therefore, the Russian owner's demands were destined to be unattainable for the Tinkerman, Ranieri's nickname. Moreover, Ranieri had a tendency to perform exceptionally well with mid to lower tier teams with a solid foundation. However, his record with top clubs was often poor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been frequently sacked by these clubs. Monaco's previous squad might have been just right for Ranieri, but after the big owners spent heavily on a large number of players, Ranieri found himself struggling to keep up. He wasn't very good at managing relationships with these players, making it difficult to fully unlock their potential. Therefore, facing the formidable Manchester City, Ranieri consciously adopted a counter-attacking strategy. This tactic is basically the only option for non-elite teams facing Manchester City. And it must be said, Ranieri really has some skill. His defensive setup was different from others. Monaco's 3 defensive lines were positioned very close together, severely compressing the attacking space. Moreover, their pressing was intense, resolutely denying Manchester City players any time to organize their attacks. This made it very difficult for a team like Manchester City, which excels at ground penetration, to play. Even a player as strong as Lin Quan struggled to create opportunities without sufficient space. Furthermore, Manchester City was unlucky today. Kroos was injured and forced to leave the field after only 15 minutes. Kroos's departure significantly impacted Manchester City's attacking organization. With the score still 0-0 in the 80th minute, Monaco fans roared their support, waving flags and chanting encouragement. Pushing the defending champions to this point was an unexpected surprise for Monaco, especially after their previous draw against SYNOPSIS. Before this match, many were pessimistic about their chances, with some even predicting a thrashing by Manchester City. In the stadium's VIP box, Monaco's owner watched as his team was pinned back in their own half, completely on the defensive. His face was grim. He wanted a resounding victory, not a draw secured through a defensive posture. And the game wasn't over yet. It was uncertain whether they could hold on to the draw until the final whistle. Thinking this, the Russian owner's gaze towards Ranieri turned hostile. He had invested so much in assembling a star-studded squad, only to have this guy lead it to this state? Our neighbor PSG can beat the invincible Barcelona in the Champions League, so why can't you beat Manchester City? With the match nearing its end, the Monaco players on the pitch started to get restless. After playing most of the game, Manchester City didn't seem as formidable as they'd imagined. This was their home ground. After all, it would be humiliating to be constantly pressured and only manage a draw. So, in the final stages of the match, they tried to launch a counter-attack against Manchester City. On the sidelines, Ranieri initially wanted to stop his players' reckless behavior. He had watched many of Manchester City's matches and discovered that Manchester City excelled at turning the tide or securing a last-minute victory. Their Champions League semi-final victory over Real Madrid last season was proof of that. So, despite playing well for 80 minutes, if they relaxed in the final stages, a crushing defeat was likely. However, just now, a club staff member came up to him to remind him that the team owner was very dissatisfied with the team's performance in this match. The boss wanted a victory at home. Ranieri was a rather honest man, and since the boss had given a firm order, he couldn't disobey. So he could only watch his players organize their attack with bated breath, harboring a sliver of hope. If their counter-attack succeeded and they actually scored, he would make sure all his players retreated to defend to the bitter end. However, as it turned out, playing with a gamble wouldn't yield good results. In the 88th minute, Manchester City capitalized on Monaco's counter-attack opportunity, launching a counter-attack within a counter-attack, moving the ball from their own 30-meter zone to the edge of the opponent's penalty area in just a few seconds. Manchester City's counter-attack was too fast. Many Monaco players were still rushing forward. By the time the ball was passed back to their own half, how could they possibly turn around and chase? Lin Quan dribbled into the penalty area and calmly slotted the ball past the on-rushing goalkeeper, making the score 1-0. Lin Quan's goal silenced the entire stadium. Monaco fans were stunned. Inside the VIP box, Rybolovlev was absolutely furious. He had made up his mind to fire that damned Italian after the match. He was filled with regret. He should have terminated Ranieri's contract after last season. Perhaps the team's performance wouldn't have been so terrible. Poor Ranieri, once again the scapegoat. Chapter 344 Pellegrini's absence due to illness, Manchester City managerial crisis. Ranieri sick again, where does the Tinkerman go? After the match, the focus of major media outlets wasn't on the process and result of the game, but rather on Monaco's dismissal of their head coach. Frankly, Ranieri did a decent job at Monaco. At least under his leadership, Monaco was promoted from Ligue 2 to Ligue 1, so sacking such a decorated coach in such a disrespectful manner is truly unacceptable. Perhaps for the Russian oligarchs, this isn't a big deal, since terminating a contract involves paying a release clause. Having paid, they can fire anyone they want. But the problem isn't the money, but the dignity of the head coach. After Ranieri's sacking, the outside world has almost universally criticized money-driven football, especially the money-driven football of Russian tycoons. A few years ago, Chelsea's poor performance led Abramovich to sack coaches recklessly, changing 6 or 7 managers in just a few years. This behavior severely damaged Chelsea's reputation and public image in the coaching world, causing many coaches to shy away from the club at the mere mention of its name. Abramovich desperately wanted to bring Guardiola to Stamford Bridge, but Guardiola remained unmoved by Chelsea's invitation. A large part of this was because Chelsea's tendency to sack managers left Guardiola with a very negative impression. For a world-class coach like Guardiola, there's no shortage of suitors, so there's no need to suffer at Chelsea. Even for Mourinho, if he hadn't suffered setbacks at Real Madrid, he probably wouldn't have returned to Chelsea so easily. After all, Mourinho is very concerned about his image, and it's impossible for him to be completely unconcerned about being sacked by Abramovich. When criticizing Monaco and Chelsea, the outside world didn't forget to drag Manchester City and Paris Saint-Germain into the fray. After all, when it comes to big spending football, these four teams are the first to come to mind. A curious reporter approached Manchester City manager Manuel Pellegrini, asking if he was worried about his job. The veteran manager had indeed had such concerns, but that was last year. After leading the team to the Champions League trophy, he no longer had those worries. Hell, if the club wants to fire me, just consider it an early vacation. You know, leading a team to win all the time is exhausting. The veteran manager was implying that his team's performance was excellent, and that unless the club had lost its mind, they wouldn't fire him. However, no sooner had he spoken than Pellegrini missed Manchester City's training the next day. Why isn't the coach here yet? Is he late? He's always punctual. Why is he suddenly late? When the time came, all the players had arrived, but Pellegrini was still absent, arousing their curiosity. Although daily training could be completed by the assistant coaches even without him, the team had a match the next day, and the starting lineup and tactics needed to be determined by him as the head coach. In this situation, his lateness naturally seemed very strange. Ahem, everyone, quiet down. After a moment, an assistant coach rushed over, quieted the players, and announced some bad news. Coach Pellegrini is feeling unwell and is currently undergoing examinations at the hospital. I will be in charge of tomorrow's match. Brian was Manchester City's most senior assistant coach, and no one objected to him acting as interim manager. After all, it was only temporary, and Coach Pellegrini would surely recover quickly. However, the coach's sudden illness caused some concern among the players. On October 25th, Brian led a large group of substitutes to London to play against West Ham United away. This wasn't a last-minute decision due to Pellegrini's vacation. Rotation had been planned beforehand. Their key players had just participated in the Champions League, and their physical condition and form hadn't fully recovered from the long journey. Playing them again at this time could easily lead to unexpected injuries. This season, several key players in Manchester City's squad have already suffered injuries. The first to suffer was captain Vincent Kompany. His injury wasn't too serious, but it significantly impacted his performance. Fortunately, the team had young player Virgil van Dijk to fill the gap, so it didn't have a major impact on the team's record. However, the subsequent injuries to Sergio Aguero and Toni Kroos were more devastating for Manchester City. Aguero has always been Manchester City's starting striker, and his absence greatly affected their attacking power. As for Kroos, he is Manchester City's midfield metronome, the one who controls the tempo of the game, and is also very important to the team. The injuries to these three key players have already sounded the alarm for Manchester City. If they don't take it seriously, such injuries will likely increase. After all, Manchester City has played an incredibly long season. Across all competitions, they have as many as 60 or 70 games this season. Even with rotation, each key player will probably play at least 50 games. And many of these are very intense and high-intensity Champions League matches. This dense schedule and high-intensity competition make it very easy for injuries to accumulate. However, bold rotation always comes at a price. In London, Manchester City faced fierce resistance from West Ham United. The West Ham players displayed the intensity of a London derby against Manchester City, as if City were their mortal enemy. This kind of treatment is usually reserved for their city rivals Millwall, but Manchester City enjoyed it today. Just 12 minutes into the game, West Ham scored. They capitalized on a quick free kick, catching Manchester City off guard. Amalfitano opened the scoring for West Ham, giving them a 1-0 lead. Manchester City players believed the goal was offside, but their protests were ignored by the referee. Furthermore, the decision regarding the foul during West Ham's quick free kick was also controversial. On the sidelines, Manchester City's interim manager, Brian, frowned. The referee's bias seemed blatant, causing Manchester City to suffer several setbacks. Moreover, the young substitutes were somewhat rash, giving the opposition numerous opportunities. The deficit and the referee's perceived bias began to worry him. If the starting lineup were on the field, even if the referee were somewhat biased towards the opposing team, he wouldn't have such worries. Thinking about this, he regretted not bringing Lin Quan with him. Before heading to London, Lin Quan had volunteered to play. However, Brian, considering that the opponent had just played the full Champions League match, refused his request, allowing him to stay in Manchester with the other starters to rest. Now it seemed his decision was a bit too hasty. If Lin Quan were on the field, the team's attacking threat would be much greater, and they wouldn't be in such a passive position. Fortunately, even with substitutes, Manchester City's lineup was still formidable. In the 43rd minute of the first half, Manchester City capitalized on a defensive lapse, with Milner scoring a powerful shot to equalize. This goal thrilled Brian and relieved the Manchester City starters watching from the back. Playing with a completely reserved lineup, a victory would be perfect. But even if they couldn't win, a point would be acceptable. That way, even if Chelsea won, Manchester City would still lead by 1 point. Even a 1-point lead is still a lead, and besides, Chelsea's form can't be completely consistent. They can't win every game, can they? After all, this round's opponent is Manchester United. Although Manchester United's performance at the beginning of the season was poor, they have now emerged from their slump and achieved 2 consecutive victories. Van Gaal seems to have found the right way to play for Manchester United. Furthermore, this game is at home, which raises expectations for their performance. Many Manchester United fans hope that Van Gaal can seize the opportunity to defeat Chelsea at home, thereby closing the gap with the 2 top teams. First defeating Chelsea, then losing to Manchester City. This is the perfect script for the Red Devils' comeback that many Manchester United fans envision. In the second half, Manchester City played steadily, giving their opponents few opportunities. The score was still 1-1 in the 85th minute. It seemed like the 2 teams were going to end in a draw. However, in the 87th minute, a referee's decision changed the outcome of the game. In the 87th minute, a West Ham United player dribbled into the penalty area and went down. The referee not only gave Clichy a yellow card but also awarded a penalty. Awarding a penalty at this crucial moment was practically a death sentence for Manchester City. This decision sparked strong discontent among the Manchester City players, who surged towards the referee to protest and appeal. However, the referee not only refused to change his decision but also showed yellow cards to Milner and Fernando. It seemed he was determined to hand West Ham United a victory. On the sidelines, Brian, witnessing this, applauded the referee in anger. Prompted by the 4th official, the referee ran to the sidelines and directly sent him off with a red card. The team conceded a penalty, and the interim manager was sent off. Manchester City was truly powerless to turn the tide and had to swallow the bitter pill of defeat away from home. After the match, Clattenburg, who officiated the game, faced fierce criticism from Manchester City fans. It was precisely his several crucial decisions that led to Manchester City's first defeat of the season. The Premier League's 4 blinds truly live up to their name. They couldn't even see Amalfitano's obvious offside. They're ridiculously blind. Hell, I think the referee must have been paid off, otherwise he wouldn't have made so many controversial calls. What do you mean by controversial calls? Almost all of these calls were against Manchester City. This is clearly suppression from above. Could it be the Premier League? The tallest tree catches the most wind. Manchester City was too high profile before, and now they've been targeted. After the match, Manchester City immediately filed a complaint with the FA and demanded an investigation into the referee's officiating record. At the same time, leveraging their financial advantage, they bribed numerous media outlets to extensively report on the incident, making it widely known that Manchester City was the victim. And that wasn't all. With funding and organization from the Manchester City Club, a large number of fans went to the FA's offices to protest. They weren't the kind of team that would silently endure being bullied. If everyone resorted to such underhanded tactics, they might as well not play football at all. Faced with immense public pressure, the FA was forced to step in and announce a thorough investigation to ensure fairness and impartiality in the league. This statement should be taken with a grain of salt. Given their tendency to protect each other internally, they won't easily overturn the verdict. Manchester City doesn't want an overturned verdict, but rather for the FA to tone down their tactics in future matches and stop deliberately targeting them. After all, a complete breakdown in relations would be detrimental to everyone. The Abu Dhabi Consortium is here to do business and has naturally conducted a risk assessment. They had already collected considerable dirt on FA officials through private investigators, intending to use it as a trump card in a critical moment. If this information were exposed, these officials would likely be disgraced, and the damage to the FA's image and reputation would be fatal. The team's loss has undoubtedly affected the players' morale to some extent. Manager Pellegrini, in particular, hasn't fully recovered from his illness and is temporarily unable to return to coach. Interim manager Brian received a red card for clapping in the previous match and will also be unable to coach from the sidelines in the next game. As a result, Manchester City has had to assign another assistant coach to manage the team during the match. Fortunately, Manchester United managed to salvage some pride this round. Although they failed to defeat Chelsea at home, a 1-1 draw is acceptable for Manchester City. This means that despite the loss, their lead over Chelsea hasn't shrunk significantly, remaining at 2 points. This result seems better than a draw and a Chelsea victory. However, in the next round, Manchester City will host Manchester United. Considering Manchester United's recent form, especially their performance in the home draw against Chelsea, this match will likely be difficult for Manchester City. If they weren't plagued by injuries and their manager were available, Manchester City would be confident of winning. The two teams previously met in the International Champions Cup in North America, where Manchester City dominated Manchester United. Although 3 months have passed and Manchester United's strength has improved, Manchester City still holds a significant advantage. But now, with a series of negative factors at play, the prospects for the next match are truly uncertain. Manchester United manager Louis van Gaal seems to have seen an opportunity to upset his neighbours, so he publicly stated before the match that he would lead Manchester United to defeat Manchester City away from home and end Manchester City's winning streak against Manchester United. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345. 700 million viewers witnessed a Manchester derby. Van Gaal really knows how to pick his timing. If it were at the beginning of the season, he wouldn't dare make such a boast. Exactly. Manchester City is currently plagued by injuries, their manager is absent, and they just lost a game. They're in a slump in every aspect. Manchester United is quite lucky. If this game were 2 rounds earlier, I think their chances of winning would be less than 30%. Facing a Manchester City team like this now, the outcome is very uncertain. Van Gaal's boast immediately drew ridicule from many fans. His opportunistic behavior was met with disdain. However, Manchester United fans didn't care about such comments. They saw hope in defeating Manchester City away from home. The humiliation the Red Devils suffered at Old Trafford last season at the hands of Manchester City remained a deep wound in their hearts. If they couldn't avenge themselves at the Etihad Stadium, this thorn would likely remain stuck in their throats, causing them endless pain. Before the match, BBC Sport interviewed several experts and legends, asking for their opinions on the game. Of the former players interviewed, a large majority believed that Van Gaal's Manchester United had a chance to win away from home. Manchester City has too many injured players, the forward line, midfield, and defense, the entire spine is shaken. This scale of injuries greatly impacts the team's fighting power. With the manager absent and the interim coach suspended, Manchester City has no tactical advantage whatsoever. I believe Van Gaal can defeat Manchester City with his superior in-game management. The experts' opinions were remarkably consistent. Almost all were pessimistic about Manchester City playing at home. They all believed that Manchester City's weakness lay in the lack of a manager's tactical arrangements and in-game adjustments. While Pellegrini isn't considered a particularly outstanding manager in terms of in-game management, his ability in this area is certainly superior to Manchester City's assistant coaches. After all, the veteran manager has led teams for so many years, experiencing all sorts of situations. His accumulated experience far surpasses that of these assistant coaches. Manchester City's in-game management and adjustments, relying on assistant coaches, are certainly no match for the shrewd and experienced Van Gaal, who is, after all, a renowned manager with undeniable skill. So even if Manchester City manages to hold on at the start, they'll likely succumb in the second half, especially after Van Gaal makes adjustments to the game's flow. Amidst the widespread pessimism, a gloomy atmosphere permeated the Manchester City team as well. The players were easily distracted during training, some habitually glancing towards the sidelines where the head coach was. Previously, there was always an elderly man with a full head of silver hair standing on the sidelines, urging them to train. Back then, the players would complain that the coach was too strict, making them feel overwhelmed. But now, with the old man gone, they felt a little uneasy. What's wrong with the coach? Why hasn't he recovered after so many days? I don't know, maybe we should go to the hospital? At this point, everyone looked at Lin Quan. Lin Quan nodded, let's go then, and also check on how the captain and the others are recovering. So, after training, everyone drove to the hospital to visit the coach and teammates. What brings you all here? Pellegrini was visibly surprised to see the players suddenly appear in the hospital room. Coach, we've come to see you. How are you? Pellegrini, wearing a hospital gown, looked slightly tired, but his spirits seemed relatively good. At least he wasn't unconscious and covered in medical equipment, as the players had feared. This relieved the Manchester City players. The situation didn't seem so serious. Hearing their words, Pellegrini casually replied, nothing serious. I'll be back with the team soon. Pellegrini's answer boosted the players' spirits. With their manager back, they felt the team could quickly recover from their slump. You're here for the next match, right? I also have something to tell you. I've been studying the tactics for the next game, and the tactics Manchester United might use. Pellegrini was a workaholic. Even in the hospital, he didn't stop working. During his hospitalization, he meticulously studied Manchester United's tactics in recent matches and determined the starting lineup and tactics for the next game based on Manchester City's current squad. He even meticulously planned substitutions, considering the assistant coach's potential in game management. The Chilean engineer paid meticulous attention to every detail. After hearing his arrangements, the players felt much more confident. Although the team squad was still incomplete, they had a significant increase in confidence about defeating Manchester United at home. After staying in the ward for a while, the players said their goodbyes and left. Lin Quan, being cautious, deliberately stayed behind until all the other players had left before finding the attending physician treating Pellegrini and inquiring about his condition. Sure enough, the situation was completely different from what Pellegrini had described. According to the doctor, Pellegrini suffered from an aneurysm, a very dangerous condition that carries a risk of death if it ruptures. Does this condition affect his normal work? Lin Quan asked with concern. Of course, the doctor replied seriously. We recommend that patients with this disease be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible. We don't recommend continuing to work, as overexertion will worsen the condition and increase the risk of aneurysm rupture, which would threaten the patient's life. Hearing the doctor's answer, Lin Quan immediately felt a sense of unease. This sudden diagnosis meant the veteran coach might not be able to continue. The club must have already started looking for a suitable successor, right? The team can't stay without a manager forever. November 2nd, Etihad Stadium. The entire Premier League's attention was focused on the two teams in this stadium. Despite the team slump and the outside world's low expectations for Manchester City's home victory, tens of thousands of Manchester City fans still flooded the stadium before the match. They carried various banners supporting their team, sang Manchester City's anthem, and marched into the stadium with their heads held high. The Blue Moon fans demonstrated their unwavering loyalty through their actions. As Manchester United manager Louis van Gaal stepped onto the pitch, Manchester City fans booed uncontrollably. Some fans near the away team's bench even insulted Van Gaal's family. Hearing the boos and jeers, Van Gaal glanced disdainfully at the City fans in the stands. HMPH, a bunch of idiots, you'll be crying after the game. He disliked the atmosphere at the Etihad Stadium and its fans. If he could, he wanted to teach these damn guys how to respect a world-class manager with a bloody massacre. Inside the players' tunnel, both teams were waiting to enter. Although there were many familiar faces on both sides, no one made a move to greet them. This match, hyped up by the media, had become a life-or-death struggle. Soon, led by the referee, the players, accompanied by their ball boys, left the tunnel and entered the pitch. As the announcer introduced the players, each Manchester City player received a deafening roar of support from the crowd. When the Manchester United players were introduced, the stadium was filled with boos and jeers. A few years ago, Manchester City was still relatively weak, while Manchester United was at its peak and didn't take their neighbours seriously. Back then, the Manchester derby was a stage for the Red Devils. While passionate and exciting, it lacked the tension of a closely contested match. However, in recent years, with Manchester City's rise, the matches between the two teams have truly taken on a derby flavor. As a result, the Manchester derby has become increasingly popular, attracting more and more fans. In the entire Premier League, its popularity is second only to the decades-old Merseyside derby. This match is perhaps the closest the two teams have ever been, and the winner will depend entirely on their performance. Such a suspenseful game naturally attracted countless viewers. According to official Premier League statistics, this Manchester derby attracted 690 million viewers worldwide simultaneously. This level of popularity almost rivals the World Cup. At 6:30 p.m. on November 2nd, amidst much anticipation, the first leg of the 2014-2015 Premier League season's Manchester derby officially kicked off. Manchester City initially used a 4-4-2 formation, while Manchester United started with a 4-3-3. However, after the match began, Manchester United's formation shifted to 4-1-4-1. Van Gaal finally decided to change his stubborn tactical approach. The dismal results at the beginning of the season showed that his system was simply unsuitable for Manchester United. If he had listened to external advice earlier, perhaps Manchester United wouldn't be so far behind the league leaders. Currently, Manchester United trails Manchester City by a full 11 points in the standings. Keep in mind that the league has only reached its 10th round, meaning it has only taken 9 games for Manchester United to fall so far behind. How terrible must Van Gaal's previous record have been? No wonder the Red Devils fans are furious. It's almost the worst record in the club's history. Anyone would be frustrated in that situation. After the match started, Manchester City played very proactively. They frequently launched attacks on Manchester United through both flanks. This effectively pinned Manchester United's fullbacks back in their own half, preventing them from contributing much of their attacking effort. As a result, it seemed Manchester City were gradually gaining the upper hand. In the 8th minute, Milner broke down the wing and delivered a through ball. Lin Quan suddenly surged forward from the left flank, squeezing past Fellaini, and unleashed a powerful shot. The shot was incredibly sudden. From Lin Quan's initial acceleration to his shot, the entire sequence took less than 2 seconds. Because Lin Quan's attack was so fast and sudden, neither Smalling nor Rojo, the two Manchester United defenders, had time to block it. The ball flew straight towards the Manchester United goal. The G, as Lin Quan's national team teammate, had witnessed Lin Quan's ability firsthand during training camps and matches with his Spanish national team, and therefore had been closely monitoring him. From the moment Lin Quan suddenly accelerated, the G anticipated he would likely shoot directly. His assessment proved accurate. Facing Lin Quan's high-quality shot, the G leaped high and tipped the ball over the crossbar in mid-air. He had intended to catch the ball, but the speed and power were too great, and he dared not attempt it lightly, opting instead for a safer method, swatting the ball away first. Manchester City won a corner. Lin Quan stood in the corner area, glanced at the penalty area, and then gestured for the near post. Seeing this gesture, Van Dijk cleverly took 2 steps back, then suddenly turned back, shaking off the Manchester United defender marking him. Van Dijk won the first header, creating an opportunity for a header. However, the header went slightly wide, grazing the post and going out of play. This attack by Manchester City had the Manchester United fans in the stadium on the edge of their seats. Although the opposing team had several key players injured and their manager absent, their fighting spirit was still not to be underestimated. Especially that guy in the number 10 jersey for Manchester City. Every time they saw him with the ball, Manchester United fans felt like their hearts were being squeezed, a suffocating feeling that made it hard to breathe. Lin Quan alone brought them such immense pressure. On the sidelines, assistant coach Riddle clapped excitedly, giving the players applause and encouragement. He was playing entirely according to Pellegrini's tactics, and according to the veteran coach's strategy. Manchester United's adjustments in the first half shouldn't be too quick. Van Gaal would need some time to figure out Manchester City's tactics, so this was their perfect opportunity to grab points. Once they broke the deadlock in the first half and took the lead, adjusting their tactics in the second half would be much easier. Manchester City has a simple yet terrifying tactic: counter-attacking. While counter-attacking is the preferred method for weaker teams against stronger teams, it doesn't mean strong teams can't use it. On the contrary, powerful teams using this tactic are even more terrifying. Barcelona and Real Madrid, among other clubs, experienced this firsthand in last season's Champions League. So, all Manchester City needs now is a goal. On the away team's bench, Van Gaal sat looking relaxed. But in reality, he was incredibly tense, far from the calm exterior he appeared to be. Manchester City's attack was very threatening, making Van Gaal's heart race. Thankfully, this wasn't a peak for Manchester City. If they had a full squad and their manager wasn't sick and hospitalized, Manchester United would have been in serious trouble. Chapter 346 The godlike De Gea, the even more godlike Lin Quan. After his initial reflection, Van Gaal kept his eyes glued to the pitch. He was trying to decipher Manchester City's tactics to find a weakness as soon as possible. The sooner they identified the opponent's tactical weaknesses, the better for Manchester United. If the game dragged on like this, and the opponent scored, it would become much more difficult. However, missing these two scoring opportunities did not affect Manchester City's morale. In the 18th minute, Lin Quan unleashed an unstoppable dribble, breaking through from the right flank to the edge of the penalty area. Manchester United defender Rojo was forced to make a sliding tackle, bringing Lin Quan down on the ground just outside the box. The referee immediately showed Rojo the first yellow card of the match, a noticeably better decision than in the previous game. This earned a slight nod from Manchester City's owner, Masia, who was in the stadium's VIP box watching the game. If the FUD dared to continue targeting Manchester City, he wouldn't mind providing the Fleet Street reporters with some juicy scoops they were interested in. This time, the free kick was in a good position, and Lin Quan chose to take it himself. Unfortunately, De Gea had trained with him in the national team and was familiar with his free kicks. He predicted the direction correctly and narrowly saved Lin Quan's free kick. If it were another goalkeeper, they probably wouldn't have been so lucky. Manchester City's attack wasn't over yet. In the 20th minute of the first half, Fernando made a long pass from the backfield, and Lin Quan controlled the ball, facing Rojo one-on-one. Rojo, already carrying a yellow card, hesitated to foul, and his threat to Lin Quan decreased significantly. Lin Quan used his excellent dribbling skills, making two quick stops and changes of direction to shake off Rojo's defense, and then broke into the right side of the penalty area for a shot from a tight angle. It was De Gea again. This time, his positioning was excellent, maximizing his defensive coverage, and he once again made a very close save. Seeing De Gea save the team once again, both the Manchester United fans in the stadium and those watching at home couldn't help but call him daddy in their hearts. While De Gea isn't known for his ability to come out of his goal, his finishing skills inside the penalty area are undeniable. The fact that a goalkeeper with such a clear weakness can still hold on to a starting position at a powerhouse like Manchester United speaks volumes about his abilities in other areas. Seeing the opposing goalkeeper's outstanding performance, Manchester City fans couldn't help but groan, "This guy is like a wall of size. It feels like we can't get past him. It's outrageous." Lingard shots were saved 3 times in a row. There aren't many goalkeepers in football today who can do that. Lingard has faced almost every top goalkeeper in the world, Buffon, Neuer, Cech, Casillas, and I've never seen anyone push him to this level. De Gea is really impressive. I wonder if he can hold on to his starting position in Spain after Casillas retires. While the outside world and the fans at the stadium were praising and marveling at De Gea's brilliant performance, De Gea himself only felt a sense of relief. Although he anticipated these shots, his saves were still very difficult. This showed just how incredible Lin Quan's shooting ability was. Thinking of this, De Gea dared not be careless. The goalkeeper position allows no mistakes. One mistake could erase all previous achievements and even make him the villain of the team. He felt he had been lucky with his previous saves. He might not be so lucky next time he faced Lin Quan. Seeing the opposing goalkeeper in such excellent form, Lin Quan immediately changed his attacking strategy. In the 21st minute, Manchester City executed a series of exquisite passes. De Bruyne played a through ball into the box, and Lin Quan subtly chipped the ball over his defender. As he moved forward, the ball flew into the penalty area. This time, he had a one-on-one opportunity with a goalkeeper. Lin Quan glanced at the goal, raised his foot, and shot without hesitation. De Gea's performance in this match was truly phenomenal. Facing Lin Quan's shot, He used his body to block what seemed like a sure goal. Before Manchester United fans could even raise their arms in celebration, Lin Quan, having blocked the shot, also used his body to deflect it into the goal. He seemed to have anticipated that his shot would be saved. Boom! An unimaginable roar erupted from the Etihad Stadium, as countless Manchester City fans jumped up from their seats, wildly waving their fists and roaring. Finally, a goal. Finally, the ball went into that damned goal. When they saw De Gea block Lin Quan's shot with his body, their hearts sank. Thankfully, the ball still went in. Damn it! Van Gaal's face changed drastically after Manchester United conceded a goal, and he couldn't help but mutter a curse. Only 20 minutes into the game, Manchester United were already behind. This result was unexpected, and he couldn't help but worry about the course of the game. In this match, Manchester City's performance was much stronger than he had imagined. Especially their key player, Lin Quan, who was exceptionally active in the attacking third, appearing in almost every attack. Van Gaal had devised defensive tactics against Lin Quan, and Manchester United's players had tried their best to implement them. But all these efforts failed. One-on-one, they couldn't stop him at all. And when double-teamed, he was too clever. He always found an opening to pass the ball. Moreover, it wasn't just passing the ball, his passes were more like orchestrating an attack, each pass creating a new threat. This made Manchester United's defense extremely passive. How could there be such a prodigious player in football? Manchester City has many stars. Besides Lin Quan, there are De Bruyne, David Silva, and Yaya Toure on the field. These stars also possess the ability to deliver the decisive blow. If not tightly defended, given the opportunity, they can still score. This is still a weakened Manchester City. If Manchester City didn't have so many injuries, their threatening points would be even more numerous, making them even more difficult to defend. Thinking of this, Van Gaal couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Could his team still beat Manchester City in this state? After scoring, Lin Quan ran to the sidelines, took off his jersey in front of the camera, revealing a white vest. The big screen displayed a message on his vest, wishing the coach a speedy recovery. In his hospital room, Pellegrini, who had insisted on watching the live broadcast of the match despite his family's objections, felt a lump in his throat upon seeing this scene. That kid, he always manages to come up with something new. Although he said this, he was deeply moved. However, thinking about his own condition, he couldn't help but sigh. According to the doctor, he wouldn't be able to return to coach the team for a while. He really didn't want to leave these players. There were still so many things left to do, and he didn't want to give up halfway. After taking the lead, Manchester City's attack not only didn't weaken but intensified. In the 25th minute, Zabaleta dribbled down the wing and delivered a cross with the outside of his left foot. Lin Quan cleverly let the ball pass to Jovetic at the near post. Jovetic calmly slotted the ball into the bottom left corner of the goal. However, De Gea, who rarely comes out to challenge, rushed out this time, diving to block what seemed like a sure goal. Jovetic clutched his head in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept that his shot had been saved. He finally understood the feeling he had when De Gea had repeatedly blocked Lin Quan's shots. Manchester United fans applauded De Gea's brilliant performance, but also began to worry. The better the goalkeeper performed, the more unfavorable the situation was for them. De Gea's outstanding performance alone was not enough. The other players on the team had to step up. If they continued to be so ineffective and unable to threaten Manchester City's goal, then Manchester United was doomed to lose. However, after De Gea passed a ball to a teammate, it was intercepted by a Manchester City player before it could even get a few passes. Di Maria, who had lost possession, fell to the ground and didn't get up immediately, but the Manchester City players ignored him and continued their attack on Manchester United's goal. Taking advantage of the fact that the opponent's defensive focus was on Lin Quan and several teammates in the attacking third, Yaya Toure intercepted the ball and dribbled forward, even attempting to break into the penalty area. Blind inadvertently tripped Toure during a sliding tackle, earning a yellow card from the referee. This was Manchester United's second yellow card of the match. The free kick position was also good, but Lin Quan didn't take it himself, instead passing it to Yaya Toure. It was an opportunity created by the opponent, and Lin Quan intended to let him take it. Yaya Toure was full of confidence. He had seen De Gea's previous excellent performance, so he planned his shot carefully, intending to take it from a difficult position that would be hard for the opponent to reach. Yaya Touré's idea was good, but his technique didn't seem to support it. After his run-up, he kicked the ball high and wide, posing no threat to Manchester United's goal. Seeing the ball fly into the stands, Yaya Touré himself seemed a little embarrassed. After being besieged by Manchester City for half an hour, Manchester United finally launched a decent attack. In the 30th minute, Luke Shaw broke through on the left wing, and Zabaleta tripped him while defending. The referee verbally warned Zabaleta and awarded Manchester United a free kick. Van Persie took the free kick, aiming for Fellaini in the penalty area, but the ball was cleared early by Van Dijk. Manchester United failed to capitalize on this counter-attack opportunity. After half an hour of stagnation, their attack ended in such a disappointing failure, which seemed to have made their players anxious. As Navas prepared to launch a long ball, Smalling lingered in front of him several times and received a yellow card from the referee. The latter retreated back to his own half, cursing under his breath. He not only failed to gain an advantage but also received a yellow card, a classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the bait. However, Smalling's bad luck didn't seem to be over. In the 39th minute, Manchester City's attack once again reached Manchester United's penalty area. Lin Quan dribbled down the right flank, and Smalling came forward to intercept. Lin Quan didn't use any fancy tricks, he simply used a change of weight to easily get past him and was about to cut inside to the edge of the penalty area to shoot. Perhaps fueled by the referee's previous decisions, or perhaps feeling humiliated by Lin Quan's clean and decisive dribbling, Smalling lost his composure. After Lin Quan had passed him by half a body length, Smalling launched a sliding tackle from behind, bringing Lin Quan to the ground. The referee immediately pulled out a second yellow card, then a red card, sending him off. Generally, referees are more cautious when issuing yellow cards to players already on the pitch. But Smalling was simply too arrogant. Such a blatant and egregious foul, if not called, would undoubtedly cause a huge controversy after the match. Furthermore, the FA had repeatedly emphasized before the match that it must be fair and strictly adhere to the standards. Therefore, the only option was to send Manchester United's stalwart defender off the field. Foolish. Seeing Smalling voluntarily seek a red card, Van Gaal's expression changed, and he angrily cursed. He hadn't felt this worried when the team was behind earlier. But at that moment, when his team had a player sent off, Van Gaal's heart pounded. Although Manchester City wasn't at their peak, playing with 10 men was still too much for Manchester United. The numerical disadvantage would prevent his tactics from working effectively, and even if he figured out the opponent's weaknesses in the second half, he probably wouldn't be able to exploit them. Lin Quan was helped up by his teammates, and without even glancing at Smalling, who had voluntarily requested a red card, he took the ball to the spot of the foul, preparing to take the free kick. The ball wasn't in a good position, and instead of shooting directly, Lin Quan lobbed the ball into the penalty area for his teammates to head. Unfortunately, neither Van Dijk nor Demichelis could get to the ball, and it was cleared by a Manchester United player. Manchester United quickly made a substitution, bringing on Carrick to ensure the integrity of the defense, replacing Januzaj. Carrick played as a makeshift centre-back, and Manchester United's formation changed to 4-3-2. With a numerical advantage, the game was completely under Manchester City's control. In the 42nd minute, Yaya Touré sent a through ball into the penalty area. Lin Quan controlled the ball and turned to shoot, but was brought down in the box by Fellaini. The referee decisively awarded a penalty. Seeing Lin Quan standing at the penalty spot, Dji was incredibly nervous. He had watched Lin Quan's penalty training. This guy would definitely choose the corner of the goal. But the question was, which corner? Dji couldn't anticipate it and could only wait passively. Sure enough, Lin Quan chose the corner, and the top left corner at that. Dji was powerless to stop him and could only watch the ball go into the net. Before the end of the first half, Manchester City extended their lead to 2-0. Considering their opponents only had 10 men, Manchester City, with a 2-goal lead, seemed to have already declared victory. However, Manchester United didn't seem to be ready to surrender so easily. During halftime, Van Gaal indeed made adjustments to Manchester United's lineup. After the start of the second half, Manchester United's attacking intensity increased significantly, and the players became more aggressive on the field. It seems that after a slumber in the first half, they have finally awakened. Chapter 347 Slump. Di Maria, who seemed to be sleepwalking through the first half, finally woke up in the second. After the break, he suddenly became more active, creating several threats with his breakthroughs on the wing. In the 49th minute, Di Maria was brought down by Demichelis while breaking through on the right wing. Di Maria looked angry, getting up and confronting Demichelis, seemingly questioning why he had done that. The two are teammates on the national team and their relationship isn't bad. However, in the Manchester derby, Demichelis showed no mercy, tackling without hesitation. The referee was equally lenient, issuing a yellow card to the Argentine defender. This was the fifth yellow card of the match, seemingly exceeding the average. In the 54th minute, it was Di Maria again. After breaking through on the wing, he delivered a cross, and Rooney, like a small tank, squeezed through the crowd, stretching out his leg to try and tap the ball into the goal. Unfortunately, his legs seemed a little too short, the ball barely grazed his toes and slid past the goal. Di Maria's face showed undisguised disappointment as he watched his teammate miss the opportunity he had created. Rooney himself was also frustrated, he was just a hair's breadth away from scoring. If he were as tall as Van Persie, he would have had the ball. The 188 cm tall Van Persie was equally frustrated, if he were in Rooney's position, he certainly could have reached it. However, his acceleration wasn't as quick as Rooney's, and he was a step too slow, missing the chance. The opposing team, with only 10 players, was repeatedly threatening their goal, which infuriated Manchester City's players. They gradually increased their attacking intensity against Manchester United. In the 57th minute, seeing the opponent's tight defense in the penalty area, Yaya Toure attempted a long-range shot from outside the box. It was a dangerous shot, but unfortunately, he couldn't keep it down, and it went slightly over the crossbar. In the 66th minute, Manchester City took a corner kick. Manchester United centre-back Marcos Rojo suffered a serious injury while challenging Virgil van Dijk for a header and was forced to leave the field. As he was stretchered off, Rojo appeared somewhat disoriented, causing concern among many Red Devils fans. Meanwhile, Van Dijk seemed unaffected. After the heavy collision in the penalty area, he only felt slightly dizzy and quickly recovered. Clearly, physical abilities vary from person to person. After Rojo's departure, Louis van Gaal was forced to bring on young McNeil. With both of Manchester United's starting centre-backs off the field, a significant vulnerability was created in their defence. And this vulnerability was quickly exposed. In the 72nd minute, Robin van Persie's wasteful shot was easily saved by Keylor Navas. Immediately afterward, Manchester City launched a quick counter-attack. Kevin De Bruyne delivered a long through ball, approximately 30 meters long, to Jovetic. Jovetic, still psychologically scarred by De Gea's earlier save, hesitated to shoot immediately after receiving the ball. Seeing De Gea charging towards him, he quickly passed to teammate. David Silva unleashed a powerful shot, De Gea unable to recover in time, the ball grazing his fingertips and flying into the Manchester United goal of 3-0. Manchester City scored their third goal of the match. This goal essentially sealed the victory for Manchester City. 10-man Manchester United, with only 20 minutes remaining, couldn't possibly come back from 3 goals down. If they could, they wouldn't be so low down the table. The Manchester United players looked utterly dejected, their faces etched with frustration. Before the match, they were full of confidence, believing they could avenge their defeat at the Etihad Stadium. However, harsh reality gave them a harsh lesson, teaching them not to indulge in unrealistic daydreams. Some Manchester United stars didn't seem to have completely given up. In the 81st minute, Van Persie used his individual skill to cut inside from the right wing to the edge of the 6-yard box and unleashed a low shot. It was a dangerous shot, but Navas was alert and rushed out to block the angle, clearing Van Persie's shot. In the 83rd minute, Rooney suddenly exploded, dribbling past 3 players on the left wing. Although he stumbled a bit, he got through. Rooney dribbled into the penalty area, facing a double team from Van Dijk and Demichelis, and chose to pass across to teammate. However, Van Persie, whether unprepared for Rooney's pass or simply unprepared, failed to react immediately and watched helplessly as the ball flew past him and was cleared by a Manchester City defender. Seeing Van Persie miss his pass, Rooney was furious and almost cursed. On the sidelines, Manchester United manager Van Gaal shook his head after seeing this play. Manchester United's counter-attack enraged Manchester City, who began making a series of substitutions. Navas replaced Milner, and Fernandinho replaced Fernando. This was a signal to strengthen the attack. In the 84th minute, Navas broke through on the right and crossed a ball. Lin Quan received the ball with his back to goal and passed it back to De Bruyne. De Bruyne received the ball and broke forward, taking a shot from near the post. Substitute Carrick showed great experience, taking the initiative and blocking De Bruyne's shot. 1 minute later, Navas, holding off Luke Shaw, reached the edge of the 6-yard box and unleashed a powerful shot. With a loud bang, the ball hit the post and bounced out. In an instant, Manchester City's attack was relentless, and Manchester United fans couldn't help but feel apprehensive again. They had already conceded 3 goals. If they conceded another, it would be a disaster. Manchester United had previously suffered 4 consecutive defeats against Manchester City, including 2 humiliating defeats. They were truly afraid and didn't want to be thrashed again. Under this mentality, Manchester United's players hesitated in their attacks, greatly reducing their offensive threat. Ultimately, the match ended with Manchester City defeating Manchester United 3-0 at home. They not only won another Manchester derby but also defended their top spot. In the post-match press conference, reporters relentlessly bombarded Van Gaal with questions. He had previously boasted of a victory against Manchester City away from home, only to be proven wrong. This media scrutiny was somewhat deserved. Van Gaal reaped what he sowed. After losing the Manchester derby, his situation became increasingly difficult. Reports indicated that Manchester United's board had completely lost patience with the Dutchman and had begun contacting other managers, seemingly intending to replace him before the winter break. Manchester City, fresh off their victory, was also rumored to be considering a change. Shortly after City's win against Manchester United, news broke that City manager Pellegrini had resigned due to health reasons. Manchester City are reportedly in contact with several high-profile managers currently unemployed to address their head coach shortage. This news has not been confirmed, and there is widespread skepticism. However, Lin Quan, familiar with Pellegrini's condition, believed the news to be true upon hearing it. Pellegrini's departure clearly impacted Manchester City's morale. On October 29, in the 4th round of the League Cup, Manchester City suffered a major upset at home, losing 0-2 to Newcastle United and failing to advance to the quarter-finals. This was Manchester City's first home defeat in 6 months. Their last home loss was against Chelsea last season. Worse still than the loss itself, just 9 minutes into the game, their key winger David Silva was injured and forced to leave the field, adding another player to Manchester City's injury list. Post-match examinations revealed that David Silva suffered a knee sprain and would likely be out for 4 to 6 weeks. The team has just lost its manager and is now plagued by injuries, with as many as 4 key players currently sidelined. If we include Nasri, who strained his groin in training, Manchester City's injury camp is overflowing. Low morale, a constant stream of injuries, and a packed schedule, these factors combined have cast a shadow over Manchester City's prospects for the season. Experts and pundits who were raving about Manchester City a month ago are now pessimistic. If Manchester City can't get out of this slump soon, the title this season might fall into Chelsea's hands. Manchester City needs to address its problems quickly, whether it's injuries or the managerial issue. The longer these problems drag on, the greater the impact on their performance. I think Manchester City should consider giving up some cup competitions and focusing their energy on the league and the Champions League. If necessary, they could even give up the Champions League, which would significantly reduce the impact of player injuries. It is widely believed that Manchester City's injury woes are inextricably linked to their congested schedule. Too many high-intensity matches have left players without sufficient rest, leading to accumulated fatigue and a high risk of injury. To address this, it's essential to reduce the number of matches, allowing players more rest, and hiring a top-tier medical team to monitor their physical condition closely and prevent potential problems. Amidst widespread pessimism, Manchester City faced their 4th Champions League group stage match. On November 3, French powerhouse Monaco launched a fierce attack on Manchester. Capitalizing on Manchester City's poor form, Monaco, fresh from a managerial change, hoped to take a bite out of the defending champions. However, their calculations were wrong. While Manchester City's overall performance was indeed lackluster, there was one crucial player on their team. Lin. It was him again who stepped up at the critical moment to save the team. In the 82nd minute, Lin Quan, relying on his exceptional individual skill, forced his way into the penalty area, shrugged off the opposing defender, and slotted the ball into Monaco's goal. This was the only goal of the entire match, but for Lin Quan, It was enough. Manchester City have won all 4 matches, accumulating 12 points and securing qualification for the knockout stage 2 rounds early. This result is definitely good news for Manchester City, who are currently struggling. Hopefully, inspired by this victory, Manchester City can soon emerge from their slump. After securing this victory, everyone at Manchester City breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Manchester City loses the next 2 matches, as long as Bayer Leverkusen doesn't win both of their next 2 games, Manchester City will still secure first place in the group. Therefore, the next 2 matches can be strategically abandoned. They can avoid the trouble of fighting on 2 fronts and concentrate on the league. However, the slump seems to still be affecting the team. In the weekend's league match against relegation-threatened Queen's Park Rangers, Manchester City's performance was still poor. In the 23rd minute, Lin Quan opened the scoring, establishing a lead. However, this advantage was quickly squandered. In the 37th minute of the first half, Austin's long-range shot helped Queen's Park Rangers equalize. In the 78th minute, Demichelis made a defensive error. His stamina waned, his movements became erratic, and he inadvertently kicked the ball into his own net while attempting a clearance. The score became 2-1, and Manchester City, playing away, were pushed to the brink. "Sorry, my bad." Demichelis repeatedly apologized to his teammates. Not only had he failed to help the team in their slump, but he had also contributed to their further decline, leaving Demichelis feeling extremely guilty. "It's okay, we still have time." Lin Quan patted Demichelis on the shoulder, comforting him. Mangala's unreliability and Kompany's lingering injury left Manchester City with few options at centre-back. For a veteran like Demichelis, who had been playing full 90 minutes lately, his stamina was severely depleted. Although he made this fatal mistake, without his crucial clearances in the backline, Manchester City would likely have conceded even more goals. "Yes." Demichelis nodded emphatically. He might doubt others, but he trusted Lin Quan implicitly. Manchester City quickly made a substitution, with veteran Lampard replacing Fernando. In the 78th minute, Lampard's long-range shot went just wide. In the 81st minute, De Bruyne's shot inside the penalty area was blocked by the goalkeeper. In the final 10 minutes of the match, Manchester City launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on their opponents. However, Queen's Park Rangers, who had unexpectedly taken the lead, united as one, huddled in their defense, determined to hold on to this hard-won victory. For them, these 3 points were crucial as they aimed to avoid relegation. Whether they could remain in the Premier League next season might depend on these 3 points. In the 85th minute, Lin Quan received a pass from De Bruyne. Before receiving the ball, he had observed the opponent's defensive positioning. The penalty area was densely packed with players, leaving no gaps. It seemed that only a long-range shot was the only option. Thinking of this, Lin Quan flicked the ball, seemingly preparing to try a long-range shot. Other Manchester City players had attempted this before, and the Queen's Park Rangers players didn't take it seriously, merely making token attempts to block. However, the instant the opponent raised their foot, Lin Quan flicked the ball back and instantly accelerated, dribbling past them. Caught off guard, the opponent didn't even have time to foul and could only watch helplessly as Lin Quan accelerated into their penalty area. 2 defenders immediately moved to block Lin Quan, giving him no space to break through. After blocking him, they expected Lin Quan to either shoot hastily or pass the ball. However, to their surprise, Lin Quan neither passed nor shot. Instead, he dribbled through them, forcefully creating a path with his body. How is this possible? The fans and opposing players were stunned. They had only heard of Lin Quan's superb footwork and excellent technique, never of his outstanding physical attributes, capable of breaking through 2 defenders' defense. Was he even human? Bang! A deafening thud resounded as Lin Quan's powerful shot nearly deformed the ball. The Queen's Park Rangers goalkeeper, initially poised to make the save, instinctively pulled his hand back. Such a violent shot could easily result in a broken wrist if caught with a hand. The ball slammed into the net, causing it to bulge backwards, yet it continued to roll, seemingly determined to break free. The sheer power of that shot was evident. Chapter 348 Manchester City's invitation to Guardiola to coach the team shocked the entire football world. Defending champions in slump, draw against relegation fighting team. Manchester City in a slump, Chelsea may climb to the top. Following the match, the media was abuzz with reports. For many, Manchester City's draw away to relegation-threatened team was a huge upset. And if it weren't for Lin Quan's incredible performance, scoring 2 goals to save the team, Manchester City might have already lost. Before this round of matches, Chelsea were only 2 points behind Manchester City. Now that Manchester City had been held to a draw, if Chelsea could beat Liverpool away, they would catch up with Manchester City on points. At Anfield, after 90 minutes, the final score on the scoreboard was 1-2, with the home team listed first and the away team second. Liverpool failed to hold on to their home ground, conceding 2 goals after taking the lead, suffering a dramatic comeback defeat and losing this crucial clash between the two giants. With this, Chelsea finally caught up with Manchester City in the standings. However, they are currently second due to goal difference. However, the two teams are currently in vastly different form. Chelsea has achieved 2 consecutive victories, while Manchester City has recently fallen into a slump, suffering consecutive defeats in both the League Cup and the league. Without a manager, even Manchester City themselves are unsure whether they can win their next match. With Pellegrini's resignation announced, the lack of a manager for Manchester City has become widely known in the football world. This timing is extremely awkward, as most top managers are already booked. Apart from the recently sacked Claudio Ranieri, there are no other suitable managers available. Ranieri has already proven ineffective at managing top clubs, making him a poor choice for both sides. Therefore, Manchester City has had to temporarily appoint assistant coach Brian as interim manager. Meanwhile, they have begun privately contacting other top managers to see if they can bring them to Manchester during the winter break. Among these, Manchester City's first thought is Pep Guardiola, Lin Quan's adoptive father. This occurred on November 21st, before the start of the 12th round of the Premier League. At a manor outside Munich, Guardiola met an old acquaintance. "Mr. Chairman, what brings you here?" Guardiola was somewhat surprised to see Manchester City chairman Fahim standing outside his manor. Because of Lin Quan, Guardiola had been in contact with everyone at Manchester City. Fahim had accompanied Masia when he personally went to Munich to recruit him and his son, and the two had met then. "The situation is urgent, so I had to come in person." Fahim breathed a slight sigh of relief that Guardiola hadn't refused to meet with him. He had inquired about the Bundesliga situation before coming. Guardiola's time at Bayern Munich wasn't comfortable. Although Bayern's league performance remained consistently strong, unbeaten after 12 rounds, and far ahead of second place in the standings, with Dortmund declining and other teams failing to rise, there were virtually no teams in the Bundesliga that could pose a threat to Bayern. Therefore, even though the season isn't even halfway through, Bayern Munich can practically declare themselves the champions, achieving a three-peat. However, Guardiola's control over the team has significantly decreased, and his situation is worsening day by day. The reasons for this are twofold. First, his reforms have caused discontent among many players. Guardiola isn't good at managing relationships with his players. He constantly mentions Lin Quan and Messi in training, which makes the players very resentful. Second, Guardiola often forces players to change positions. For example, he frequently converts defensive midfielders to center-backs. Barcelona's Mascherano and Bayern's Martinez were both transformed under his pressure. If this transformation succeeds, all is well. If it fails, the player is ruined. Martinez's recurring injuries this season are hard to deny are related to the change in position and playing style. Furthermore, Germany's disastrous performance in the World Cup has led to increasing calls for a change in German football. In this context, the relaxed atmosphere of previous years, where foreign influence was more readily accepted, is no longer present. Both the fans and the club are no longer friendly towards Guardiola. These factors combined have created Guardiola's current predicament. Fahim personally intervened because he felt he had the best chance of persuading Guardiola to join the team. Guardiola's ability and tactical style are a perfect fit for Manchester City. His close relationship with Lin Quan, and the club's owners' appreciation of him, give him an advantage in the competition with other top managers. Therefore, persuading Guardiola to join Manchester City during the winter transfer window would be the best outcome for both sides. "Come in." Guardiola shrugged. He had basically guessed the other party's intentions. News of Manchester City's managerial change had reached Germany a week ago, and Guardiola had been secretly monitoring Lin Quan's situation, so he knew the news earlier than others. "Time is of the essence, so I won't beat around the bush." Upon entering the room, Fahim cut to the chase, saying to Guardiola, We hope to invite Mr. Guardiola to manage Manchester City this winter. Fahim was indeed direct, stating his purpose without further ado. With only a month left in the winter break, Manchester City's time to choose a manager was dwindling. If they couldn't find a suitable manager before the Champions League knockout stages, their chances of winning the Champions League this year would be slim. Guardiola wasn't offended by Manchester City's directness. In fact, he appreciated it. Both sides were busy with many things to handle. He didn't have time for pleasantries. Thank you for your frankness, Mr. Chairman, but I haven't decided yet whether to manage in the Premier League. Hearing Guardiola's words, Fahim's eyes dimmed. Was this a polite refusal? He had come full of confidence, thinking that with Lin Quan's connections, persuading Guardiola to join would be relatively easy. It seems I was too naive. However, I personally am not opposed to cooperating with Manchester City. Fahim had almost given up and was about to leave when he heard Guardiola's next words, which almost made him spit out blood. Does it kill you to speak so casually? However, Guardiola's words still surprised him greatly. Great, Mr. Guardiola, I've brought the contract the club has offered you. Would you like to take a look? Guardiola waved his hand, indicating that there was no rush. You know I still have a contract with Bayern, right? Guardiola's contract with Bayern was for 3 years, with a release clause of €10 million. If Manchester City invited him to coach, the release clause naturally couldn't be paid by him personally. Of course, if you want to terminate the contract, we will compensate you for any losses caused by the breach. Fahim thought that €10 million was nothing. For the wealthy Manchester City, it was no problem at all. The key point is that they've snatched away one of the most talented and prestigious managers in football. This is an invaluable opportunity for Manchester City, perhaps second only to their signing of Lin Quan in the transfer market. After Fahim promised to help him resolve the contract issues, Guardiola immediately began reviewing the contract he received. Frankly, even though Guardiola was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by the terms offered. Manchester City was incredibly generous. The contract they offered was for 4 years, with an annual salary of €18 million. Undoubtedly, this is the highest annual salary in the entire coaching world, bar none. Compared to his salary at Bayern Munich, Manchester City's offer was double. If he signs this contract, he will become the highest paid manager, just as Lin Quan is the highest paid player in football. Everyone says Middle Eastern tycoons are wealthy and extravagant, and today we've finally witnessed it firsthand. Guardiola is satisfied with his annual salary, but beyond that, he's more concerned with his authority within the club. There are 2 types of Premier League managers, the more common type, and the type who also acts as the club's manager. The latter can be called a football manager. This authority was more prevalent in the Premier League in earlier years, but with increasing professionalization and commercialization, fewer and fewer managers possess it. After Ferguson's retirement, Wenger is probably the only one who can truly be called a football manager. Guardiola's ambitions aren't that great. He's not particularly keen on interfering in the club's operations. However, he needs the highest transfer authority so he can use the resources at his disposal to acquire the players he desires, rather than the club buying up a large number of excellent players who don't meet his criteria. Such players might not help the team and could even drag it down. As for operational authority, Guardiola doesn't need too much, but he needs a certain degree of decision-making power, including the ability to decide whether to accept commercial matches. If sending the team around the world to play commercial matches just to make money, thus affecting his preparation work, then he's putting the cart before the horse. Guardiola's mind is simple. He only wants to develop the most reasonable and best tactics, transforming the team into the best version of himself in his mind, and leading them to win one honor after another, breaking one record after another. He values the experience of the process and the joy of achieving honors. Beyond that, he has absolutely no interest in internal club power struggles or backstabbing. I'm sorry, I don't have that authority. I need to report this to the big boss when I get back and ask him to make a decision. Fahim apologized after hearing Guardiola's request and truthfully explained the situation. Guardiola nodded, indicating his understanding. Although Fahim is the chairman, the team is not his private property, so the decision-making power for major matters inevitably rests with a big boss, Masia. Guardiola's request might be unacceptable to many top clubs. However, after being repeatedly manipulated by Bayern Munich regarding player transfers, Guardiola became very firm in demanding this power. He didn't want to see his favorite players sold off by short-sighted clubs for money, nor did he want to see unwanted players forced into his service, creating numerous conflicts in his dressing room. Fahim understood Guardiola's thinking, but from the club's perspective, if the head coach had too much power, it would obviously be detrimental to the club chairman and owner's control of the overall situation. Fahim didn't return to England but flew directly to Abu Dhabi to meet with Manchester City's big boss. Masia was overjoyed to learn that Guardiola intended to accept Manchester City's invitation to coach in Manchester. Just give it to him. As long as he's willing to stay at Manchester City, what's wrong with letting him be Manchester City's manager? Masia was very optimistic about Guardiola's future at Manchester City, so he was very lenient with Guardiola's demands. His vision was broad. He seemed to have already envisioned Guardiola joining Manchester City, working alongside Lin Quan and his son, to help the city build a vast empire. Once Manchester City's influence and commercial value surpassed Manchester United, and even Real Madrid, then all the price he had paid would have been worthwhile. After receiving Masia's authorization, Fahim quickly sent someone to contact Guardiola again and officially began handling Guardiola's contract matters with Bayern Munich. The Manchester City chairman had recently been frequently traveling the world by plane, leading to speculation that Manchester City was scouring the globe for top managers, hoping to bring them to the Etihad Stadium. This topic quickly dominated headlines across major media outlets. Based on the current situation, various media outlets compiled numerous shortlists of top managers. Lippi, Hiddink, Scolari, Klinsmann, and others were all on Manchester City's rumored list. These managers had impressive past records, and their reputation and ability matched Manchester City's requirements. Moreover, none of them are currently coaching at top clubs, making them the most likely candidates to accept Manchester City's offer and return to one of the top 5 leagues. Headlines like Manchester City managerial change saga, who will take the reins, and World Cup winning coach linked to Manchester City, possibly returning to one of the top 5 leagues, highlight this trend. While these media outlets were creating buzz, some coaches also jumped on the bandwagon, hinting to reporters that Manchester City had contacted them privately to inflate their market value. However, when a reporter released photos of Fahim meeting privately with Bayern Munich coach Guardiola in Munich, the entire football world was shaken. Chapter 349 Bayern Munich suffers a humiliating home defeat. Barcelona fans are devastated. Bayern Munich suffers a major setback. Guardiola may transfer to Manchester City. Manchester City contacts Guardiola. New manager candidate revealed. Guardiola may join Manchester City to form the strongest father-son duo in football. Famous football managers flock to the Premier League. Mourinho vs Guardiola showdown to take place in the Premier League. The release of photos of Fahim and Guardiola meeting privately immediately caused a huge earthquake in the entire football world. Really? Guardiola's going to Manchester City? The photos are out. It can't be fake, right? If Guardiola goes to Manchester City, the image is too beautiful to bear. Don't you guys think Manchester City's current squad is somewhat similar to Barcelona's dream team era? Indeed, a bit. Lingard can rival Messi at his peak, maybe even stronger. Kroos and De Bruyne are like slightly weaker versions of Xavi and Iniesta. Add Fernandinho, David Silva, Aguero. It feels like Guardiola doesn't even need to make major adjustments to Manchester City's tactics. He can just copy Barcelona's tactics from back then. Some fans automatically associate Guardiola with Barcelona's peak tiki-taka style of play. This revolutionary style, upon its debut, immediately caused a sensation in the football world. When no one was familiar with this style, Barcelona swept through the football world with it, winning countless honors. Now, the possibility of Guardiola managing Manchester City has given many loyal tiki-taka supporters hope for a tactical revival. When Guardiola first went to Bayern Munich, not many fans were optimistic about him. This wasn't because Bayern wasn't strong. On the contrary, Bayern was incredibly strong. With Bayern having just won the Champions League and the team heavily influenced by Hanks, every reform Guardiola implemented at Bayern carried enormous risk. If his reforms succeeded, Bayern fans would consider the achievement a given, as they were the defending champions. But if his reforms failed or didn't meet expectations, the criticism would be immense. This was already evident last season when Bayern were eliminated in the semi-finals. After being shut out by Atletico Madrid, Guardiola faced considerable criticism from Bayern fans. That said, Guardiola's season and a half at Bayern wasn't a failure. Under his leadership, Bayern Munich broke their club record, achieving the second longest unbeaten run in the top 5 European leagues. Moreover, Bayern dominated the league this season, far ahead of their competitors. Under his guidance, Bayern's dominance in the league actually increased further. The reason is simple: possession-based football has a very high margin for error in the league, making it incredibly stable. However, in the cutthroat Champions League, possession-based football is less consistent. Against some strong, established teams, the advantages of possession-based football are difficult to demonstrate. This is also why Guardiola suffered consecutive Champions League knockout stage defeats in the later stages of his tenure at Bayern. Of course, his penchant for unconventional tactics also played a role. However, in this timeline, Guardiola only stayed at Bayern for 1.5 seasons, and the pattern of consecutive European failures had not yet occurred. Therefore, the criticism against him was not as intense as before. At this point, the number of fans who had high hopes for him far exceeded those who were pessimistic about him. I heard Manchester City gave Guardiola a lot of authority. Yet, I heard that too, like a football manager. Really? Mourinho didn't get that kind of power at Chelsea, and Guardiola got it right after arriving in the Premier League? That's too easy. How, for some people, getting that kind of authority is indeed very difficult, but for others it might not be. The owners of Manchester City and Chelsea are completely different. Abramovich is very involved in every aspect of Chelsea's affairs, wanting to personally intervene. But Manchester City's owner, Masia, greatly respects and trusts professionals. Yes, I've heard that too. Last year when Manchester City won the League Cup, I heard Masia originally planned to personally go to the dressing room to distribute bonuses and congratulate the players. But considering that doing so would affect the coach's authority in front of the players, he ultimately abandoned this decision. Later, when Manchester City won the Premier League and Champions League, although he came to the stadium to watch the games, he never stepped into the dressing room. That owner is very shrewd. Indeed, this is the first time I've heard of this. It completely overturns my impression of Middle Eastern conglomerates. The Abu Dhabi conglomerate behind Manchester City is not only financially powerful, but its club operations have always been strategically minded. This is completely unlike the short-sighted Qatari conglomerate. After all, the Abu Dhabi conglomerate genuinely wants to get involved in football, while the Qatari conglomerate only wants to use football to advertise for the Qatar World Cup. The latter only focuses on increasing short-term influence and doesn't value the long-term operation of the team. If these rumors are true, then for Guardiola, Manchester City can provide him with a stable environment, giving him enough time and room for error to slowly develop his team. This is a good thing. It seems Manchester City is really about to rise. Maybe next year, we'll have to call Manchester City the new cosmic team. Some fans became optimistic after learning about the generous conditions Manchester City offered Guardiola. This level of authority seems even greater than when Guardiola was at Barcelona, plus the presence of a superstar like Lin Quan in the team. It seems like Manchester City has picked up the script of Barcelona's past. I don't think we can be so optimistic. Many of Barcelona's players came from the La Masia academy together, and their understanding and chemistry are unmatched by other teams. Manchester City's players come from all over the world, and their playing style and teamwork are definitely not as good as Barcelona's players. Moreover, Spain has always been known for its technical football, but that's not the case in the Premier League. If we completely adopt Barcelona's style of play, we might not adapt well. Amidst the optimistic voices, someone poured cold water on the idea. However, at this time, none of the major clubs had been affected by Guardiola's influence. Fans were unaware of Guardiola's interest in scientific research. People only saw his success at Barcelona and not his early failures at Bayern Munich and Manchester City, so this rational opinion was not taken seriously. Many people saw Guardiola as a magic bullet, believing that once he arrived at Manchester City, he could immediately turn things around and lead the team to another peak. Manchester City fans were overjoyed at the news of Guardiola's potential signing, feeling as if the clouds had parted and the sun had finally risen. However, Bayern Munich fans have mixed feelings. Guardiola's record is both good and bad. Their league performance is undoubtedly excellent, but being shut out in the Champions League by a non-elite team like Atletico Madrid is unacceptable to the self-assured Bayern fans. When Bayern lost to Atletico, many fans left messages on the club's official website, hoping the club would fire Guardiola. 2 games without a single goal. Is this the Bayern we know? Where has the fierceness and fighting spirit of last season under Hanks gone? Now, hearing that Guardiola is leaving, they feel a little reluctant. Reaching the semifinals is barely acceptable, but the consistency in the league, with another coach, it's unlikely they could maintain such a high level. And even the most critical Bayern fans have to admit one fact: under Guardiola's tutelage, the technical level of Bayern players has indeed improved significantly. The most obvious example is Thomas Müller. Müller has played with more intelligence and flair in the last 2 seasons, and his technique has become more solid. In private interviews, Müller has repeatedly expressed his love and admiration for Guardiola. Even players who don't get along with Guardiola rarely criticize his coaching abilities. If Guardiola really leaves, where can they find a coach more suitable for the team? Bayern Munich's answer is, bring the veteran coach back. As soon as rumors of Guardiola's possible departure from Bayern circulated, Bayern took immediate action. Bayern's manager, Hoeneß, personally visited Hanks at his residence. The veteran coach has been enjoying his retirement at home since retiring, not accepting offers from other teams, seemingly preparing to enjoy his golden years. For Hanks, he has already won all the honors he could, and has no regrets in life. Therefore, he doesn't have much motivation to return to coaching. When he retired from Bayern, many teams, including Real Madrid and Barcelona, extended invitations to him, hoping he would coach their teams. However, the veteran coach declined all the offers from these teams, returning peacefully to his rural hometown. He spent his time gardening, reading newspapers, and occasionally accepting invitations from television stations to be a commentator. This quiet and tranquil life was undoubtedly very pleasant for a man approaching 70. Coaching a team is an extremely demanding job. He not only needs to lead training but also gather intelligence on opponents, study match videos, and arrange starting lineups and tactics. During matches, he must concentrate on observing the game's flow and striving to find the opponent's weaknesses. This work is very energy-consuming and time-consuming, and definitely not easy for an older person. This is why renowned football coaches usually choose to retire after the age of 65. People like Ferguson, who led Manchester United for decades and persisted until the age of 72, are truly rare. This is why, after Hoeneß's visit, Hanks didn't immediately agree. Mr. Hoeneß, I'm aware of the team's situation. I need some time to think about it and will give you an answer later. Hanks' reason for refusing was simple: currently, it was just a rumor. And there was no confirmation that Guardiola was really leaving. If Guardiola left now, he could step in to save Bayern. But if Guardiola intended to stay until the end of the season, there was no need for him to step in. This showed respect for the current head coach and was the demeanor of a renowned manager. Hanks clearly had reservations about Bayern's actions back then. In the 2012-2013 season, he had only expressed a desire to retire, but Bayern had already signed him during the winter break. The veteran coach hadn't even officially announced his retirement, and the next Bayern head coach had already been chosen, which put the veteran coach in an awkward position. This also led to his inability to continue coaching after leading the team to the Champions League victory. If Bayern Munich hadn't been in such a rush, perhaps the veteran coach would have extended his contract for another year after winning the title, leading the team to another Champions League title. Given Bayern's form in the 2013 season, their chances of defending their title were very high. Unfortunately, Bayern's premature announcement blocked his path, forcing him to retire at the height of his success. This outcome wasn't bad, though it inevitably left some regret. Now, having adapted to retirement, the veteran coach is somewhat reluctant to return to the helm. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was Bayern's manager, he would have already turned Hoeneß away. Therefore, if Guardiola doesn't plan to leave during the winter break, there's no need for him to return. With a 6-month buffer, Bayern should be able to find a suitable replacement. The veteran coach has a deep affection for Bayern. He has already saved the club 3 times before. Calling him Bayern's firefighter is no exaggeration. However, time waits for no one. Hanks is almost 70, and even if he returns, he can't lead for many more years. Bayern Munich will eventually need to find a new head coach. They can't always rely on this old man, can they? Besides the 2 parties involved paying close attention to the news of Guardiola's potential move to Manchester City, 2 other clubs are also very interested. One is Guardiola's former club, Barcelona, and the other is Real Madrid. Barcelona's reason for being interested in Guardiola's transfer is simple. Guardiola is the creator of Barcelona's dream team era. He led Barcelona to a series of honors, winning awards left and right, not only creating the miracle of a sextuple but also establishing Barcelona's unparalleled reputation as a dream team. It can be said that Barcelona's current enormous global influence and countless fans were largely built during that period. That Barcelona team is an unforgettable dream for countless Blaugrana fans. Especially after his departure, Barcelona's decline became apparent in just 2 years, making it even more precious. In recent years, Barcelona has suffered numerous setbacks in La Liga and the Champions League. A series of defeats, including a home draw in the league where they watched their opponents lift the trophy at Camp Nou, and a humiliating 7-0 loss to Bayern Munich in the Champions League, all occurred within the last 2 years. With the core of the team remaining largely unchanged, Barcelona's dramatic decline in performance has led many fans to believe it's a consequence of Guardiola's departure. Consequently, at almost every match, Barcelona fans at Camp Nou display banners calling for Guardiola's return, pleading for his continued presence. To cater to this desire, Laporta, a Barcelona presidential candidate, campaigned on bringing Guardiola back to Camp Nou to lead the Blaugrana. This demonstrates the immense influence Guardiola wields in the hearts of Barcelona fans. Now, their beloved, accomplished coach is rumored to be linked with another club. This leaves Barcelona fans feeling betrayed, as if their long-admired goddess has suddenly run off with another man. Upon hearing the news, they were all devastated, almost weeping uncontrollably. Guardiola, we at Barcelona treated you like our first love, yet you've tormented us 1,000 times over? It hurts so much. What's even more heartbreaking for Barcelona fans is that Lin Quan had a chance to return to Camp Nou, but if Guardiola really went to Manchester City, Lin Quan's hopes of returning to Camp Nou would be completely dashed. Double the pain. They desperately hoped it was fake news, but the reality seemed to be the opposite. All signs pointed to it being true. As for their neighbors, Real Madrid, their concern about this news was simple. Real Madrid also didn't want Guardiola to return to Camp Nou. As those involved, Real Madrid knew better than anyone how difficult that Barcelona team was. The humiliating 5-0 defeat they suffered at the hands of Barcelona was still vivid in their minds. But for Real Madrid, they not only didn't want Guardiola to return to Camp Nou, but they also didn't want him to go to Manchester City. Manchester City is already strong enough. If they add a world-class manager to their team, will Real Madrid have a good time when they face them in the Champions League? Chapter 350 Father and son team up. Guardiola arrives in Manchester City. You're coming to Manchester City? Lin Quan only learned of this after the match against Swansea. Manchester City finally stopped their losing streak, defeating their opponents 2-1 at home. However, although they won, it wasn't an easy victory. Swansea scored in the 9th minute, throwing Manchester City into disarray. Entering coach Brian's adjustments not only failed to work but also put Manchester City on the back foot. If Lin Quan hadn't stepped up again, equalizing in the 34th minute and helping the team stabilize their mentality, the outcome of the match would have been very different. Swansea isn't a particularly strong team, but Manchester City's struggles against them have caused concern among Manchester City fans about the team's current form. Therefore, many fans in the stands displayed various banners welcoming Guardiola's arrival. They now only hope the winter break arrives soon so they can meet the team's new manager. Lin Quan called Guardiola after seeing the banners displayed by the fans. He had actually seen the media reports before, but having dealt with the media so much, he knew what kind of people they were. So, until there was concrete information, he treated it all as fake news. But now, the outside news was spreading with great detail, even including photos of the two sides meeting privately. This made Lin Quan start to suspect, could Guardiola have actually reached an agreement with Manchester City behind his back? Who told you that? Did Manchester City tell you? Guardiola asked with surprise on the other end of the phone after hearing Lin Quan's question. Judging from his reaction, it seemed like this matter was completely fabricated. No, that's what the outside reports say. Lin Quan couldn't help but complain inwardly. These news media, you really can't even trust the punctuation. Seeing how seriously they were making it sound, he even thought it was true, but it turned out to be fake. Hell, these reporters are really well informed. Lin Quan thought it was fake news, but Guardiola's answer made his back ache. When will you come? During the winter break? Since Guardiola himself hadn't denied it, Lin Quan stopped pressing for confirmation. He was inclined to believe it was true, but still needed to confirm the timing of his arrival. Coming next summer versus this winter would have drastically different outcomes for Manchester City. City was currently in a slump, their performance fluctuating. They desperately needed a boost to stabilize morale, and Guardiola's arrival would clearly serve that purpose. Therefore, from the perspective of ensuring the team's performance, Guardiola coming during the winter break would be better. However, from the perspective of a head coach, joining a team so hastily, with a short winter break and limited options, would make it difficult to acquire desired players in the transfer market. Even if they were acquired, there wouldn't be enough time for the players to adjust and integrate into the team. The second half of the season, both the league and the Champions League, would be extremely competitive. In the league, they would be vying for the title and securing a Champions League spot for next season. In the Champions League, they would face a brutal knockout stage and strive to defend their title. Furthermore, the Club World Cup will begin after the winter break. For Manchester City, who have already won 5 trophies, this is a golden opportunity to achieve a sextuple. With so many competitions to participate in, each with its own performance pressure, the newly appointed manager will face immense pressure. If Guardiola's team performs poorly, it could easily attract criticism and even damage his reputation. However, if the official announcement is delayed until the summer, there will be no such concerns. The summer break is long enough to allow him ample time to scout players, complete signings, and adjust the squad according to his requirements. After personnel adjustments, a series of pre-season friendlies can be used to test the team's form and see if it meets his expectations. Moreover, the first half of the league and Champions League seasons are not as intense, with less pressure to achieve results, giving him sufficient time to adjust the team's tactics. With such clear advantages and disadvantages, most people would probably choose the second option. But Guardiola's answer was unexpected: let's do it this winter. Delaying it any longer might not be a good thing. Guardiola knew, of course, that winter wasn't the most opportune time, but he still resolutely made this difficult decision. He wasn't the type to drag things out. Since the news of his private contact with Manchester City had already leaked, he might as well go all the way and make it a done deal. Delaying it any longer wouldn't be good for him, or for either Manchester City or Bayern Munich. Moreover, he worried that if Manchester City's form continued to be so poor, the players' mentality would be greatly affected. They might lose their championship spirit, and it would take a long time to help them regain their confidence. Okay, call me before you come, and I'll drive to pick you up. Great. I happen to have nowhere to stay in Manchester, so I can stay at your place. Guardiola seized the opportunity and immediately offered to stay at Lin Quan's house. Sure, my house is quite big. We can easily bring Maria and Valentina over to live with us. If Guardiola leaves Bayern, his children will definitely transfer to schools in England. They can finish the transfer procedures during the winter break. When they bought their house in Munich, they originally planned for the whole family to live together. However, things didn't go as planned. Lin Quan didn't join Munich and instead came to Germany, disrupting that plan. Sigh, at least the whole family can be together again. Guardiola sighed. After working for Barcelona, Bayern Munich, and Manchester City, he clearly understood that the nature of coaching meant it was difficult to stay in one place for long. Hopefully, he could stay at Manchester City longer this time. At least he could help Manchester City achieve its status as a top club, lead the team to several Premier League titles, and 1 or 2 Champions League titles. That would be perfect. And once Maria, Valentina, and their children graduate, Manchester City would have successfully joined the ranks of the elite clubs. He could then retire gracefully, perhaps returning to Spain with Lin Quan to retire, or continuing to play in other leagues. Both were viable options. Don't think that far ahead. Before the winter break starts, hurry up and scout for players. I'm telling you in advance, Manchester City needs to strengthen these positions. If the head coach were someone else, Lin Quan would never have discussed these things with him. But the head coach was his own father, so what was there to hesitate about? What couldn't be said between father and son? Hearing Lin Quan's eloquent advice on the other end of the phone, Guardiola was momentarily bewildered. Who is the head coach, and who is the son? Guardiola acted quickly. On November 29, at the post-match press conference after Bayern's victory over Hertha Berlin, he publicly announced his resignation as Bayern's head coach. Yes, I have submitted my resignation to the club. Although the outside world had already guessed this would be the outcome, Guardiola's confirmation still caused a huge uproar in the football world. Some fans who support Guardiola went to his residence with banners and signs pleading for him to stay. Others, indifferent to Guardiola, condemned him for being irresponsible. Abandoning the team mid-season? Could anyone be so outrageous? Opinions within German football are divided. Some are worried that the departure of foreign coaches will lead to a more conservative and closed league, which is detrimental. Others are unconcerned, believing that these foreign coaches' arbitrary reforms have resulted in the current hybrid style of German football, losing its traditional glory. They argue that to restore German football's honor, these foreigners must be removed. Before the World Cup, German football was relatively open. Now, however, it has become more conservative and xenophobic. Therefore, fewer people want Guardiola to stay, the majority hope he leaves. Intriguingly, Bayern Munich's stance is ambiguous. They didn't show any eagerness to retain Guardiola, merely stating in a businesslike manner that they hoped he would withdraw his resignation and change his mind. Meanwhile, some German journalists revealed that after Guardiola was linked with Manchester City, Bayern's general manager, Hoeneß, visited the retired coach Heynckes. Heynckes is known as Bayern's interim coach, having returned to the club 3 times to help resolve problems. Therefore, whenever a Bayern coach runs into trouble, Heynckes is always the first name that comes to mind. This has almost become a path dependency. Thus, the outside world couldn't help but speculate, could it be that Heynckes is about to take the reins at Bayern for the 5th time? After the news broke, Bayern fans were overjoyed. Almost all Bayern fans welcomed Heynckes back to the Allianz Arena. They couldn't forget the Bayern team under Heynckes more than a year ago. That Bayern team was not only invincible in the league but also dominated in the Champions League. They were known as the Massacre Makers, frequently slaughtering their opponents in the Champions League. Even the mighty Barcelona team had to concede 7 goals to them, losing convincingly. Mentioning that Bayern Munich team makes even Munich residents who don't watch football stand up proudly. So, when news broke that the team might bring back the veteran coach, Bayern fans were filled with anticipation. They hoped to see the strongest Bayern team return. And it wasn't just the fans who felt this way, even the Bayern players were thrilled upon learning of Heynckes' potential return. Arjen Robben, who rarely updates his social media, excitedly wrote, "Is this true? I can't wait to play alongside you on the pitch." Frank Ribéry also posted, "When I heard the news, I was stunned. I couldn't believe it was true." Philipp Lahm, with his high emotional intelligence, while others were busy expressing their loyalty to Jupp Heynckes and welcoming the veteran coach's triumphant return, thanked Pep Guardiola. "Thank you, Coach Pep, for your companionship over the past year and more. Thank you for leading us to an unbeaten record in the Bundesliga. I wish you all the best in your next endeavor." Of course, after expressing his gratitude and respect for Guardiola, he didn't forget to post another tweet welcoming Heynckes' return. While Bayern Munich players were busy posting to welcome Heynckes, Manchester City players, after confirming Guardiola's signing during the winter break, also expressed their welcome to him on social media. Aguero said, "I've heard so much about you from Lionel Messi, and I'm really looking forward to working with you." Cruz said, "I don't think any midfielder wouldn't want your name as their manager." David Silva said, "Your greatness needs no introduction. Welcome to Manchester City, and believe me, you'll love the weather here." Guardiola curiously replied to his tweet, "Really?" David Silva responded with a mischievous emoji, "Of course, in every sense of the word." Compared to everyone else's reactions, Lin Quan's response was much more direct, "Send me your flight information, I'll pick you up at the airport." Guardiola indeed replied with a screenshot showing the specific flight information, which was seen by many onlookers. "Brothers, I know Guardiola's flight details. Haha, I saw it too. Did Guardiola think this was a private message? I'm dying of laughter. Guardiola, let's go to the airport and ambush him. Lingard is going too. Let's ambush them together. We won't let them leave until they get autographs and photos." The fans responded enthusiastically, setting out to ambush Guardiola at the airport. Although Lin Quan quickly deleted Guardiola's reply, it had already been seen and saved. So, on the day Guardiola arrived in Manchester, the entire airport was packed. The number of fans who came to greet him was beyond imagination. So many people? Guardiola was startled when he saw the sea of people in the arrival hall after getting off the plane. Although he had anticipated that Manchester City fans would come to welcome him after the news leaked, he didn't expect there to be so many people. From a rational point of view, these people may not be entirely here for you, Dad? Marius, wearing glasses, pinched his chin, trying his best to play the role of Detective Conan. Yeah, didn't my brother say he was coming to pick us up at the airport? Are these fans here for his autograph and a photo? Maria, soon to be 14, had blossomed into a beautiful young woman, radiant and captivating with youthful charm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation as she stood on tiptoe, searching diligently through the crowd. During the World Cup, she was practically a football novice. She knew very little about football, only going to Brazil to watch the World Cup out of curiosity and to support her older brother. But after witnessing the World Cup matches up close and seeing her brother lead Spain to their World Cup victory, Maria gradually became drawn to the sport and fell in love with it. She even joined the school team, working her way up from a substitute to a starting position. Now, she was no longer the football novice she once was. Only after actually playing on the field and gaining a deeper understanding of the game did she realize just how amazing her older brother was. Those effortless dribbling and breakthroughs on TV are incredibly difficult to execute on the field. Maria became an incurable fan of Lin Quan, and a truly fervent one at that. After joining Lin Quan's fan club, Maria realized just how influential her idol was in the football world. Countless fans shared her admiration for Lin Quan. Therefore, she believed that the vast majority of fans present today were there for Lin Quan's autograph and a photo opportunity. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.